The remaining leaders from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were in a panic over Yuan Haochan, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, becoming an eminent celestial. They had gathered to discuss countermeasures. Who knew they would see 2 beams of pentacolor sunglow shooting up to the sky from the Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, they knew what this meant. There were 2 people in the Wandering Saint Palace who had become eminent celestials. Is it possible that Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation and had successfully overcome it? They began to speculate among themselves. In the end, they could no longer suppress their curiosity and made their way to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Lord Palace Master, Lord Hall Master. The arrival of the other leaders from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had naturally attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials from 3 palaces and 6 halls. Many of them began greeting and paying respect to their leaders. The hall master of Azure Sheen Hall was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. He looked at Gong Sun Jin, one of the vice hall masters, and asked in a deep voice, "Vice Hall Master Gong Sun, what's going on? Palace Master Yuan isn't the only one who overcame the heavenly tribulation? Why are there 2 beams of pentacolor sunglow? Lord Hall Master, I think we should discuss this after you greet Lord Patriarch." Gong Sun Jin said to the Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, as he looked at the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall was shocked when he heard this. His eyes followed Gong Sun Jin's line of sight and saw the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan standing in a hidden corner. Lord Patriarch. He instantly forgot about the 2 beams of pentacolor sunglow and flew toward the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan to greet him. Lord Patriarch? The other leaders were similarly shocked when they found out their Patriarch was present as well. They followed the Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall and flew to greet the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The Patriarch of the Human Devil clan only glanced at them before he ignored them. The indifferent expression on his face disappeared when his attention returned to the pentacolor sunglow. His eyes glinted coldly. Who's the other person shrouded in the pentacolor sunglow? Why does Lord Patriarch seem so hostile? The leaders were confused but returned to where their subordinates were standing. Soon enough, they discovered the person who had earned their Patriarch's dislike was none other than Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? He has also become an eminent celestial. When Palace Master Yuan attracted the celestial ascension tribulation, he seized the chance and used that to attract his celestial ascension tribulation as well. Moreover, he managed to overcome it. In our history, no one has successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation under such circumstances. Duan Ling Tian has broken the curse. Needless to say, the leaders who had just arrived were shocked when they learned about this. Why didn't you inform me of this immediately? They began to reprimand their subordinates. Lord Palace Master, I didn't think Duan Ling Tian would survive. For this reason, I didn't think it was necessary to inform you about it immediately. Who knew he had so many tricks up his sleeve and managed to overcome the heavenly tribulation at the last minute. Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, said to the Palace Master. The 5 other Vice Hall Masters told their leaders the same thing as well. Fine. Fortunately, we made it in time. Otherwise, we would have missed a good show. The leaders did not dwell on the matter. Similar to the others, their eyes were currently focused on Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the pentacolor sunglow. Even if Duan Ling Tian becomes an eminent celestial, he's still not a match for Lord Patriarch. The leaders who had just arrived also thought that Duan Ling Tian would die after the pentacolor sunglow went away. The pentacolor sunglow heralds the emergence of a new eminent celestial. It won't be too long before it disappears. The Patriarch of the Human Devil clan will probably strike as soon as the pentacolor sunglow disappears. Duan Ling Tian knew the pentacolor sunglow would appear once he had successfully overcome the tribulation, since he had knowledge about the celestial ascension tribulation. His expression was solemn when he thought about this. Duan Ling Tian quickly came up with a plan. I should take this opportunity when the pentacolor is still around and the Patriarch is afraid to attack to cast my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and increase the celestial origin energy in my body. As soon as Duanling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, whirlpools began to appear around him and a powerful suction force could be felt. The pentacolor sunglow was unaffected as the whirlpools churned and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings at lightning speed. It's absorbing the energy so quickly. Duanling Tian discovered that by using the celestial origin energy that had been fused with Saint Origin to cast the elementary devouring tactic, the rate of absorption was incredibly fast. In just an instant, he had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings of Yuan Hao Chen's residence. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to discover that he was still absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy further than where Yuan Hao Chen's residence was. His range of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy had widened. In just a blink of an eye, he had absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I think there's no limit to how far I can absorb heaven and earth spirit energy now. Duanling Tian was shocked when he discovered this. Previously, Duanling Tian needed a long time if he wanted to absorb heaven and earth spirit energy outside of his range. He would need to move places to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Currently, he did not move from his spot at all and he managed to absorb almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in just half a breath's time. The Human Devil Saint City occupied a vast area. However, Duanling Tian managed to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City in just a few moments. The sudden disappearance of the heaven and earth spirit energy naturally caused a huge commotion in the Human Devil Saint City. Those who were in closed-door cultivation were heavily affected by this. In the first place, it was not easy to make a breakthrough. Now that their cultivation had been forcefully interrupted, who knew when they would be able to find another chance to make a breakthrough? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware of the commotion he had caused in the Human Devil Saint City by casting elementary devouring tactic. However, even if he knew the effect and the commotion he had caused, he would not feel guilty. After all, everyone in the Human Devil Saint City was from the Human Devil clan that was part of the Devil clans. They were enemies to humans. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, at this moment, the pentacolor sunglow was about to disappear. Duanling Tian frowned slightly as he thought to himself, something's wrong. Logically speaking, it's impossible for my celestial origin energy to improve so quickly even if I devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City. After all, I'm still in the lower province, not the upper province. The celestial origin energy was superior to all energies in the mundane realm. It should have been impossible for him to improve his celestial origin energy so much just by absorbing all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City. Could it be? At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly thought of something. He quickly extended his divine consciousness toward the heart of the Human Devil Saint City that was located underground. His body trembled when he discovered the reason his celestial origin energy had improved so much. Indeed, after I absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City, IV absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stone Reserve that used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion as well. It used to be a huge Saint Stone Reserve. Now it's nothing but rocks. The Saint Stone Reserve used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the lower province, only the Saint Stone Reserve in the Mountainshade Black Market is comparable to it. To think I drained it so quickly with the elementary devouring tactic after years and years of being a source of power in the lower province. The heaven and earth spirit energy it contained is much more superior than 100 or 1,000 Human Devil Saint cities. He finally figured out why his celestial origin energy had improved so much and so quickly. Not only did he absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City, but he had also absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy from the Saint Stone Reserve. The spectators from 3 palaces and 6 halls who were standing around Duanling Tian and Yuan Hao Chun began to speculate among themselves. At this moment, most of them began to realize the heaven and earth spirit energy had gotten extremely thin. What happened? What's going on? How come the heaven and earth spirit energy is so thin all of a sudden? Is this part of the phenomenon when a new eminent celestial appears? It can't be. I've never heard of such a thing. Perhaps the emergence of 2 eminent celestials is the cause of it? After all, in the history of the devil clans, We have never had two new eminent celestials emerging at once. Wow, we're watching history being made at this moment. That should be the reason for this. Naturally, there were people who were more astute. These people included the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, and the leaders and high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Did he cast an assist-type divine ability? Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, seemed to be aware of it as well. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan scoffed when he saw this. It seems like he knows I'll strike the moment the pentacolor sunglow disappears and he's preparing himself. How unfortunate that it's futile. The others agreed with him. So what if he's prepared? He still won't be able to escape death. Since his opponent is Lord Patriarch, he won't be able to survive regardless of how he prepares himself for it. The leaders from the 3 palaces and 6 halls sneered as they discussed among themselves. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few moments, 2 gusts of wind began to blow as the 2 beams of pentacolor sunglow slowly disappeared, revealing Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochen. As soon as the 2 beams of pentacolor sunglow disappeared, Yuan Haochen's piercing gaze landed on Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian? Saint origin mixed with celestial origin energy began to roll off his body at this moment. He seemed to have transformed into an ancient beast, ready to devour Duanling Tian. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian completely ignored Yuan Haochen. He did not even spare him a glance. As soon as the pentacolor sunglow disappeared, his attention was solely focused on the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Duanling Tian, you even made preparations in advance. Do you really think you'll be a match for me after casting an assist-type divine ability? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan stared at Duanling Tian intently as he scoffed. Previously, when he discovered Duanling Tian was able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he was slightly apprehensive about facing Duanling Tian once he had become an eminent celestial. However, all his apprehensions had melted away and he became fearless when he saw that Duanling Tian would no longer be able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. So what if Duanling Tian cast an assist-type divine ability? He had those as well. When Duanling Tian heard the patriarch's words, he smiled indifferently. A match for you? He lifted his hand and the short-lived sound of wind howling could be heard immediately. Swish! At this moment, waves and waves of terrifying aura rolled off Duanling Tian's body. Before the patriarch of the Human Devil clan could react, Duanling Tian had already grabbed someone and dragged the person in front of him. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan only regained his senses when the person was in front of Duanling Tian. His expression changed immediately when he saw the person. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, turned deathly pale when he regained his senses. This, from the beginning until the end, he did not see Duanling Tian move at all. The person whom Duanling Tian caught was none other than Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Duanling Tian caught him with such ease like a cat toying with a mouse. The others began to regain their senses as well. They watched in horror and awe as Shi Nanfeng, who was on his knees, struggled to stand. They seemed as though they had just seen a ghost. Among the people present, the person who felt the worst was undoubtedly Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. A few moments ago, when Duanling Tian had lifted his hand into the air, he had felt a peerless energy shrouding him before he could even react. The peerless energy had suppressed his saint origin as it pulled him forward. He was completely powerless. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a different location as the peerless energy forced him to his knees. The person standing before him was the person whom he wished would die. It was Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was furious. He clenched his teeth and tried to stand up, but he failed miserably. Under the peerless energy, he could not even mobilize his saint origin. How's this possible? No matter how powerful an eminent celestial is, he or she shouldn't be able to overpower me with such ease. Apart from shock, fear began to rise rapidly in Shi Nanfeng's heart. Duanling Tian's strength after becoming an eminent celestial was clearly stronger than normal. How did this happen? Is that really Palace Master Shi of Great Spirit Palace? Goodness! Duanling Tian has gotten so strong. Is this the strength of an eminent celestial? No. An eminent celestial is undoubtedly powerful, but it should not be to this point. After all, Palace Master Shi is still a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who had almost completely comprehended heaven and earth. No matter how strong the eminent Celestial is, it's impossible for them to overpower him so easily. A horrified expression could be seen on the faces of those from the 3 palaces and 6 halls as they discussed among themselves. Shock and disbelief could be heard in their voices. After all, Shi Nanfeng was one of the leaders of the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan. However, he was just like an ant before the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He could not even stand. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian made a surprising discovery. The assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had cast did not slow down at all as he continued to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. In fact, it had gotten even faster. How's this possible? It seems like it has gotten even faster. It must be the celestial origin energy, boosting the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Ling Tian discovered as his assist-type divine ability the elementary devouring tactic improved his celestial origin energy. The celestial origin energy, in turn, boosted the assist-type divine ability as well. It was an endless circle. I think I've hit the limit of what the elementary devouring tactic is capable of. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered the elementary devouring tactic had stopped absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, this did not mean there was no more room for improvement in his celestial origin energy. It only stopped improving because the elementary devouring tactic had reached its limit. When Duan Ling Tian inspected the celestial origin energy in his body, he was filled with confidence. Regardless, with my current celestial origin energy, it's more than enough to defeat the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. If the celestial origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body earlier was likened to a stream, then his current celestial origin energy was similar to a great river. It could not be compared at all. It took 3 breaths for the elementary devouring tactic to reach maximum capacity. Moreover, I didn't go all out in the beginning. If I did, it'll probably only take 2 breaths for me to devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City and the Saint Stone Reserve. With the vast celestial origin energy in him, Duan Ling Tian felt an explosive energy coursing through his body. He felt as though he could tear the void open and destroy everything with just a casual wave of his hands. The heaven and earth spirit energy is almost completely gone? Everyone, including those from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, discovered the lack of heaven and earth spirit energy in their surroundings. Even those in the Human Devil Saint City who were in closed-door cultivation had been awakened. They were confused. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy disappear suddenly? The heaven and earth spirit energy seemed to have disappeared completely in just an instant. It'll gradually come back, but the speed is extremely slow. How are we going to cultivate when the heaven and earth spirit energy is so thin? What the hell is happening? The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were in disbelief. They did not expect to witness something so outrageous with their own eyes. The formidable Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was kneeling in front of a human looking as docile as a dog. Most importantly, the human was the son of his enemy, someone he truly wished to kill. Palace Master Xianxia, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and the other high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace felt humiliated when they saw their Palace Master kneeling in front of Duan Ling Tian. Shi Nanfeng, as the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was like the soul of the palace after all. It was obvious to them that their Palace Master was not kneeling willingly. He was forced to kneel by the human in front of him. Xianxia hurriedly turned to look at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and fell to his knees as he said grimly, "Lord Patriarch, please help us to bring justice to our Palace Master. Please, Lord Patriarch, help our Palace Master." In just an instant, all of the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace fell to their knees, following Xianxia's lead as they pleaded for help from their patriarch. This caused the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to feel uncomfortable. He did not attack recklessly. He frowned as he thought to himself, "Even I can't force Shi Nanfeng to this state so easily. How is Duan Ling Tian so powerful after becoming an eminent celestial and casting his assist-type divine ability?" He stood rooted to his spot as his thoughts continued to run rampant in his mind. Master might be able to do it. However, he's a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's far superior compared to an eminent celestial. The patriarch of the human devil clan was shocked. Based on the current situation, Duanling Tian, who has just become an eminent celestial, seems to have strength comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial after casting his assist-type divine ability. He found it difficult to maintain his composure when he thought about this. He instantly contacted his master, the gray-clad old man, who was hidden high up in the sky. Not many people knew this. Only a handful of people knew that when faced with the celestial ascension tribulation, with a quick reaction and some luck, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage could escape by sacrificing their bodies. Cultivators would gain the soul-detaching technique when they were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They would have mastered the soul-detaching technique by the time they were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who failed their heavenly tribulations might not necessarily be condemned to death. They could escape by using the soul-detaching technique, sacrificing their bodies to allow their souls to survive in this world. Although the cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who failed their heavenly tribulations might have escaped certain death, they would still bear marks from heaven and earth. The mark stopped them from snatching another person's body. These cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage could only survive in soul form. Moreover, after failing the Celestial Ascension tribulation, they would be greatly weakened and their strength was only comparable to those at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Heaven and earth would send the first bodiless celestial tribulation after 1,000 years to test the lucky cultivators who had failed but survived the Celestial Ascension tribulation. If the cultivators managed to overcome the tribulation, they would become a 1 tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength was comparable to an ordinary cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Most importantly, a 1 tribulation bodiless celestial could continue to cultivate. After another 1,000 years, heaven and earth would send the 2nd bodiless celestial tribulation. The 2nd bodiless celestial tribulation was much more powerful compared to the 1st bodiless celestial tribulation. If the bodiless celestials failed to overcome the tribulation, their souls would be destroyed and they would die. However, if they managed to overcome the 2nd bodiless celestial tribulation, they would become a 2 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 2 tribulation bodiless celestial's power was comparable to an eminent celestial's power. After another 1,000 years, the 3rd bodiless celestial tribulation would arrive. If they managed to overcome it, they would become a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was much stronger than an eminent celestial. Their strength was comparable to the lower-level celestials in the Devata realm. Needless to say, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was an extremely fearsome existence in the mundane realm. The gray-clad old man, the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, was a powerful 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Master? The patriarch of the human devil clan waited for a while, but his master did not respond to him. He began to feel anxious. Although his master was present, it seemed that he was so distracted at the moment that he did not hear the voice transmission at all. Although there were many people from the 3 palace and 6 halls who were shocked at the sight of the Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, kneeling in front of Duanling Tian, there was a handful of people who rejoiced at this. Brother Tian. When Kur saw Duanling Tian had successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, a dazzling smile appeared on her face and her eyes were brimming with tears. She felt slightly at ease now that her man was no longer in danger. Daddy's so powerful. Duan Xiling's eyes gleamed with excitement as she danced around when she saw Duanling Tian forcing Shi Feng to his knees. He became so much stronger. Although Ganru Yen knew Duanling Tian would be able to turn the situation around after he became an eminent celestial, she did not think he would become so strong. Shi Feng had almost completely comprehended heaven and earth as a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was close to becoming an eminent celestial. However, someone like him was easily defeated by Duanling Tian. Master. Peng Lai was in shock. Although he knew his master would become an eminent celestial, he did not think his master was a match for the patriarch of the human devil clan. After all, he was from the human devil clan. Everyone in the Human Devil clan thought their patriarch was invincible. He did not expect that after becoming an eminent celestial, his master would shrug off the threat from the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and capture Shi Nanfeng instead. Moreover, his master had forced Shi Nanfeng to his knees. As an elder of Wandering Saint Palace, he was well aware of Shi Nanfeng's strength. He was filled with shock and awe as he thought to himself, I'm afraid even the patriarch can't force Shi Nanfeng to stay in this position. How did master do it? Although he had hoped for a miracle that his master would survive this, he did not expect the miracle would be so shocking. It was beyond his comprehension. Huang Wenjing looked at the majestic figure of the purple-clad young man. Her frosty expression had been replaced with a shocked expression. Initially, she had intended to send a voice transmission to her master and ask him to plead for mercy on Duanling Tian's behalf from the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. However, before she could act, the situation had changed in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian had caught Shi Nanfeng as easily as how an eagle would catch a chick. Moreover, it seemed like Duanling Tian was toying with Shi Nanfeng by forcing him to his knees and refusing to let him stand up. She had mixed feelings when she saw this. She was shocked and terrified by Duanling Tian's power, but at the same time she was delighted as well. Huang Wenjing noticed the patriarch's grim expression. Moreover, it seemed like he did not intend to make a move for the time being. He had remained silent while Shi Nanfeng was being toyed with. She thought to herself, based on the patriarch's reaction, it seems like he's slightly afraid of Duanling Tian. I guess Duanling Tian is no longer in any danger. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace? Duanling Tian looked at Shi Nanfeng, who was kneeling and struggling in front of him. I heard there's bad blood between you and the Azure Cloud Mansion? Is it true that you came to the Wandering Saint Palace with the intention to kill me? Shi Nanfeng did not reply to Duanling Tian and continued struggling. Duanling Tian scoffed and narrowed his eyes immediately. Shi Nanfeng's body twitched before it turned stiff and fell forward. His eyes were staring blankly at Duanling Tian. His spatial ring was taken by an invisible energy and given to Duanling Tian. Boom! The sound of Shi Nanfeng's body hitting the ground sounded extremely harsh and loud. Everyone fell silent immediately. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was dead. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls saw the corpse of Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, but they did not see how he died. Even the patriarch of the Human Devil clan could not see how Shi Nanfeng was killed. However, one thing was certain. Duanling Tian was the one who killed Shi Nanfeng. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Xing Yuanba and the high-ranking officials of the Great Spirit Palace cried out in sorrow when they saw their palace master had been killed. Some of them stared at Shi Nanfeng's body in sorrow, while some of them glared at Duanling Tian in anger. However, this was the extent they dared to show their rage. What else could do? Could they charge out and fight Duanling Tian? Although they were infuriated, it was not to the point where they had lost all rationality. He was killed so easily? The members of the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at Duanling Tian with a fearful expression on their faces after they recovered from the shock. They were terrified of this human who had killed the palace master of Great Spirit Palace with such ease. Moreover, he had done it when the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was around. He had completely disregarded the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and killed Shi Nanfeng. This made all of them realize that Duanling Tian was equally as powerful as their patriarch, if not more powerful. Their patriarch had most likely realized this as well. Otherwise, he would have already attacked and killed Duanling Tian instead of idling and watching as Duanling Tian killed a powerhouse from the Human Devil clan. How's this possible? How is he so strong? Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was standing next to Huang Wenjing, looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. He still found it difficult to accept what had happened was real. Patriarch Yang, and a different voice suddenly rang in the air. The voice sounded booming in the silence. The owner of the voice was none other than the person who had just killed Shi Nanfeng and collected his spatial ring, Duanling Tian. Currently, his eyes were trained on the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan's name was Yang Zhenxing. 4 years ago, when Duanling Tian had just arrived in the Human Devil Saint City, He heard people talking about the patriarch of the Human Devil clan on more than one occasion. That was how he knew the patriarch's name. If my memory serves me right, Duanling Tian said calmly as he looked at Yang Xing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Patriarch Yang, didn't you ask me earlier if I think I have the capability to defeat you just because I had cast my assist-type divine ability? He sized Yang Xing up as he spoke mockingly. Yang Xing felt humiliated by Duanling Tian's words. However, he did not respond to Duanling Tian's words. He could only endure it and sighed inwardly at his misfortune.
Patriarch Yang, it seems like you're not going to deny that you asked this question earlier. Duanling Tian smiled at Yang Xing's lack of response. His smile was as bright as the morning sun. However, his smile suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression.
I'll give you an answer now, Patriarch Yang.
I do think I'm capable of defeating you.
Many people heard the coldness in Duanling Tian's voice and felt chills running up their spines.
Duanling Tian's statement echoed in the ears of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, causing their expressions to darken immediately.
A provocation.
This is a declaration of war.
Everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could tell that Duanling Tian was deliberately provoking their patriarch. In the next moment, "Kill him, Lord Patriarch! How dare you insult and provoke our patriarch? You're seeking death." Many people were incensed. They began to cry out one after another and looked at their patriarch with hope shining in their eyes. They hoped their patriarch would have a duel with Duanling Tian and kill him. Most of these people were disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Although the high-ranking officials of Wandering Saint Palace and the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were enraged by Duanling Tian's provocation, they had remained silent because they suspected Duanling Tian was equally as strong, or even stronger, as their patriarch. Only the Wandering Saint Palace disciples with a lower cultivation base and poor judgment thought their patriarch was invincible. After enduring for a while, Yang Xing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, finally snapped. "Duanling Tian, don't be too arrogant." His voice was filled with rage, and it was so powerful that it caused a few people to bleed from their ears. Arrogant. Duanling Tian chuckled when he heard Yang Xing's words and smirked. "Patriarch Yang, I'm planning to be arrogant today. What are you going to do about it?"
"Should we duel so we can see how strong the patriarch of the Human Devil clan is?" His eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Yang Xing, causing Yang Xing to feel even angrier. His words had undoubtedly placed Yang Xing on the hot seat.
Yang Xing's expression changed drastically, and his gaze was cold. "Duanling Tian," he said, "do you really think you're invincible now? Do you really think there is no one stronger around?" The Wandering Saint disciples were disappointed because it seemed like their patriarch had no intention of fighting Duanling Tian despite his angry words. This made the disciples realize their patriarch was not confident about defeating Duanling Tian in his current state. Otherwise, there would be no need to waste so many words, and their patriarch would have attacked.
Duanling Tian laughed at Yang Xing's provocative words. "Patriarch Yang, Duanling Tian, never said that I'm invincible. However, I'm curious. Do you think you can defeat me? Or are you talking about that person?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked into the sky. His gaze landed on a figure hidden behind the clouds.
That person. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking and looked into the sky, everyone, including Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen, lifted their heads and looked into the sky as well. Someone else is here? Who is it?
Based on Duanling Tian's words, that person has to be an eminent celestial at least.
There's only one eminent celestial in our Human Devil clan, right? Sorry, I mean there are 2 from today onward. Is there a 3rd eminent celestial hidden among us that we're unaware of? The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at the sky and discussed among themselves. You noticed. Yang Xing's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duanling Tian to detect his master, a bodiless celestial, who was hidden behind the clouds. How is it?
Do you plan to continue hiding? Duanling Tian said harshly with a sneer after seeing the lack of response from the other person. "I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't show yourself by then, I'll personally invite you out." He emphasized the word invite when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian had long noticed the two people's presence before the heavenly tribulation began. He had felt their intense gaze on him and had probed around but did not manage to find anything. He thought it was just a figment of his imagination. However, even after passing the heavenly tribulation and the patriarch of the human devil clan had revealed himself, he could still feel the gaze on him. This made him certain there was another person hiding in the dark. He had observed Yang Zhenxing for a while after he had descended from the sky and discovered Yang Zhenxing looking up into the sky every once in a while. Although Yang Zhenxing only looked briefly, it still did not escape Duan Ling Tian, who was extremely observant. With all these clues, if he still could not guess there was someone else hiding, he would really be obtuse. Impudent! Yang Zhenxing roared in anger, and his expression changed after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. As soon as Yang Zhenxing finished speaking, an ancient voice rang in the air. Fine. Very well. Swish! A gray fog descended from the sky before it solidified and transformed into a gray-clad old man. The gray-clad old man had white brows and his face was filled with wrinkles. He held a shabby walking stick in his hand. He looked just like an ordinary person. However, based on the way he made an appearance, it was obvious to everyone present that he was not an ordinary person. Everyone's attention was focused on the gray-clad old man, trying to figure out his identity, when a voice filled with reverence rang in the air. Master! Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, was surprised. They turned to look at the source of the voice. Duan Ling Tian lifted an eyebrow. An astonished expression could be seen on his face when he saw Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, bowing respectfully at the gray-clad old man. This geezer is Yang Zhenxing's master? He did not expect the person who had hidden himself would turn out to be Yang Zhenxing's master. The patriarch of the human devil clan's master? Fear could be seen in the eyes of Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen when they found out about the gray-clad old man's identity. The patriarch of the human devil clan, who was an eminent celestial, was already so strong. How much stronger would his master be? Gan Ruyan's eyes widened when she thought of something. Could it be? After a moment, she shook her head. Impossible. Those people at that level should be focused on overcoming the heavenly tribulation that comes every 1,000 years. Meanwhile, when the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls saw their patriarch addressing the gray-clad old man as master, all of them paled from the shock. Lord Patriarch! An elder from Azure Sheen Hall murmured to himself, from what I know, Lord Patriarch only has one master. About 3,000 years ago, his master had failed the celestial ascension tribulation. Although his voice was soft, it sounded extremely loud since the entire place was silent at this moment. Lord Patriarch's master? Isn't Lord Patriarch's master Liao Naijiang, a famous powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage 3,000 years ago? I've also heard about Lord Patriarch's master. However, didn't he fail his celestial ascension tribulation 3,000 years ago? How could he appear now? I don't know. What's happening? Maybe this is Lord Patriarch's other master? I really don't know what's happening. People from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss among themselves when they heard the words of the elder from Azure Sheen Hall. On the other hand, the 8 leaders from the 3 palaces and 6 halls and Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of the Great Spirit Palace, had a fearful expression on their faces when they looked at the gray-clad old man. As the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, it was only natural that they were privy to matters that most people were unaware of. Yuan Hao-chun, who had just recently become an eminent celestial, was the first to regain his senses. He bowed at the gray-clad old man respectfully as he said, "Greetings, Senior Liao." It did not take long before the 7 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 hall, including Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, followed Yuan Hao-chen's footsteps and greeted the gray-clad old man. "Greetings, Senior Liao." Their voices contained awe and reverence. After all, this gray-clad old man was not a simple person. In fact, he was far stronger than an eminent celestial. Yuan Hao-chen's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. After calculating the time, since Senior Liao is still alive, it seems like he's a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. If I'm not mistaken, his fourth heavenly tribulation should be coming soon as well. It was as though he had seen a ray of hope now that a three-tribulation bodiless celestial had appeared. Naturally, he had hoped to eliminate Duanling Tian. The 7 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Xing Yuan Ba, felt their hearts thumping wildly in their chests.
A bodiless celestial.
A three-tribulation bodiless celestial.
He's much stronger than an eminent celestial. I didn't expect our human devil clan would have a bodiless celestial. Moreover, he turns out to be Senior Liao, our Lord Patriarch's master. Many of them knew about bodiless celestials. However, most bodiless celestials were focused on overcoming their heavenly tribulations that would come every 1,000 years and rarely appeared in public. For this reason, many people have forgotten about bodiless celestials. However, now that they had seen their Patriarch's master, their memories and knowledge about bodiless celestials began to appear in their minds. More than 3,000 years have passed, and many things have changed. I'm pleased that all of you still remember me. The gray-clad old man nodded slightly at Yuan Hao Chun. His words confirmed Yuan Hao Chun and the others' speculation.
On the other hand, the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were baffled. They did not know how a man who had failed his celestial ascension tribulation could still be alive. After all, they firmly believed that only death awaited those who failed their celestial ascension tribulation.
More than 3,000 years have passed, and many things have changed? He seems to be speaking to Yuan Hao Chun. He's pleased that they still remember him? Earlier, Yuan Hao Chun and the others addressed him as Senior Liao. His surname is Liao, and he's also Lord Patriarch's master. Could the gray-clad old man be Liao Naijiang, the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who failed his celestial ascension tribulation 3,000 years ago in the human devil clan? He failed the celestial ascension tribulation, right? Why is he alive?
I don't know. Ganru Yan's face was pale and her expression changed dramatically. She felt her heart skip a beat. He's indeed a bodiless celestial. She had feared this. A bodiless celestial.
Who knew the human devil clan would have a bodiless celestial? Ganru Yan felt her confidence in Duanling Tian waning again as she thought to herself, it'd be fine if he's just a 1 or 2 tribulation bodiless celestial, since his strength would only be comparable to powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or powerhouses who had become eminent celestials. However, the Patriarch's master failed his celestial ascension tribulation more than 3,000 years ago. This means he's a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Will Duanling Tian be able to handle this? She felt skeptical. She did not think Duanling Tian would be a match for a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, even if he had the extraordinary assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. After all, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial was someone who surpassed eminent celestials, someone whose existence surpassed the mundane realm.
Unlike Ganru Yan, Kuer and Duan Xiling were similar to most people from the 3 palace and 6 halls. They were unaware of bodiless celestials.
For this reason, although they were frightened of the gray-clad old man whom the patriarch of the human devil clan had addressed as master, they did not feel worried that Duanling Tian might not be a match for him.
When Duanling Tian heard the conversation in his surroundings, he furrowed his brows. He looked at the gray-clad old man in confusion. He failed the celestial ascension tribulation more than 3,000 years ago?
How did someone who failed the celestial ascension tribulation manage to survive? Similar to many others, Duanling Tian was unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when the gray-clad old man, Liao Naijiang, suddenly turned to look at him. Human brat! Liao Naijian's cloudy eyes looked intimidating. It was as though he was waiting for a chance to eliminate Duanling Tian. For this reason, Duanling Tian felt as though he had been targeted by a venomous snake. Although you're only an eminent celestial, you're able to raise your strength with your assist-type divine ability to the level of a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Indeed, this is something for you to be proud of, Liao Naijiang said indifferently.
3-tribulation bodiless celestial? One group of people, including Duanling Tian, was bewildered when they heard Liao Naijiang's words. The other group of people who were in the know felt their hearts skip a beat again when they heard Liao Naijiang's words.
Most of the people who were unaware of the matter muttered under their breaths. What's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? On the other hand, those people who were privy to this matter only had one thought in their minds. Duan Ling Tian's current strength is comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? It was only natural that they were shocked. Although eminent celestials stood on top of the food chain in the mundane realm, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial's strength did not belong in the mundane realm. These two were in completely different leagues. Duan Ling Tian, a new eminent celestial, possessed strength comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial after he had cast his assist-type divine ability. It might just be a temporary increment in his strength, but nonetheless they were shocked when they heard this. Duan Ling Tian had a slight frown on his face as he looked at Liao Naijiang and asked, "What's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial?" "You've never heard of three-tribulation bodiless celestials?" Liao Naijiang was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Shortly after, he laughed coldly. "Well, it doesn't matter. I'll show you the real strength of a three-tribulation bodiless celestial." As soon as Liao Naijiang finished speaking, boom, 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 boom. The deafening sound of explosions rang in the air as a seemingly invincible energy surged out from Liao Naijian's body. It seemed as though the grounds would be torn asunder and the sky would fall. All this happened just because Liao Naijiang had released some of the energy in his body. As a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Naijiang was much stronger than an eminent celestial. Currently, his energy surged out of his body like a ferocious dragon, causing ripples in its wake. It was so powerful that it seemed as though it could tear a hole in the void. How strong! As soon as Liao Naijiang released his energy, Duan Ling Tian could feel how strong it was. So this is the power of a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? His strength is not something an eminent celestial could compare to. Since this was Duan Ling Tian's first time hearing about three tribulations bodiless celestial, he did not know anything about them at all. However, one thing was for certain: he knew how strong they were when he felt the energy that surged out of Liao Naijiang's body. Such power! His strength is definitely much stronger than the power burst of that one-time kill from those three eminent celestials I met in the upper province previously. According to Elder Hua, the strength of that power burst from that one-time kill is at the peak in the mundane realm. This means Liao Naijiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, is in existence above the eminent celestials in the mundane realm. His strength is probably comparable to those in the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. As it turned out, he was not invincible in the mundane realm even after he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase the strength of his celestial origin energy. It was out of his expectation that someone whose existence and strength surpassed those in the mundane realm would exist. What's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? Why are they so powerful? Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, curious about bodiless celestials. Meanwhile, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were stunned when the energy surged out of Liao Naijiang's body and wreaked havoc in the place. They had never seen anything like that in their lives. It feels as though the sky is about to fall. How strong? This is the strength of a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? What's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? I don't know. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls marveled at Liao Naijiang's show of strength. Naturally, they were also curious about three-tribulation bodiless celestials. Based on what they could see, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial seemed to be much stronger than eminent celestials who were supposed to be the strongest powerhouses in the mundane realm. Vice Palace Master Xing, do you know about three-tribulation bodiless celestials? Another Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace asked Xing Yuanba. Curiosity filled his eyes when he looked at Xing Yuanba. He had turned to ask Xing Yuanba because he noticed Xing Yuanba had been staring at the gray-clad old man reverently since the beginning. Xing Yuanba did not seem shocked or curious. It was obvious Xing Yuanba knew about three-tribulation bodiless celestials. As soon as the Vice Palace Master from Great Spirit Palace finished speaking, the other high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace instantly turned to look at Xing Yuanba curiously as well. Three-tribulation bodiless celestials are much stronger than eminent celestials. Their existence is above eminent celestials.
Xing Yuanba felt obligated to answer when he felt all those gazes laden with curiosity were trained on him.
His expression was solemn, and his tone was reverent when he spoke about 3 tribulation bodiless celestials.
Vice Palace Master Xing, how does one become a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial?
After a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage successfully passes the Celestial Ascension tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, he would undergo transcendence and ascend to a higher realm, right? The Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace asked a question that was in many people's minds. That's right. Could it be that some eminent celestials are able to withstand the force of celestial ascension and forcefully remain in the mundane realm? After that, they cultivate further and become a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? An elder from Great Spirit Palace asked.
No, Xing Yuanba shook his head. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or bodiless celestials has nothing to do with eminent celestials. In fact, they've never been eminent celestials at all.
This is because all of them failed the celestial ascension tribulation. After all, one would only become an eminent celestial after overcoming the celestial ascension tribulation. When the high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace heard Xing Yuanba's words, they felt a jolt in their hearts.
Doesn't one die if one fails the celestial ascension tribulation? A Great Spirit Palace elder was in shock. The other high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace nodded along with the elder when they heard his question.
It doesn't mean one would die if one fails the celestial ascension tribulation. Xing Yuanba continued to say, when a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is about to fail the celestial ascension tribulation, he can try and cast the soul-detaching technique. If he succeeds, he would be considered as a deserter of the celestial ascension by heaven. Therefore, he won't be able to hijack a body and has to exist in soul form. These souls are what we call bodiless celestials. As punishment for the next 10,000 years, a heavenly tribulation would come every 1,000 years. If he's able to successfully overcome all 10 heavenly tribulations after 10,000 years, he'll gain a chance to ascend to a higher realm. These 10 heavenly tribulations are collectively known as 1,000 Years Tribulation or Bodiless Celestial Tribulation. There are only 2 destinations on the path of a bodiless celestial. He would either fail the heavenly tribulation and die, or pass the tribulation and survive.
After passing each tribulation, the strength of the bodiless celestial would increase greatly.
Xing Yuanba continued to explain patiently as the others looked at him. In the beginning, when a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage fails the Celestial Ascension tribulation and becomes a bodiless celestial, his strength is weaker than a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He would only gain the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage after 1,000 years if he passes the heavenly tribulation. A bodiless celestial who has passed the first heavenly tribulation is called a 1 tribulation bodiless celestial. When he passes the second tribulation, he would become a 2 tribulation bodiless celestial. With that, his strength would be comparable to an eminent celestial. If he passes the 3rd tribulation, he'll become the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength would surpass eminent celestials at this stage. And it would continue every 1,000 years, and each time his strength would increase if he passes the tribulations. However, the tribulations would get increasingly difficult to pass as well.
It's a difficult task to overcome all 10 tribulations. It's so difficult that it's rare to find 9 or 10 tribulation bodiless celestials in the history of the devil clans. At this point, Xing Yuanba finally stopped speaking. He had explained everything he knew after all. This information was an eye-opener for those people from the Great Spirit Palace. It felt to them like a door to a new world had just been opened. They began to discuss among themselves, still shocked by this new information. Who knew eminent celestials aren't the strongest in the mundane realm?
I can't believe bodiless celestials exist in the mundane realm. Moreover, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials. They would get increasingly stronger with each tribulation they pass. I wonder how strong are the following bodiless celestials.
3 tribulation bodiless celestials are probably as strong as common celestials in the Devata realm. As for 4, 5, and the following bodiless celestials, I'm sure they're terrifyingly strong. Stronger than what we're capable of imagining.
Since the bodiless celestial tribulation gets stronger one after the other, the number of bodiless celestials must be dwindling. I thought one would only meet death when one fails the celestial ascension tribulation. I didn't even think that there's a possibility of surviving after failing the celestial ascension tribulation. Who knew one could become a bodiless celestial and gain a second chance to ascend to the Devata realm? An elder from the Great Spirit Palace exclaimed. It's not easy to gain a second chance to ascend.
Didn't you hear Vice Palace Master Xing?
He said it's rarely heard of for a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. Based on Vice Palace Master Xing's words, it seems like it's difficult to pass the bodiless celestial tribulation. I'm afraid many bodiless celestials have died in pursuit of this second chance.
Duanling Tian had overheard Xing Yuan Ba's explanation. He was thoroughly shocked. I didn't know bodiless celestials exist in the mundane realm.
Xiang Yuanba's voice was not loud when he spoke. However, due to how silent it was, many people, including Duanling Tian, overheard his explanation. Bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian finally discovered that one would become a bodiless celestial if one failed but survived the celestial ascension tribulation. Bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials.
To be exact, those who were 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or higher were stronger than eminent celestials. Moreover, the more tribulations a bodiless celestial successfully overcame, the stronger he would be.
In fact, his strength could be even as strong as the celestials from the Devata realm. Xing Yuanba's words had undoubtedly opened a door to a new world for him. When Kuer and Duan Xiling heard this, they could not help but worry about Duanling Tian again. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials? Previously, they had thought the Patriarch's master, Liao Naijiang, was merely a very strong eminent celestial. They did not expect him to be someone whose existence was above eminent celestials.
Huang Wenjing's cold expression was replaced by a grim one when she heard this. She thought Duanling Tian would be able to escape since he seemed to be stronger than the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan.
Bodiless celestial. Who knew the appearance of the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan's master would turn the situation around again?
Moreover, the Patriarch's master was a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who was much stronger than an eminent celestial.
Master! Brother Ling Tian. Both Peng Lai and Huang Qiling were feeling anxious at this moment. They felt as though they were sitting on a roller coaster. Yun Fuyi sneered. I can't believe Lord Patriarch's master is still alive.
It's even harder to believe he's a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength surpasses eminent celestials. Wouldn't be it easy for a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill Duanling Tian? He had gone through ups and downs today, but ultimately,
seemed like Duanling Tian would die. The energy surged out of Liao Naijiang's body and wreaked havoc in the place. The ground quaked and the sky seemed as though it was going to fall. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Human brat!" His voice was so loud that it unintentionally caused many people to bleed from their ears. There were even people who bled from their 7 orifices. He continued to bellow at Duanling Tian, sentencing him to death. When you're in hell, remember that the person who killed you is Liao Naijiang, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial.
When Liao Naijiang finished speaking, the crowd fell silent and turned in unison to look at him. They knew he was about to make his move. Boom! A deafening explosion rang in the air as Liao Naijiang disappeared from many people's sight. Only a few people at or above the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage could vaguely catch his moving figure.
There were rumors going around that said among the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, only the 3 palace masters were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In actual fact, the 6 hall masters were also at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage 9th.
The hall masters were only slightly weaker than the palace masters.
When Liao Naijiang disappeared from where he stood, many of them were stunned to see the place where he was standing distorting as though a crack would appear in the void. It took a few moments before the ripples faded away. He's insanely powerful.
He almost caused a tear in space.
So this is the strength of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? Just the energy from his movement alone is this terrifying. As expected of someone who's stronger than eminent celestials. These people finally saw for themselves how amazing a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Even the strongest eminent celestial isn't capable of distorting space like that, right?
Many people felt fear coursing through their veins as they continued to discuss among themselves. Among the crowd, only 3 people managed to catch a better look at Liao Naijiang's figure when he moved.
These people were Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and the direct disciple of Liao Naijiang, Yuan Haochun, the palace master of Wandering Saint who had just become an eminent celestial after passing the celestial ascension tribulation, and Duan Ling Tian, who was the target of Liao Naijiang's attack. Among the 3, Duan Ling Tian was the only one who could see Liao Naijiang's figure most clearly. How fast and powerful! Duan Ling Tian could see the void rippling and distorting in Liao Naijiang's wake. After a while, his eyes widened when he saw something shocking. When Liao Naijiang charged out, he suddenly turned into a blanket of gray fog. After a while, it began to expand before it transformed into a monster the size of a small hill. It was in the shape of a tiger and was shrouded by dark flames. The monster's eyes were glittering red. It caused shivers to run up people's spines with just a look. Roar! As soon as Liao Naijiang transformed into a monster the size of a small hill, an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the air. The roar hurt the ears of many disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. The disciples quickly retreated and covered their ears with their hands. An expression of amazement and horror appeared on their faces as they stared at the rippling and distorting void. Since their cultivation bases were not very high, they could only see the distortion in the void. They had not seen Liao Naijiang's new form, the monstrous tiger the size of a small hill. Tiger Devil Phantom, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, Yang Zhenxing, was overwhelmed with emotions when he saw this. He did not think his master would use his strongest technique as soon as he made a move. It seems like my master isn't taking the chance of underestimating Duan Ling Tian and decided to attack with all his might. Since he was Liao Naijiang's direct disciple, it was only natural that he knew the Tiger Devil Phantom was the strongest technique in his master's arsenal. His master was the offspring of a human and a tiger devil. This meant that he was half a tiger devil. His master had cast the Tiger Devil Phantom by burning his Tiger Devil blood veins while he used his offensive and assist-type divine abilities and human martial techniques. Unfortunately, Master will have to spend some time to recover the Tiger Devil blood vein after he uses this technique. I hope he'll be able to recover before the 4th celestial tribulation comes. Otherwise, he would be in a disadvantageous position. He could not help but worry about his master when he thought about this. Bang! 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 Duan Ling Tian saw Liao Naijiang, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who had transformed into a monster-like tiger charging toward him at a crazy speed. Each time the monster's paws landed, a deafening explosion would sound in the air and the void would distort in his wake. In fact, if one were to take a closer look, paw prints could be seen in the air where he stepped. Air, not ground. It would be simple to leave marks on the ground, but how powerful must someone be to leave marks in the air? Even the strongest eminent celestial was not capable of this. In just a blink of an eye, Liao Naijiang, who had transformed into a monster, was less than 100 meters away from Duan Ling Tian. His eyes glittered like rubies. It was extremely blinding. Liao Naijiang opened his jaw and an orb formed from dark force began to appear. Its aura was so destructive it felt as though it was capable of destroying everything. Die! Liao Naijiang roared. Whoosh! The orb shot out of the monster-like tiger's jaw toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw what happened next. When the orb shot out, Liao Naijiang, who had transformed into the tiger monster, suddenly turned into a blanket of gray fog again and shrouded the orb. When this happened, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the force of the orb increase another level. Swoosh! The orb that was shrouded in gray flames emitted a destructive aura. It seemed like a meteorite falling from space. It shot toward Duan Ling Tian domineeringly, and the void rippled and distorted in the meteor-like orb's wake. At that moment when he fused with the orb, the strength of the attack had risen another level. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he watched the meteor-like orb shot toward him. An idea appeared in his mind suddenly. This seems similar to the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Heart Illumination. He had a feeling this was an opportunity for him to break through to the 4th stage of the Supreme Sword Tao Mental Cultivation Method Sovereign Heart Sword. This feeling was 10 times stronger than what he had felt previously. For this reason, he was lost in his thoughts for quite a while. Meanwhile, the destructive meteor-like orb that was shrouded in gray flames was getting closer and closer to Duanling Tian. He quickly regained his senses, his heart thumping wildly in his chest, when he detected the extremely terrifying aura of the orb. When he sensed the aura, he felt pressured. It made him feel as though he was a lonely boat floating in the middle of the great sea. It felt as though he was at the mercy of the waves and would capsize at any given time. That's it. I've figured it out. At the critical moment, when the orb was shooting toward Duanling Tian, he had an epiphany that would help him break through to the 4th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method Sovereign Heart Sword. He felt as though all the questions that were an obstruction to his breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method Sovereign Heart Sword had been answered. The obstruction had disappeared. When the destructive orb was just a hair's breadth away, Duanling Tian no longer felt anxious. Instead, he was strangely calm. He could hear his own heart beating in his chest at this moment. Currently, Duanling Tian seemed as though he had no earthly desires and was no longer afraid of death. Sword Heart Illumination. Time seemed to have stopped moving at this moment. Without any warning, Duanling Tian began to emit a dazzlingly bright light. Duanling Tian's majestic celestial origin energy circulated through his 99 saint veins before surging out of his body and turning into countless swift and fierce-looking sword rays. At this moment, he seemed to have become part of the sword rays as well. Every fiber of his being was emitting light. The light from his body fused with the sword rays, making him look mysterious and majestic. Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, and Yuan Haochan, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, widened their eyes in shock. It seemed as though they had seen something really terrifying. What they saw was Duanling Tian disappearing before he transformed into a sword ray as well. It did not take long before the countless sword rays converged and transformed into a 3-foot-long white sword that hovered in the air. Swoosh! When the destructive orb was about to land, the 3-foot-long sword that was hovering in the air finally made a move. When it moved, it looked like a beam of white light. Rip! The sound of something tearing rang loudly in the air. It had sounded after the sword seemed to have turned into a beam of light and shot out because light was faster than sound. The sword slashed across the void. The sound of something tearing sounded in its wake. It seemed as though the speed of the sword was not too fast since the 2 eminent celestials, Yang Zhenxing and Yuan Haochan, could catch its movements. They were shocked when they saw what the slash from the sword left in its wake. Rip! The clear sound of something tearing continued to reverberate in the air. Upon closer inspection, the 2 eminent celestials saw there was a tear in the void in the wake of the 3-foot-long white sword. The tear in the void began to grow bigger and bigger at an extremely fast speed, and it moved toward the meteor-like orb. It seemed as though it was going to swallow the orb. Your sword tore a hole in the void? Impossible. How are you strong enough to tear a hole in the void? A voice laden with shock and disbelief rang from the orb that was speeding toward Duanling Tian. Apart from shock and disbelief, a hint of fear could be heard in his voice as well. It sounded as though he had encountered something terrifying. This voice belonged to none other than Liao Naijiang, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Rip! The tear in the void continued to extend toward the orb. When it reached the orb, it seemed as though the tear had moved to the orb, cracking it as well. It seemed like the 3-foot-long white sword had slashed at the orb and cut it into 2. The void began to ripple and distort even more at this moment. The orb that had been cut into 2 was suddenly sucked into the tear in the void. It had vanished without a trace. The tear in the void was completely dark. Nothing could be seen at all. That was the last time anyone saw Liao Naijiang, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whoosh! Meanwhile, the 3-foot-long white sword flashed for a moment before it turned into a figure of a man. After the dust had settled, everyone could clearly see the figure of a man dressed in a purple robe. It was none other than Duanling Tian. What was even more shocking was that he was completely uninjured. Is that the sword heart illumination? Duanling Tian was lost in his own thoughts at this moment. It seemed as though he was unaware of everyone's gaze.
He was thinking about how he had transformed into a sword and wielded it with such precision. This was the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Heart Illumination. He had fused with the sword rays before he transformed into a sword. With just a slash, he tore a hole in the void. At this moment, apart from Duanling Tian, the people present also saw the long and narrow crack in the void near him. This was a shocking sight to them. The hole in the void caused the void to ripple and distort continuously. Nothing could be seen in the crack, it was pitch black. It seemed like a dark abyss that would swallow everything that came close to it. The scene of a man standing next to a long and narrow crack in the void was an unforgettable sight for everyone present. This scene was deeply engraved in their minds. Most people were still in a state of shock when a sorrowful cry rang in the air. Master! It was Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Yang Zhenxing's voice snapped everyone out of their daze, and they turned to look at him. Yang Zhenxing had an expression of agony on his face as he looked at the broken soul pearl in his palm that had appeared at an unknown time and the crack in the void near Duanling Tian. The pain and sorrow of losing someone important could be clearly seen on his face. The soul pearl belongs to Lord Patriarch's master, Liao Naijiang, the three tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Someone asked in a low voice. That person's words caused a commotion immediately. Senior Liao is dead? How? How's this possible? He's a three tribulation bodiless celestial, and he's far stronger than an eminent celestial. How could he be killed by an eminent celestial? Impossible. I think there's a mistake. Everyone was shocked. Most of them could not see in detail what had happened due to the constraint of their strength. However, the result had stupefied them. Liao Naijiang, a three tribulation bodiless celestial and their Lord Patriarch's master, had been killed by Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, it seemed like he had been killed with just a strike. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on Yuan Haochen's face. His eyes widened as he looked at the tear in the void near Duanling Tian. He tore the void. How is he so strong? Based on his knowledge, those who were capable of tearing the void with their attacks were those four tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger. Although three tribulation bodiless celestials were strong, they still could not tear a hole in the void. This was also why Liao Naijiang had only left distortions in the void when he attacked. He was not strong enough to tear a hole in the void. He found it hard to accept this. Duanling Tian's current strength is comparable to a four tribulation bodiless celestial? Regardless if he accepted it or not, the truth was displayed before everyone's eyes. Although Yuan Haochen could not clearly see the battle between Duanling Tian and Liao Naijiang as an eminent celestial, he could vaguely see that Duanling Tian had killed Liao Naijiang with just a strike after Liao Naijiang had attacked with all his might. During the critical moment, numerous sword rays surged out of Duanling Tian, and he turned into a sword ray as well before it all formed a long white sword. When Liao Naijiang approached, the long white sword moved. Its speed was not too fast since I was able to see it. However, the seemingly slow sword managed to tear a hole in the void. Yuan Haochen felt a jolt of fear when he recalled what had happened. With just a slash, the sword that Duanling Tian had seemingly transformed into managed to leave a narrow but long tear in the void. Based on the length and width of the tear, Duanling Tian seems to be much stronger than a four tribulation bodiless celestial. Yuan Haochen thought to himself. Duanling Tian, who was standing in the distance, had lowered his head to think to himself. After a while, he began to move under everyone's watchful eyes. He simply lifted his hand and a dazzling white sword ray shot out of his palm. It turned into a sword which he then grasped in his hand. I feel like I don't have to use any techniques to tear a hole in the void. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he slashed at the void with the white sword that he formed using his celestial origin energy that had been fused with his saint origin. He moved at a moderate speed. Everyone could see Duanling Tian's movement. A crack appeared in the wake of the white sword. However, the size of the crack was nothing compared to the crack earlier. After all, the earlier crack had been torn open when Duanling Tian had used his divine abilities, martial tactics, and the Sovereign Heart Sword. This crack was torn open with just his inner force. How's this possible? When the two leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls saw this, they were further stunned by Duan Lingtian's strength. Even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial can't tear open the void so easily, right? Duan Lingtian, who has just become an eminent celestial, is seemingly stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Am I dreaming? After he became an eminent celestial, he had cast an assist-type divine ability before his strength rose to this level. I wonder what assist-type divine ability it is. If that's the reason his strength rose, his assist-type divine ability definitely didn't come from the mundane realm. Apart from Yuan Haochen, the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were discussing among themselves. They knew how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability was. After all, as soon as he had cast the divine ability, he had grown much stronger than someone who had just become an eminent celestial. Everyone was in a state of disbelief. Sword-wielding art. White sword rays shot out of Duan Lingtian's sword and crashed against the void like a white dragon. Rip. The sound of something being torn could be heard when the white sword ray tore a hole in the void. The space around Duan Lingtian distorted and seemed like a piece of paper. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the sword ray continued on its trajectory, the void around Duan Lingtian was torn apart like a piece of paper. At this moment, he seemed like a god who controlled space as he left tears in his wake. Sword-wielding art from the 3rd stage, the sword-warding heart from the sovereign heart sword, is indeed weaker. After 15 minutes, the tears Duan Lingtian had slashed open had closed. Only the first crack in the void was still open. It was obvious it needed more time before it closed. He had torn this crack open with the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Heart Illumination, after all. The 4th stage of the Sovereign Hearth Sword, the Sword Heart Illumination, allows the force in my body and my physical body to form a sword. From now on, I shall call it Body-Sword Fusion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself with eyes as bright as stars. Currently, the body-sword fusion was the strongest technique in his arsenal. If I combine it with my other sword-type divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, my clones will be able to turn into swords as well. It seems like a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is not that strong. I don't think I even need to use the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword or the body-sword fusion to kill him. I should be able to kill him without using any techniques. After all, I can tear open a hole in the void after casting the elementary devouring tactic and condensing my inner force into sword rays. It's obvious Liao Naijiang couldn't even tear a hole in the void after he had cast his strongest technique. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized how much stronger he was compared to Liao Naijiang. It's truly unexpected that my strength would rise to this level with the elementary devouring tactic after I became an eminent celestial. He was only mildly surprised by this. After all, he had devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil Saint City, and also one of the 2 richest Saint Stone reserves in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to improve his celestial origin energy. Hiss! 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 After another 15 minutes, the crack in the void finally almost closed up. To the crowd, Duan Lingtian seemed like a god hovering in that open space. Kur stared at Duan Lingtian with her glittering eyes. An expression of adoration could be seen on her face. Brother Tian, Daddy is so amazing, Duan Siling, who blindly idolized her father, said. Meanwhile, Ganru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated emotion in her eyes. He is actually so strong. When Huang Wenjing stared at Duan Lingtian, the emotion in her eyes was even more complex compared to Ganru Yen. I have no more regrets in my life for having such a master, Peng Lai said with an expression of pride on his face. Everyone who saw his expression would know Duan Lingtian was his master. Brother Lingtian, although Huang Qi Ling was happy for Duan Lingtian, he felt ashamed of himself. Therefore, he found it difficult to call out to Duan Lingtian. Yun Fuyi, who was standing next to Huang Wenjing, stared at Duan Lingtian in fear. At this moment, the godlike Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance, suddenly turned to look at Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan. He said solemnly, Patriarch Yang, I apologize. I couldn't stop in time and accidentally killed your master. I apologize for accidentally killing your master. Duan Ling Tian's words to Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, rendered everyone speechless.
Accidentally killed your master?
It was obvious Duan Ling Tian was mocking Yang Zhenxing, but what could they do? Lord Patriarch, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls turned to look at Yang Zhenxing. Duan Ling Tian had effortlessly killed the Patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, with just one move. It was, naturally, going to be even easier for him to kill the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan.
Although they regarded him highly and thought he was powerful, they knew he could not be stronger than his master. Even Lord Patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, had fallen in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Who else in the Human Devil clan is capable of defeating him?
He killed a powerful 3-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike. It would definitely be easy if he wants to kill Lord Patriarch, who's much weaker compared to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. It seems like our Human Devil clan has met with a calamity today.
Many of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had a grim expression on their faces. They were washed by a wave of helplessness and thought this would be the end of the Human Devil clan. After all, the clan was under threat from a godlike powerhouse who could kill a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike.
Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, who was enraged by Duan Ling Tian's words, finally said, "Duan Ling Tian." He took a deep breath as he glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly and continued to say, "Do you really think there's no one in the Human Devil clan who can defeat you just because you killed my master? Even if your strength is comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would be easy for the forefather of the Human Devil clan to crush you." Respect and admiration could be heard in his voice as he spoke about the forefather of the Human Devil clan. It sounded as though the forefather was the greatest being that ever lived. Based on his words, it seemed like the forefather of the Human Devil clan was stronger than a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. The forefather?
The moment Yang Zhenxing finished speaking, everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls was dumbfounded. Yuan Haochun, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, were no exception. Their eyes widened in shock, but a hint of excitement could be seen in their eyes as well.
Our forefather is alive? Since they were from the Human Devil clan, they knew a thing or two about bodiless celestials in the Human Devil clan. One of them was the forefather mentioned by their patriarch. They remembered the last time the forefather of the Human Devil clan had shown himself was about 2,000 years ago.
At that time, he was already a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. If he was still alive, it was possible that he was a 7 or 8-tribulation bodiless celestial now. Since Yang Zhenxing, their patriarch, had mentioned the forefather, this must mean he was still alive. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Zhenxing. A faint smile could be seen on his face. Although he was smiling on the surface, he could not help but feel a hint of dread inside. Based on your word, your forefather is at the very least a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian could tell the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not bluffing. He could fake his words, but he could not fake the look in his eyes. Why? Are you finally afraid? Yang Zhenxing sneered when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question.
Afraid? Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Perhaps he paused for a moment before he said, however, so what if the forefather of the Human Devil clan is a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? If I'm not mistaken, he's currently not here. He probably won't be able to make it here in time, right? Yang Zhenxing's expression darkened with every word that spilled out of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. This was because Duan Ling Tian had guessed correctly.
Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and barred the area surrounding Yang Zhenxing as he said, "I'm sure you're familiar with the saying, distant water will not quench nearby fire. I'm confident I'll be able to kill you and escape before you can attempt to contact your clan's forefather. Regardless of how strong a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial is, do you think he'll be able to find me in the vast Tao Martial Saint Land? With my current strength, I'm able to tear a hole in the void and head to the upper province whenever I want." When Duan Ling Tian spoke, Yang Zhenxing's expression continued to darken. His eyes gleamed as he lost himself in his thoughts. He knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Ling Tian at this moment. "Duan Ling Tian, how do you know? What if our forefather is here?" He could be hiding in the dark watching you like how one would watch an ant. He can crush you easily.
Is that so? The grin on Duan Ling Tian's face widened. If that's the case, let me try killing you, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Let's see if he'll continue to watch. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura changed suddenly. Killing intent began to roll off him in waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of strong wind appeared out of nowhere, rustling Duan Ling Tian's robe. He looked like the god of death at this moment.
Yang Xing cried out angrily, Duan Ling Tian. After my departure, the Human Devil clan will fight you till death if you dare kill anyone from the clan. When I return, our forefather will kill you and annihilate your azure cloud mansion. No! Duan Ling Tian felt his divine consciousness tingle as soon as Yang Xing finished speaking. His expression changed dramatically. You're seeking death. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins with just a thought and formed tens of thousands of sword rays. Apart from that, it seemed like he had transformed into one of the sword rays as well. In just a blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of sword rays combined and formed a glowing white 3-foot-long sword. It hovered in the air horizontally, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Swoosh! As soon as the sword appeared, it gleamed inconspicuously and shot forward. It arrived near Yang Xing in just a blink of an eye and tore a hole in the void. Rip! The hole kept getting bigger and eventually reached where Yang Xing was standing. What was surprising was Yang Xin was suddenly engulfed by a blood-red flame as his body seemed to be cut into two. It seemed like he had cast this technique as soon as he had finished speaking. The void tore easily like a piece of paper. Yang Xing seemed like a portrait on a piece of paper that had been torn into two. However, he did not fall into the hole in the void. Instead, he gradually faded into nothingness. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned gloomier by the minute when he saw this. He actually managed to escape. What technique was that? He thought to himself. He had made a move without any hesitation as soon as he discovered Yang Xing making a move. However, it was still too late. Yang Xing still managed to escape. Yang Xing had completely disappeared from the radar of his divine consciousness. Earlier, I think he crushed a blood-red jade slip. Then, a blood-red flame began to engulf him. He has already escaped when I tore the void open. Duan Ling Tian was impressed by Yang Xing's technique. Suddenly, a loud cry rang in the air. Fiery blood evasion talisman. Fiery blood evasion talisman? Duan Ling Tian's cutting gaze immediately turned to the person who had spoken. It was Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had defeated him with just a casual wave of his hand 3 years ago. When Yuan Haochen saw Duan Ling Tian's pointed gaze, he realized Duan Ling Tian did not know what a fiery blood evasion talisman was. He jolted and quickly explained it to Duan Ling Tian out of fear. The fiery blood evasion talismans are jade talismans inscribed by the Devil Clan's formation masters with great effort using a lot of precious materials. After crushing it, the person will be engulfed by the transportation blood flame and transported 10,000 miles away in just a blink of an eye. Apart from that, the person using the talisman would not be detected by divine consciousness, allowing him to leave without a trace. There's only a handful of fiery blood evasion talismans in the Devil Clans. Who knew Lord Patriarch would have one? After Yuan Haochen finished explaining, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of anxiety and wariness in his eyes. 3 years ago, he could easily defeat Duan Ling Tian with just a snap of his fingers. However, currently, Duan Ling Tian had become much stronger than him. A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial was much stronger than eminent celestials, and yet Duan Ling Tian, who had just become an eminent celestial, managed to kill a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, even Yang Xing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, had to flee from the purple-clad young man using the precious fiery blood evasion talisman. Although Lord Patriarch managed to escape, it would probably take a long time before he finds the forefather and returns the estate. Yuan Haochen thought to himself, feeling as though things were beyond his control now. Duan Ling Tian nodded after listening to Yuan Haochen's explanation. That's why I can no longer sense him with my divine consciousness. I didn't expect the Devil Clans would have something like this, since he has escaped. Finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He knew Yang Zhenxing would definitely look for the forefather of the human devil clan now that he had escaped. Based on Yang Zhenxing's words, the forefather of the human devil clan was probably a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger. He continued thinking to himself, I might be stronger than an ordinary 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, but my strength is probably like a 5th tribulation bodiless celestial or 6th tribulation bodiless celestial at most. I'm definitely not a match for a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I have to tie up the loose end here before Yang Zhenxing contacts the forefather and returns. I can't stay here for long. Duan Ling Tian no longer wasted time. He turned to look at Yuan Hao Chun, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, coldly. His killing intent that was targeted at Yang Zhenxing immediately shifted to Yuan Hao Chun. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind began to blow and the sound of rustling could be heard in the silent place. Everyone knew a fight was about to begin. Yuan Haochen broke out in cold sweat. Apart from wariness, fear rose from the depth of his heart as well when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. 3 years ago, he could kill Duan Ling Tian with just a snap of his finger. However, now that 3 years had passed, he did not even have the courage to strike first. Palace Master Yuan, now that your patriarch has escaped and his master is dead, it's time for us to settle the score. Duan Ling Tian said emotionlessly as he stared at Yuan Haochen. Duan Ling Tian's words sounded like an explosive in Yuan Haochen's ears. He felt his blood run cold, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Duan Ling Tian scoffed when he saw Yuan Haochen remaining silent. He lifted his right hand, preparing to kill Yuan Haochen. With his strength, it went without saying that he would be able to kill Yuan Haochen with just a move. He mobilized his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin through the 99 saint veins when suddenly, a female voice rang in the air. Please show mercy. A figure flashed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. A white-clad girl with a shapely figure, who was emitting a cold aura, stood in front of Yuan Haochen. She looked like an ice queen, noble and inviolable. She was looking at Duan Ling Tian with pleading eyes. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not release the energy that had gathered at the tip of his finger. It stayed on the tip of his finger, blinking like a star. At this moment, the void was rippling and distorting again. Upon closer inspection, one would see there were tiny cracks that were as small as needles in the void. It was almost unnoticeable. That's Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful person in the human devil clan. She's Palace Master Yuan's favorite disciple. What is she doing, stepping forward at a time like this? Does she have a death wish? She's biting off more than she can chew by interrupting Duan Ling Tian just as he's about to kill Palace Master Yuan. She'll definitely die. Those from 3 palaces and 6 halls shook their heads when they saw Huang Wenjing standing in front of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, to protect him. She actually stepped forward at a time like this to protect her master even though she knows she's going to die. At least, Palace Master Yuan didn't waste his time by doting on her. Indeed, if I have such a disciple, I would have no regrets even if I die. It's such a pity that a beauty like her is going to die. Many people felt sorry for Huang Wenjing. Little junior sister, Yun Fuyi watched Huang Wenjing with an expression of embarrassment on his face. He felt unworthy of being Huang Wenjing's senior brother. He was so frightened by Duan Ling Tian that it felt as though his body was filled with lead, rendering him immobile. He could not even step forward to protect his master. At this moment, Yuan Haochen finally regained his senses. His heart warmed at the sight of his favorite disciple protecting him. However, he quickly rebuked her. Wenjing, stand down. To Yuan Haochen, his disciple had always been obedient. He thought she would definitely step aside after he scolded her. However, contrary to his expectation, his disciple stood unmoving in front of him. He felt his heart thumping wildly in his chest when he thought about Duan Ling Tian killing her. Whoosh! A gust of wind appeared again. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he stood in between Huang Wenjing and Yuan Haochen. He had appeared before them at a ridiculously fast speed. Duan Ling Tian, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor.
This matter is between both of us, please leave my disciple out of it. Yuan Haochen sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian appear before him without attacking Huang Wenjing. Soon after, he said in his deep voice, I believe with your current strength, you won't bully a girl like her. What a strong bond between a master and a disciple, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Huang Wenjing regained her senses and turned around to look at Duan Lingtian's back. She pleaded urgently, I beg you, please don't kill my master. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls saw Duan Lingtian appearing before Yuan Haochen at lightning speed, they could not help but feel anxious. They were afraid Duan Lingtian would kill them after he was done with Yuan Haochen. How fast? It seems like Palace Master Yuan can't even catch up with his speed. Duan Lingtian managed to easily kill a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. It should be as easy as killing an ant for him to kill Palace Master Yuan, who has just become an eminent celestial. Will Duan Lingtian let us go after he kills Palace Master Yuan? Duan Lingtian was clearly very strong. He had killed Liao Naijiang, the master of the Human Devil Patriarch, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, with just 1 strike. Yuan Haochen was unlikely to escape death today. Everyone wondered if Duan Lingtian would kill them after he killed Yuan Haochen. They felt anxiety gripping them when they thought about this. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian said in a cold voice, Yuan Haochen, you have a choice to make. Your first option is to honor me as your master by swearing a lightning penalty oath to do my bidding. Your second option is death. Everyone was dumbfounded by Duan Lingtian's statement. Based on his words, it seemed like he was planning to let Yuan Haochen live. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huang Wenjing sighed in relief and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She knew this was the extent of Duan Lingtian's compromise. Although it might be humiliating for her master to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master, she thought Duan Lingtian was definitely qualified. After all, Duan Lingtian was extremely strong and he could help others improve their innate spiritual roots with some mysterious technique. There's no need to thank me. I owe you a favor when you promised to keep my family safe earlier if I died. Moreover, it's more beneficial for me if I allow your master to serve me rather than killing him, Duan Lingtian said indifferently when he heard Huang Wenjing thanking him. He spoke so casually as though he was speaking about some insignificant matter. In fact, this matter was inconsequential to him. Although it was true that Yuan Haochen would be more useful to him alive rather than dead, he would not have a problem killing Yuan Haochen if he had to. Yuan Haochen was an eminent celestial. If he swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve him, it would definitely be an advantage. With this, he could even bring the Wandering Saint Palace under his control. The crowd broke into a commotion when they heard Huang Wenjing and Duan Lingtian's words. No wonder Duan Lingtian decided to spare Palace Master Yuan's life. As it turns out, he owes Huang Wenjing a favor. I thought Huang Wenjing had a death wish. I didn't expect this at all. Nevertheless, this is a difficult decision for Palace Master Yuan. It would be humiliating if he has to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. Humiliating? Think about it. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be extremely easy for him if he wants to kill Palace Master Yuan. Although it might seem humiliating, Duan Lingtian has made a huge compromise. Personally, I think it's reasonable. I'll definitely acknowledge him as my master if it'll save my life. After all, nothing's left once you die. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Some thought Duan Lingtian had gone overboard with his request, and some thought his request was reasonable. In the distance, Gan Ruyen finally relaxed when she saw what was happening. I see. So this is how it is. Earlier, she had thought Duan Lingtian had decided to spare the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace because of the beautiful Huang Wenjing. However, she knew she had misunderstood when she heard his words. As it turned out, Huang Wenjing had promised him she would keep his family safe if he died. Naturally, she knew he was looking out for her sister, Duan Xiling, herself, and Peng Lai. Unlike Gan Ruyen, Koa's expression remained unchanged throughout this exchange. It was as though she fully supported Duan Lingtian regardless of whatever he decided to do. Acknowledge him as my master? Yuan Haochen was surprised by this. He was aware Duan Ling Tian had decided to spare him due to his favorite disciple. However, he found it difficult to make a choice. After all, he was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, one of the palaces from the 3 palaces and 6 hall. His status was even higher now that he had become an eminent celestial. It was only natural that he was hesitant to acknowledge someone else as his master. Either I die or acknowledge him as my master. He was conflicted.
I'll give you 3 breaths to think it through. If you haven't decided at that time, I'll kill you. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he sensed Yuan Haochen's hesitation. He refused to waste any more time and decided to urge Yuan Haochen. His tone was impatient when he spoke. Master. Huang Wenjing had a worried expression on her face. She was afraid her master would choose to die rather than yield. The situation turned even tenser now that Duan Ling Tian had spoken. Everyone's eyes were trained on Yuan Haochen. They looked at him with a mixture of sympathy, doubt, confusion, and indifference. All of them were silent. After a moment, Yuan Haochen said through gritted teeth, I, Yuan Haochen. He swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve Duan Ling Tian under everyone's watchful eyes. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace finally conceded. However, no one laughed at him because they knew this was a wise move. Huang Wenjing was not the only one who sighed in relief when Yuan Haochen swore on the lightning penalty oath. Many of those from the Wandering Saint Palace sighed in relief as well. Huang Wenjing felt relieved because she knew her master would live. However, for the others, they were mostly relieved because they knew they would live since their palace master had yielded to Duan Ling Tian. After Yuan Haochen swore on the lightning penalty oath, he shifted his attention to the other leaders from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. His gaze was piercing when he looked at them. All the leaders' expressions changed drastically when they saw Duan Ling Tian's cutting gaze that was trained on them. The hall master of Azure Sheen Hall wasted no time in swearing on the lightning penalty oath to serve Duan Ling Tian as though he worried any delay would anger Duan Ling Tian. Now that someone had taken the lead, the others no longer hesitated. All of them hurriedly swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve Duan Ling Tian. Could they resist? What a joke! Even Yuan Haochen, who was an eminent celestial, had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as his master. They had no other choice but to follow along unless they wanted to die. Most people collectively sighed in relief when they saw their palace masters and hall masters acknowledging the godlike man as their master. On the contrary, the people from the Wandering Saint Palace led by their vice palace master, Xing Yuan Ba, were standing on pins and needles. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not spare them a glance at all. Eventually, Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, stepped forward. He looked anxious as he said humbly, Lord Duan Ling Tian, the Great Spirit Palace is willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve you. Currently, this tall and muscular man, the strongest person among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had to lower himself before Duan Ling Tian. Nobody from the Great Spirit Palace objected to him speaking for them since he had been Shi Nanfeng's right-hand man all this while. Now that Shi Nanfeng had died, it was only natural that he would take the lead. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xing Yuanba lazily as he said indifferently, Great Spirit Palace? I can spare those from the Great Spirit Palace if they can provide me with clues of the Azure Cloud Mansion's whereabouts. Otherwise, you can all accompany Palace Master Shi Nanfeng in hell. He sounded as though he was talking about the weather. However, the expressions of the people from the Great Spirit Palace changed drastically when they heard his words. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, Xing Yuanba, knew they would not be able to escape death if they stayed put. He quickly cried out, "Run!" At his command, the people from the Great Spirit Palace began to flee. Clues regarding the whereabouts of Azure Cloud Mansion? Would they know such a thing? Even if they did, they would have told their palace master about it as soon as they found out. At this moment, Xing Yuanba decided to take a risk. He thought if everyone from the Great Spirit Palace ran in different directions, 1 or 2 people might survive. Who knew if he might be one of those that survived? Naturally, he was either too naive or he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian's strength. Trying to run? Duan Ling Tian sneered disdainfully before he lifted his hands. Duan Ling Tian's hands moved swiftly like dragons. He leaned forward slightly before he suddenly straightened his arms. Boom! 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 As soon as the sound of explosions rang in the air, waves of energy shot out of Duanling Tian's hand and the void rippled and distorted in its wake. Bang!
A deafening noise sounded in the air again when Duanling Tian slapped his hands together. Cracks that looked like black snakes began to appear in the void in front of him.
Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded in the air and tiny mushroom clouds appeared one after another. The shock waves were extremely terrifying, wreaking havoc in its wake.
The crowd seemed as though they were unaware of the terrifying shock waves. All their attention was focused on the people from the Great Spirit Palace.
When Duanling Tian slapped his palms together in front of him, everyone saw two gigantic palms suddenly appear out of thin air. The people from the Great Spirit Palace were in between the two gigantic palms. As quickly as they had appeared, the gigantic palms began to move toward each other.
It was going to crush the people from the Great Spirit Palace.
All of these happened in just a blink of an eye. Everyone from the Great Spirit Palace, including Xing Yuanba, did not even have time to react as the two gigantic palms closed in on them. The force from the palms made their blood run cold. Xing Yuanba was the first to return to his senses. His eyes widened in horror as he cried out in a voice filled with desperation, "No!"
Although the people from the Great Spirit Palace did not even have time to make a sound, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls saw their expressions change dramatically. Their expressions were one of horror and desperation.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Suddenly,
bang! A loud explosion sounded in the air and a huge mushroom cloud appeared when the two gigantic palms finally met. Everyone from the Great Spirit Palace, including Xing Yuanba, were crushed. All of them were as defenseless as ants.
There was nothing they could do when faced with their impending deaths. Through the mushroom cloud, the crowd managed to catch a glimpse of red mist. It looked extremely mesmerizing. However, only a few people enjoyed the sight. Most people felt their hearts jolt in fear. That godlike man had killed all of the high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace in just a blink of an eye. He did not even move from his spot. He had merely slapped his palms together. Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sounds of explosions continued to ring in the air. Shockwaves began to roll out from where the palms met in all directions as though it could sweep through all 9 heavens and hell.
Shortly after,
the sounds of screaming could be heard.
"No!
Run!" Among those present, the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace were undoubtedly the weakest. Some of them were injured and some of them tried to run away.
On the other hand, the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had to exert their strength to withstand the shock waves. After a while, the shock waves gradually died down. Many tiny tears in the void could be seen in the space in front of Duanling Tian and where the people from the Great Spirit Palace had been standing. This was the result of Duanling Tian's attack when he killed all the high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace. Naturally, Duanling Tian did this as a show of power to those from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Although he had killed Shi Nanfeng and Liao Naijiang and forced Yang Zhenxing to run away, he had done it in an effective manner. He had intentionally killed the people from the Great Spirit Palace in a flashy manner and used their blood to warn the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Naturally, Duanling Tian had targeted the Great Spirit Palace because of Shi Nanfeng. He did not have a good impression of the Great Spirit Palace at all. The people from the Great Spirit Palace would have felt wronged if they could read his thoughts. "It seems like the show I put on is effective," Duanling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at the crowd. He saw fear in their eyes when they looked at him as though he was a grim reaper. This was exactly what Duanling Tian wanted.
For the people from the Human Devil clan, this was undoubtedly an unforgettable day. A human had killed Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Moreover, he also killed Liao Naijiang, a 3 tribulation celestial and the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. After that, he had forced the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to use a fiery blood evasion talisman to escape.
That was not the end.
The human had also killed all the high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace. He did not even move and merely slapped his palms together. The high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace were cultivators at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
One of them was even widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan. However, the human had killed them effortlessly. Duan Ling Tian.
The name of the human resounded in all their minds at this moment. Most of them looked at him in awe and admiration.
Duan Ling Tian looked at Yuan Haochan and the 7 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. All of you, listen up. I don't care if you decide to force everyone to swear on the lightning penalty oath or use some other methods, but make sure you keep everyone under control, he said sternly. Yes, master. Yes, master.
A chorus of yes sounded as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. The leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were trembling in fear inwardly, but they quickly and respectfully responded to Duan Ling Tian.
Since they had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, they did not dare to disobey him. They could only obey him. Duan Ling Tian continued to give out orders. Apart from that, I hope 7 of you will quickly bring all of the Human Devil clan under your control as soon as possible.
At the very least, all those at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan must be on our side. I don't care about the means, only the outcome.
Yuan Haochan and the others quickly agreed to it. Finally, send men you trust to search for the Azure Cloud Mansion. Notify me immediately as soon as you have any information. I'll give all of you a few jade tokens later. When you use it, I'll be notified instantly. At that time, I'll return to the Human Devil clan's territory. Duan Ling Tian said. Master, are you leaving? When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Yuan Haochan and the others realized he had no intention of staying.
Should I stay put and wait for Patriarch Yang to return with your Human Devil clan's forefather? Duan Ling Tian said coolly. Moreover, there are things I need to do in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Communication jade tokens won't work while I'm in the upper province.
But if you use the detection jade tokens that I'll provide you with, you'll be able to contact me. At that time, I'll open the space barrier and return to the lower province. Once I return to the lower province, you'll be able to talk to me through the communication jade tokens.
As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he lifted his arm before he brought out jade tokens and gave them to Yuan Haochan and the others. These were detection jade tokens he had inscribed in the past when he was practicing inscribing saint inscriptions. The jade tokens came in pairs.
When one is used, the other would be activated as well. Duan Ling Tian kept half of the jade tokens he had handed out to the 8 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The jade tokens he had kept corresponded with the jade tokens he had handed out. If Yuan Haochan or any of the others used the jade tokens he had with him would alert him of it even if he was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
After handing out the jade tokens, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Huang Wenjing, who stood at the side. He nodded at her and said with a smile, I'll return the favor I owe you in the future.
Huang Wenjing felt conflicted and sorry for herself when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Must he act as though they were strangers? However, she could only nod in response even if she was upset. The people in the surroundings looked at her enviously, but she only ignored it. She did not care about him returning the favor. She cared about him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 8 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. He pointed at Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling as he said sternly, These 2 people are my friends. We'll definitely take good care of your friends, master. The palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace replied immediately.
It did not take long before Yuan Haochan and the others followed suit.
Yuan Haochan was most eager to comply with this request. After all, he was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was naturally happy knowing Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling, who were from the Wandering Saint Palace, would be cared for. Moreover, Huang Wenjing was his favorite disciple. He would have treated her well even if Duan Ling Tian did not say anything.
Huang Qiling is really lucky.
From today onward, Huang Qiling's status in the Wandering Saint Palace would rise even higher than his father's status.
Of course.
After all, Lord Duan Ling Tian has specifically pointed Huang Qiling out as a friend. All the palace masters would definitely treat him well. Indeed, not all people have the same luck. Why am I not as lucky as them? The faces of the elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were green with envy when they looked at Huang Qiling. Since Huang Wenjing was their palace master's favorite disciple, they were used to her getting preferential treatment.
It made no difference to them now that she was also given preferential treatment. However, Huang Qiling was a different matter completely. Although he was the son of a vice palace master in Wandering Saint Palace, his father was the weakest among all the vice palace masters.
Moreover, he was not exceptionally talented or outstanding. For this reason, many disciples and elders dared to mock him openly, similar to those people Duanling Tian had killed previously. However, after today, no one would dare to offend Huang Qiling, and this included the leaders from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Huang Qiling's status had skyrocketed due to Duanling Tian. It was only natural that people were jealous of Huang Qiling. Huang Qiling's father, the weakest vice palace master in Wandering Saint Palace, laughed in joy as he looked at Huang Qiling. Good. He was so happy that it seemed as though the person whom Duanling Tian pointed out as a friend was him, not his son. At this moment, he was extremely proud of his son.
Tears began to well in Huang Qiling's eyes when he saw that Duanling Tian did not forget him. Brother Ling Tian. Soon after, Duanling Tian stared at Yuan Haochen as he pointed at an elder from Wandering Saint Palace. This elder was considered a traitor in the Wandering Saint Palace. Apart from these 2 people, there's also Peng Lai. He's my first follower, so you should know what to do.
As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Yuan Haochen jolted and he said loudly, from today onward, Peng Lai is a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Seeing him is like seeing me. He should be paid the respect he deserves. Anyone who disrespects Vice Palace Master Peng will suffer my wrath. His voice turned cold at the end. His voice caused shivers to run up many people's spines. He was an eminent celestial after all. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, the palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace chimed in quickly. Anyone who disrespects Vice Palace Master Peng will also be an enemy of the Crimson Blaze Palace.
Since the palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace had spoken, the other leaders from the 3 palaces and 6 halls instantly spoke up as well.
Many elders from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Peng Lai enviously. Master. Although Peng Lai was disappointed his master did not plan to bring him to the upper province, he was touched that his master remembered to pave the way for him in the lower province. With his master's words, he was no longer a nobody in the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil clan.
Let's go, Duanling Tian said as he seemed to have teleported next to Kur, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared into thin air. Farewell, master, all the leaders said in unison as they sent Duanling Tian off. Farewell, Lord Duanling Tian. Farewell, Lord Duanling Tian. The others followed suit as well and bade Duanling Tian farewell regardless if Duanling Tian heard them or not.
He left just like that? Huang Wenjing's beautiful eyes seemed to lose some of its sparkles when Duanling Tian left. Her heart felt empty as though she had lost something important. Many people had this thought in their minds. From now on, the Human Devil clan is owned by the Duans. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian did not stop as he brought Kur, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen away from the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Saint City. When he left the Human Devil Saint City, he moved north as though he already had a destination in mind.
A tense expression could be seen on his face as though he was plagued with countless thoughts as he made his journey north.
With my current strength, if I cast the elementary devouring tactic, it's not difficult for me to tear the void open. However, if I want to return to the upper province, I'll have to find a place that links the lower province to the upper province. The most direct place is where the inter-province transportation formation is located. Not only is it linked to the upper province, but it's also linked to the land of exile. This was the reason Duanling Tian was heading north.
It was where the old inter-province transportation formation was located.
When I return to the upper province, it's time for me to avenge Elder Hua. Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with anger when he thought about this. His anger was directed at Tang Xian, the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Previously, Elder Hua had sacrificed himself to save him, his wife, and his daughter by sending them to the lower province. He must avenge Elder Hua. As soon as Duanling Tian figured out he was strong enough to tear a hole in the void and return to the upper province, his first thought was to kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, to avenge Elder Hua. After he had resolved the issue in the Human Devil clan, he instantly decided to return to the upper province even though he still had many unfinished businesses in the lower province. After all, he had yet to find his parents, wife, son, and friends. Apart from that, he did not even try to contribute to the war between humans and the devil clans by killing as many powerhouses as he could now that he had gotten stronger. Father and mother must have gone into hiding. It would be difficult for me to find them. For this reason, Duanling Tian had decided to use the manpower from the Human Devil clan and ordered Yuan Haochan and the others to search for his family. There was strength in numbers after all. Although he had gotten strong, he was still one person. In regards to this, it would be easier to find his family if he had many people looking for them. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he had to look for them alone. Duanling Tian did not go to the clans in the devil clans to kill as many powerhouses as he could because he was afraid of the forefather of the Human Devil clan. After the patriarch of the Human Devil clan managed to escape using the fiery blood evasion talisman, Duanling Tian managed to bring almost the entire Human Devil clan under his control. Naturally, this did not include Yang Zhenxing and the other bodiless celestials in the Human Devil clan. Since Yang Zhenxing had escaped, there was no doubt he would go looking for the forefather of the Human Devil clan whom Duanling Tian suspected to be a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian was afraid the forefather of the Human Devil clan would be able to find him if he stayed in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land even if he did not stay in the Human Devil clan's territory. For this reason, he decided to leave as soon as possible. I can further increase my strength by improving the Sovereign Heart Sword from the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, even if I don't improve my cultivation base, martial tactics, and divine abilities. Duanling Tian was very clear about his current condition. Since he had become an eminent celestial, he could be considered as being at the peak of power in the mundane realm. Naturally, this did not include bodiless celestials who had strength comparable to those who lived in the Devata realm. One would become a bodiless celestial if one failed and survived the celestial ascension tribulation. After that, a new and extreme cultivation path would be open to bodiless celestials. The strength of a two-tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to the strength of eminent celestials. A three-tribulation bodiless celestial was 1 time stronger than eminent celestials. For tribulation bodiless celestials and above were much stronger than anyone in the mundane realm. Duanling Tian, who was an eminent celestial, possessed strength comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial after he cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and body fusion from the 4th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method's Sovereign Heart Sword. Since his cultivation base had reached its limit in the mundane realm, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only wait for the arrival of the celestial ascension force so he could ascend to the Devata realm. Therefore, Duanling Tian could only raise his strength by improving the Sovereign Heart Sword of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method. After all, he had not mastered the 5th stage, also the last stage, of the Sovereign Heart Sword that was known as Heart Sword Amalgamation. Once he gained an understanding and broke through to the 5th and last stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, his strength would increase by another level. As for divine abilities, he could only improve them slightly since most of them, apart from his assist-type divine ability, would not be able to raise his strength by much. Even if I gain insight into the Heart Sword Amalgamation, the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and comprehend my divine abilities to the highest level, I'm afraid my strength would only be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. It seems like this is the limit of my strength in the mundane realm. After all, I'm cultivating using the orthodox path, unlike bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a bitter smile on his face, this means I'll never be as strong as 8 or 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realm. Naturally, the cultivation path of bodiless celestials was not easy. In fact, most 9 tribulation bodiless celestials did not survive their 10th tribulation. Although there were downsides to taking the cultivation path of a bodiless celestial, being so strong in the mundane realm was definitely one of the pluses. Regardless, I think it won't be long before I have to leave the mundane realm. I didn't feel it as much when I just became an eminent celestial, but after casting the elementary devouring tactic and devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Human Devil Saint City and the Saint Stone Reserve to raise my strength, I can vaguely feel the pull of a mysterious force.
This is probably the celestial ascension force that will help me ascend to the Devata realm, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Since he knew he had not much time left in the mundane realm, he knew he had to cherish the time he had here. Once the celestial ascension force came, there was no stopping his ascension to the Devata realm regardless of how strong he was. I wonder when I'll be able to return once I ascend to the Devata realm? Before I ascend, I must do something for my family and friends in the mundane realm. After my ascension, I won't be able to help them if they get into trouble. This was Duanling Tian's biggest concern when he thought about ascending to the Devata realm. I have to make sure my parents, Kur, Little Feier, Nian Tian, and Xiling would be absolutely safe even after I ascend to the Devata realm. Although it sounded like a tall order, he was determined to try his best. He would do everything in his power to ensure his family's safety after he ascended to the Devata realm. At some point, Duanling Tian arrived at the interprovince transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land with the three ladies in tow. He discovered the devil clans were setting up a new interprovince transportation formation to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. He quickly extended his divine consciousness. As a saint inscription master, it did not take long for him to discover the interprovince transportation formation was almost complete. Duanling Tian scoffed as his gaze turned cold. His celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin began to surge out of his body, turning into millions of dazzling sword rays. The sword rays hovered around him when they appeared. Sword-wielding art. Millions of sword rays that were hovering near Duanling Tian shot out immediately as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. Swoosh! 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 Some of the sword rays were targeted at the almost complete interprovince transportation formation, while some were targeted at the Devil Clan's formation masters who were setting up the interprovince transportation formation. The remaining sword rays targeted the devils in the surroundings. After a while, new screams reverberated in the air as the devils were killed. Even those at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were not spared. Apart from that, the interprovince transportation formation was destroyed by the sword rays as well. What a joke! Duanling Tian's current strength was similar to when he had just left the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Clan's territory after all. When he left the Wandering Saint Palace and the territory of the Human Devil Clan, he realized the effect of the elementary devouring tactic had weakened slightly. Whenever he felt it weaken, he would cast the elementary devouring tactic again and devour the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy to raise his strength. Since he was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, he did not dare to act recklessly and was very guarded. Although he felt exhausted from casting the assist-type divine ability so many times, he felt it was worthwhile. In other words, when Duanling Tian cast the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-wielding art, his strength was comparable to 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. How could the devils put up a fight when the strongest among them was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Devour. After Duanling Tian killed the devils, he did not hesitate as he cast the elementary devouring tactic to devour the devil's innate spiritual roots so he could improve Kur's innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian was, naturally, very careful when he was improving Kur's innate spiritual root. After all, he could not recklessly improve her innate spiritual root to a black one. Otherwise, she would have to face a heavenly tribulation. Why you destroyed the inter-province transportation formation? Took a while for Gan Ruyen to notice this. Duanling Tian nodded. When he saw she was about to speak again, he quickly cut her off. Whatever it is you want to say. Let's talk about it after we return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. In just a flash, Duanling Tian brought the 3 ladies to the site of the ruined interprovince transportation formation. I think it's here, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he lifted his hand to shoot out a white sword ray from his palm. When the sword ray shot out of his palm, it formed a sword in his hand. This sword that's formed from my inner energy is much stronger than the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. This must be due to the celestial origin energy, since it's a type of energy from the Devata realm. The 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword, on the other hand, is merely a weapon forged in the mundane realm. Therefore, it's useless to someone who has gained celestial origin energy. With my current strength,
I'm afraid that even a super saint weapon from the mundane realm is no longer useful to me. Duan Tian thought to himself as he looked at the 3-foot-long sword that was formed by his celestial origin energy and mixed with saint origin. What would be useful to me are celestial supreme treasures like the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler. Unfortunately, both of them have been destroyed along with 7 treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Elder Hua. He felt his heart ache when he thought about the celestial supreme treasures he used to possess. His eyes were filled with sadness when he thought about Elder Hua. Beneath the sadness, his anger that seemed capable of destroying everything could be seen as well. He thought to himself as his eyes turned cold, "Don't worry, Elder Hua. I'm about to return to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. When I return, I'll go to the fire worship sect and kill Tang Xian to avenge you." After a moment, swoosh, the sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air as the 3-foot-long sword shot out of Duan Tian's hand and turned into a sword ray. He was like a sword celestial when he wielded the sword with the sword-wielding art. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the sword ray pierced the void, a strange buzzing noise began to ring in the air. Rip. Soon after, the sound of something tearing sounded and a terrifying crack appeared in the sword ray's wake, like a paper being torn. I can actually tear a hole in the space so easily? Unlike the previous cracks that were completely dark, he could see glimpses of a green bamboo forest through this crack. He was certain the bamboo forest was located in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Swoosh! When Duan Tian saw the green bamboo forest through the crack, he waved his hand and brought Kuer, Duan Ling, and Gan Ruyen with him as he flew unhesitatingly into the crack. When he entered the crack with the 3 ladies in tow, he felt a giddy sensation before he arrived on the other side. As soon as he arrived, he could clearly feel the changes in his surroundings. He could, notably, feel the difference in the richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this common bamboo forest was much richer compared to when he was in the human devil saint city. Upper province. I'm back, Duan Tian thought to himself. He knew he was back in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land when he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Wah! The heaven and earth spirit energy is so rich here. Daddy, we've returned to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, haven't we? Duan Ling asked as she looked at Duan Tian curiously. She was equally as excited as him. Yes, we've returned to the upper province. Duan Tian smiled fondly as he patted Duan Ling's head. Daddy, you're so amazing. You can tear a hole in the void just with a flick of your sword and bring us back to the upper province, Duan Ling said as she gazed at Duan Tian in admiration. With Ling's innate talent, you'll be as amazing in the future. Duan Tian smiled. Really? Duan Ling became even more excited when she heard Duan Tian's words. Her eyes shone brightly as though she could already envision herself tearing a hole in the void and returning to the lower province. She was completely lost in her imagination. Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Tian in amazement and disbelief as she asked, how did you become so strong? She had seen Duan Tian becoming an eminent celestial and casting his fearsome divine ability. She believed the patriarch of the human devil clan would not have survived if he did not escape. However, she was uncertain and began to lose confidence when the patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, had appeared. The result was completely out of her expectation. In just a short time, he managed to kill Liao Naijiang, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master, and a 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial. She found the rise in his strength difficult to comprehend. My assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is extraordinary in the Devata realm, let alone the mundane realm, Duan Tian replied. Although Gan Ruyen had suspected this, she only fully believed it after she heard Duan Tian's words. She asked again, but didn't you just break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage 9th form not long ago? How did you immediately attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? This question had been troubling her. After all, she knew Duan Tian had only broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage not too long ago. It had confounded her when she saw him attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. To be precise, I attracted the celestial ascension tribulation the day I broke through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. When Kur heard Gan Ruyan's question, she turned to look at him as well.
Duanling Tian sighed.
His reply naturally shocked Gan Ruyan. What?
Even Koa was stunned as well. Duanling Tian actually attracted the celestial ascension tribulation the same day he broke through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage? When Gan Ruyan regained her senses, she exclaimed, how's this possible? After a while, she mumbled to herself, based on my knowledge, when one breaks through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage,
one would have to completely comprehend heaven and earth before one can attract the celestial ascension tribulation. Even if he has help from others to attract the tribulation, he must completely comprehend heaven and earth. How's it possible for someone to completely comprehend heaven and earth as soon as they break through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage? She looked at Duanling Tian with a bewildered expression on her face. You! Although Gan Ruyan's voice was not loud, Duanling Tian heard her words. It's as you've said. Even I am still surprised by it. The reason I could attract the celestial ascension tribulation the same day I broke through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage 9th is due to the sun force. The sun force had acted strangely at that time. There's no doubt I wouldn't be able to completely comprehend heaven and earth in just half a day if it was not for the sun force. He still felt as though he was dreaming when he thought about what had happened that day. The sun force? You completely comprehended heaven and earth in just half a day. It was not only Gan Ruyan, but even Kur and Duan Siling had a stunned expression on their faces.
The Sun Force, Duanling Tian began to explain the origin of the Sun Force to Kur, Duan Siling, and Gan Ruyan and what happened to him that day. He told them about what happened when he was facing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation.
So that's what happened. The three ladies finally understood what happened. However, a shocked and amazed expression could still be seen on their faces. What had happened to Duanling Tian had changed their perception immediately.
Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, Xianxia, left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and returned to the land of exile. He had returned for only one reason. The forefather of the Human Devil clan and a few bodiless celestials were still in the land of exile. They had yet to move to the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land that they had successfully conquered.
Swoosh! As soon as Xianxia arrived at the land of exile, he flew in a direction as fast as he could. As an eminent celestial, his speed was naturally very fast. After about half a day, Xianxia finally stopped traveling. He arrived before an ancient altar and bowed reverently. Forefather! The ancient altar that looked as though it had withstood the test of time was located on an extremely vast land. There were many statues of humans and monsters in various poses in the surroundings of the altar.
Among these statues, there was a gigantic human statue. Its size was extremely eye-catching, like a moon surrounded by stars. The statue was of a bearded middle-aged man with messy shoulder-length hair. He was muscular and tall. His upper body was naked and he held an enormous axe in his hand. His face was lifted to the sky and he looked defiantly at heaven as though he was planning to fight heaven.
Forefather!
Forefather! The patriarch of the Human Devil clan called out respectfully. His voice echoed in this place that was surrounded by mountains.
After a while, a voice laden with annoyance rang out. Who's making a ruckus? Disturbing the forefather's peaceful cultivation. A figure appeared like a ghost above the altar at this moment. It was a muscular and stout old man who was dressed in a long green robe. He had silver hair that fell on his back, and his angular face and arched brows made him look extremely noble. When Xianxia saw this old man, he exclaimed in shock, Senior granduncle? It seemed as though he had just seen a ghost. Although he was familiar with the old man's appearance, it did not mean he had seen the old man before.
He only recognized the old man because he had seen the old man's portrait in his master's room.
Senior granduncle? The muscular old man furrowed his brows when he heard Xianxia's words. He was not familiar with Xianxia and was certain this was his first time seeing Xianxia. Xianxia saw the skeptical expression on the muscular old man's face. He did not hesitate and quickly introduced himself humbly and respectfully. Senior granduncle, my master is Liao Naijiang. I'm Xianxia, and I'm my master's last disciple. He was extremely shocked. He did not think his senior granduncle, his granduncle, would still be alive. Did he not fail the celestial ascension tribulation a long time ago? Based on the time senior granduncle failed his celestial ascension tribulation, about 4,000 years have passed. He should be a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? His heart skipped a beat. Although he knew the human devil clan had a few still living bodiless celestials, he did not know the exact figure. The only bodiless celestials he knew were his master and the forefather of the human devil clan. Moreover, he only found out about the forefather from the former patriarch and learned about the way to seek the forefather after he became a patriarch. That was how he knew about this place. Yang Zhenxing only knew the old man before him was Yang Xiong-jun, one of the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan and his senior granduncle. Oh, so you're Nai Zhang's direct disciple, Yang Zhenxing. Yang Xiong-jun's expression thawed when he heard Yang Zhenxing's introduction. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "I've heard of you. You're the current patriarch of the human devil clan. It's an honor to meet you, senior granduncle." Yang Zhenxing bowed respectfully at Yang Xiong-jun. "Why did you return to look for our forefather? Did anything happen to the clan? Even then, your master should be the one to come here." Yang Xiong-jun asked with a frown. Prior to this, Yang Zhenxing was unaware that Yang Xiong-jun was still alive. He was surprised that Yang Xiong-jun had heard about him and even knew he was the patriarch of the human devil clan. Moreover, Yang Xiong-jun also knew he was the direct disciple of Liao Naijiang, his junior nephew. Yang Xiong-jun knew that if anything were to happen to the human devil clan, Liao Naijiang would definitely come to seek the forefather, not this junior Yang Zhenxing. An ominous feeling rose in his heart when he saw Liao Naijiang's absence. "Senior granduncle, master is dead," Yang Zhenxing said sadly. "What? Naijiang is dead?" Yang Xiong-jun was shocked. The ominous feeling in his heart was not wrong. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Yang Zhenxing and he asked in a low voice, Who killed Naijiang? Is it the bodiless celestial from the lion or tiger devil clan? Or could it be the bodiless celestial from the ox devil clan?" His expression darkened. The clans he had mentioned were the few strongest clans in the devil clans. The human devil clan was considered as one of the strongest devil clans as well. In his opinion, only the bodiless celestials from those 3 clans would have the courage to kill a bodiless celestial from the human devil clan. "No, it's not." Yang Zhenxing shook his head with a bitter expression on his face. Before Yang Zhenxing could finish his words, Yang Xiong-jun cut him off and said in a cold voice, "Then tell me which clan's bodiless celestial did it? I want to know, apart from the lion devil clan, the tiger devil clan, and the ox devil clan, which other clan dares to provoke our human devil clan?" "Master, he isn't killed by any bodiless celestial from the devil clans." Yang Zhenxing's reply stunned Yang Xiong-jun. "He isn't killed by any bodiless celestials from the devil clans? Then who killed him?" At this moment, Yang Zhenxing realized Yang Xiong-jun was not aware that the devil clans had invaded the St. Province realm a few years ago. Therefore, he patiently explained to Yang Xiong-jun what happened. He told him about how they invaded the lower province and took over the Azure Cloud Mansion's territory. "Senior granduncle, with the rest of the devil clans, the human devil clan has left the land of exile and gone to the St. Province realm where humans live. We've successfully invaded and conquered the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land." After that, he told Yang Xiong-jun about what had happened recently. He told him about how Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had infiltrated the Wandering Saint Palace and attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with the unwitting help from Yuan Hao Chun, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He succeeded even though he used someone else to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Yang Xiong-jun was shocked. After all, something like this was unheard of in the devil clans. He was even more shocked when he heard Yang Zhenxing's following words. When Duanling Tian became an eminent celestial, he cast a terrifying assist-type divine ability that raised his strength to an incomprehensible level. Yang Zhenxing felt chills running up his spine when he spoke about this. If he did not use the fiery flame evasion talisman in time, he would have died in Duanling Tian's hands.
Even his master Liao Nai Jiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a short time.
Nai Jiang is killed in just a short time? His sword tore a hole in the void that took 30 minutes to close. Yang Xiong-jun was stunned. When he regained his senses, he shook his head. That's impossible. His common sense told him it was impossible for someone who had just become an eminent celestial to be so strong. Tore open a hole in the void?
Moreover, the hole took 30 minutes before it closed?
Even he was not capable of such a feat. Even if he managed to tear a hole in the void, it would close immediately. A 5-tribulation bodiless celestial is able to tear open a hole in the void that would require 15 minutes to close. To tear open a hole in the void that would close after 30 minutes. I'm afraid only those 6 or more tribulation bodiless celestials are capable of it. How could Yang Xiong-jun believe that someone who had just become an eminent celestial possessed strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial?
It was impossible and absurd. Impossible. Yang Zhenxing smiled bitterly when he heard Yang Xiong-jun's words. He was not surprised by Yang Xiong-jun's disbelief. If he was in Yang Xiong-jun's shoes, he would find this hard to believe as well.
It was absurd to think that someone who had just become an eminent celestial possessed strength comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Senior granduncle, when my master was killed by Duan Ling Tian, many human devils from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were around. If you don't believe it, you can ask around. Yang Zhenxing took a deep breath. He looked at Yang Xiong-jun earnestly as he said, "In fact, even I find this matter hard to accept. Even his assist-type divine ability doesn't seem like it belongs to the mundane realm. It seems like it's from the Devata realm. Isn't this defying nature's order?" He shook his head.
Naturally, Yang Zhenxing was unaware that Duan Ling Tian's strength did not only come from his assist-type divine ability, but it also came from the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method's Sovereign Heart Sword.
When Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, without using any other techniques, his strength was comparable to an ordinary 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. If he used the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-wielding art, his strength was comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial.
If he used the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword and cast the Body Sword Fusion, his strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial.
Are your words true? Although Yang Xiong-jun did not think Yang Zhenxing was lying, he was skeptical that a new eminent celestial possessed strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, he had no choice but to believe Yang Zhenxing when Yang Zhenxing swore on the lightning penalty oath. After a while, he said, "I'm afraid his assist-type divine ability is extraordinary even in the Devata realm."
It's extraordinary even in the Devata realm? Yang Zhenxing was dumbfounded. However, he thought it was possible since it would explain why Duan Ling Tian became incomprehensibly strong.
How can he, a human brat, be so fortunate to have chanced upon such an extraordinary assist-type divine ability? Yang Xiong-jun and Yang Zhenxing were jealous of Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability. Naturally, they did not know it was called the elementary devouring tactic.
Senior granduncle, since you've confirmed the veracity of my words, can you please take me to our forefather? Yang Zhenxing looked at Yang Xiong-jun with a grim expression on his face as he said, "After all, this concerns the survival of the human devil clan.
I'm afraid if we waste too much time, Duan Ling Tian will harm the clan. Come with me." Yang Xiong-jun's expression turned tense when he heard Yang Zhenxing's words. He beckoned Yang Zhenxing to follow him as he moved away. Yang Zhenxing followed closely behind until they arrived at the altar. He discovered a combination of hidden formations behind the altar. Beneath the formation was a world on its own. A stone staircase led the way underground where it was as bright as day.
The bodiless celestials from our human devil clan usually cultivate here. Try not to make any noise in case you disturb them when we go down there. Yang Xiong-jun transmitted his voice to Yang Zhenxing as they descended the stairs.
Yang Zhenxing nodded. At the same time, curiosity began to rise in his heart. After a while, he could not help but ask, "Senior granduncle, I wonder how many bodiless celestial powerhouses we have in our human devil clan?" There's a rule in the Human Devil clan that forbids me from telling anyone about the number of the bodiless celestials in the clan. Have you not thought of the reason why your master has never mentioned me being alive and being a bodiless celestial? Yang Xiong-jun replied through voice transmission. When Yang Zhenxing heard that it was prohibited to learn about the number of bodiless celestials in the Human Devil clan, he no longer asked any questions. After they reached the last step, Yang Zhenxing discovered there was a huge crypt hidden under the altar that was located millions of miles away from the Human Devil clan's northern estate in the land of exile. This is where their bodiless celestials lived in seclusion. They cultivated here silently as they waited for the arrival of their bodiless celestial tribulations that would come every 1,000 years. Yang Xiong-jun led Yang Zhenxing to the door of a huge mansion in the crypt. After that, he called out respectfully, "Forefather." Yang Zhenxing followed suit and greeted the forefather of the Human Devil clan humbly. Forefather. It was not difficult for Yang Zhenxing to figure out this was where the forefather usually cultivated. He thought to himself, I'm certain our forefather must be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. I wonder if he's already become an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although there was only one level of difference between a 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, Yang Zhenxing knew the difference in power between the two was extremely wide. He was aware that bodiless celestials became much stronger with each passing level. It was especially true once they became a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The gap in strength between each level was immeasurably wide. After Yang Xiong-jun and Yang Zhenxing had spoken, they did not receive any response at all. In the beginning, both of them had waited patiently. However, after some time had passed, they looked at each other. Little Xiong-jun? Did you come for the forefather? A voice rang out in the distance. At the end of the sentence, the voice sounded close to them as though the person had spoken right next to their ears. Swoosh! A vaguely human figure appeared before Yang Xiong-jun and Yang Zhenxing before it gradually turned into a thin young man. He was so thin that it seemed as though the wind was capable of blowing him away. Did this man just call senior granduncle Little Xiong-jun? Yang Zhenxing felt a jolt of fear when he heard the way this young man addressed his senior granduncle. He did not dare to look down on this young man just because of his appearance. Junior granduncle. The way Yang Xiong-jun addressed the young man shocked Yang Zhenxing even more. He felt as though his heart was going to stop beating. This meant the young man was 4 generations older than him. Who's this? The young man asked as he sized Yang Zhenxing up. Yang Zhenxing felt extremely naked and vulnerable before the young man's gaze. It was as though he could hide no secrets from this young man. Yang Zhenxing's body trembled when he thought about the young man's seniority. He bowed to greet the young man but realized he had no idea how he should address the young man at all. I'm Yang Zhenxing. It's an honor to meet you as senior. The young man was the junior granduncle of his senior granduncle after all. What should he address him as? Junior granduncle, this is Liao Naijiang's direct disciple. Liao Naijiang is my junior nephew. This person here is the current patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Yang Xiong-jun responded in a timely manner. Oh, so you're Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of our Human Devil clan. I've heard about you. The young man nodded. When he saw the panicked expression on Yang Zhenxing's face, he said lightly, my surname is Xia. You can just call me Senior Xia. Yang Zhenxing sighed in relief inwardly as he greeted the young man respectfully. I'm Yang Zhenxing. It's an honor to meet you, Senior Xia. Junior granduncle is one of the 2-6 tribulation bodiless celestials in our Human Devil clan. Yang Xiong-jun quickly transmitted his voice to Yang Zhenxing at this moment. 6th tribulation bodiless celestial? Yang Zhenxing was stunned when he heard this. The young man looked at Yang Zhenxing. A slight frown could be seen on his face. It was obvious he was displeased. Why is he here? This was a place for bodiless celestials from the Human Devil clan to cultivate silently after all. Generally, apart from bodiless celestials from the clan, nobody was allowed to enter this place. Even the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was no exception to this rule. The position of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan might be highly regarded by most in the Human Devil clan. However, he was negligible in the eyes of the bodiless celestials from the clan. When Yang Xiong-jun saw the displeased expression on his junior granduncle's face, he did not dare to hesitate and quickly explain the matter. Junior granduncle, It's because he explained everything that had happened before he finally looked at Yang Zhenxing and said, he even swore on the lightning penalty oath to prove the veracity of his words.
Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan had been alerted by his actions in the Wandering Saint Palace. At this moment, he was thoroughly dumbfounded by what he had just heard. The successor of the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect?
In the old days, Senior Feng Qingyang was the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, from the Seven Absolute sect.
Duan Lingtian knew he was also the successor of the Fog Rain progeny when he had inherited the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method's Sovereign Heart Sword from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian became the new Fog Rain successor when he inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword of the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Although he knew this, he was unaware of the title that came with it.
When he returned to the Upper Province and heard about the Seven Absolutes and the Seven Absolute sect, he finally discovered the honor and heavy responsibility that came with the title. The Fog Rain progeny was the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. All of the successors of the Fog Rain progeny were the sect leaders of the Seven Absolutes sect.
If there were no successors to the Fog Rain, the Seven Absolutes sect would not have a sect leader. This was an iron rule in the Seven Absolutes sect.
This is unexpected. Duan Lingtian was shocked by what he had found about the Seven Absolute sect and the Fog Rain progeny. When he was in the Upper Province, he had heard many things about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. However, he knew nothing about the Seven Absolute sect. It was only now that he learned there was such an ancient sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, this sect used to stand above the Fire Worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect, and the Heaven Divination sect. When Senior Feng Qingyang was alive, the Seven Absolute sect was extremely strong and formidable. Although Duan Lingtian was still shocked by what he learned about the Seven Absolute sect, he felt his blood boil when he thought about the glorious years of the Seven Absolute sect. It was the Seven Absolute sect and Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's era.
I remember that when I was in the Windfall Nation in the lower province, I heard about the Seven Absolute sect from the sect leader of Driftblaze sect, who's also Tian Wu's master.
At that time, she must have seen me casting the 10,000 sword territory and thought it was the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, recalling things that happened in the past.
It seems like the sect leader of Driftblaze sect in Windfall Nation is a member of Seven Absolute sect as well. In fact, she's most likely the former successor of the fifth absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny.
Tian Wu, her direct disciple, is the current successor of the fifth absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Duan Lingtian also learned about what the Seven Absolute sect had gotten up to after he had left the Upper Province. He was especially interested to learn about what his companion, Feng Tianwu, had done. Feng Tianwu, the current successor of the fifth absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny, from the Seven Absolute sect, killed the White Tiger King from the Black Kshetra sect and was ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as she appeared. The White Tiger King was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and Tian Wu killed him a few years ago. This means she's already stronger than powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage at that time. I didn't expect that Tian Wu would have such a fortuitous encounter after she came to the Upper Province and became so strong. All this while, Duan Lingtian had been looking for Feng Tianwu. He had been worried about her safety. He was afraid she would meet with harm. How would he explain it to Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu's father, if something happened to her? For this reason, when he finally heard news about Feng Tianwu, he sighed in relief knowing she was safe and sound. He was sincerely happy about her achievements. He thought to himself, who knew Feng Tianwu and I would end up being members of the Seven Absolute sect.
Moreover, Xuanai, she's also a member of the Seven Absolute sect.
Han Xuanai was the eldest miss of the Greenwave Han Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian had known her for a long time and regarded her as his younger sister.
He knew Xuanai had left the Greenwave Han Mansion, but he did not expect she had such great achievements after she came to the Upper Province.
Han Xuanai is the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. As soon as she appeared, she killed the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect and is ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian heard about this shocking news as well. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at that time, but she managed to kill him. He reminisced about the time when he just met Han Xuanai, who knew that young girl would grow up to be so strong.
Duan Ling Tian continued, thinking to himself, excluding myself, I know 5 out of the 7 absolute successors. How unbelievable.
How could there be such a coincidence? I feel as though someone is pulling the strings from behind the scene. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian discovered that, apart from the heaven-defying Tao cultivator, the successor of the prophet progeny, he knew all the other successors. Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai were the successors of the 5th absolute, the blazing phoenix progeny, and the 7th absolute, the red dust progeny, respectively.
Guli was the successor of the 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny.
Yu Wuing was the successor of the 4th absolute, the dark shadow progeny.
Nangongqin and Nangongyi were the successors of the 6th absolute, the Didymus progeny.
Duan Ling Tian knew all these people.
I didn't expect that senior brother Gu Li is also a member of the 7 absolute sect and the successor of the 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny. He said there was something he must do before he left the fire worship sect.
It seems like it must have something to do with the 7 absolute sect. He was familiar with Gu Li. He had met Gu Li when he was in the lower province and they had journeyed together to the upper province. When they arrived in the upper province, they had joined one of the strongest sects in the upper province, the fire worship sect.
However, Gu Li suddenly left the fire worship sect after a few years. Based on Gu Li's words, it seemed like he had something important to attend to. Now that he had found out Gu Li was the successor of the 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny, it was easy for him to piece everything together.
Senior brother Gu Li seems to be quite strong as well. His current cultivation base should be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Initially, Gu Li was not as well known as Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai, but after a few battles, he began to attract attention from people in the upper province. And Yu Wuing, isn't he the person who used to follow father around? How did he suddenly become the successor of the 4th absolute, the dark shadow progeny? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he heard about the successor of the 4th absolute, the dark shadow progeny.
Although he did not interact with Yu Wuing in the past, he knew Yu Wuing was a capable person. In the lower province, everyone said that Yu Wuing was like his father's shadow.
He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, maybe this Yu Wuing and the Yu Wuing I know are different people?
After a while, Duan Ling Tian said again, no way. How can there be such a coincidence?
The Yu Wuing I know excels in assassination, and this Yu Wuing, the successor of the 4th absolute, the dark shadow progeny, also excels in assassination.
Duan Ling Tian learned about Yu Wuying's prowess in assassination when he heard that he assassinated a priest from the Heaven Divination sect who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as he appeared.
There's also Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi. Who would have thought they would become members of the 7 absolute sect as well? I thought they were in the Azure Cloud Mansion, together with Uncle Feng and the others. How did they come to the upper province and become the current successors of the 6th absolute, the Didymus progeny? When he first learned the current successors of the 6th absolute, the Didymus progeny, were the Nangong twins, he was extremely shocked.
It took a while before he finally regained his senses.
The 7 absolute sect had 7 absolutes. Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the 1st absolute. There were another 6 absolutes. Apart from the mysterious successor of the prophet progeny, he knew the other successors of the 7 absolutes. What a coincidence!
I wonder if it's really a coincidence. It feels as though my family is the one who founded the 7 absolute sect. All the members are my acquaintances. It feels as though the members were chosen for a specific reason. Duan Ling Tian was bewildered when he thought about this.
How could there be such a coincidence? He found it difficult to believe that it was just a coincidence. Duan Ling Tian was lost in his own thoughts when he heard Duan Xiling's voice. Daddy, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you paying attention to me?
It's nothing. I'm just thinking about my friends. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he patted Duan Xiling's head. A hint of shock could still be seen in his eyes.
Currently, Duan Ling Tian and the 3 ladies were in a bustling city in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were in a room in a busy restaurant that was located near the main hall. What he had just learned came from a group of diners who were in the main hall. The Seven Absolutes sect has reappeared? Gan Ruyen was also shocked when she heard the group of diners talking about the Seven Absolutes sect. As the direct disciple of a guardian of the fire worship sect, she, naturally, knew more about the Seven Absolutes sect compared to commoners. She was aware that the sect was a formidable sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Feng Qingyang, the best sword cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land, was around, the Seven Absolute sect was even stronger than the three great sects. Fortunately, Feng Qingyang had no intention of destroying the three great sections. Otherwise, even if the three great sects joined forces, they might not be a match for Feng Qingyang at all. After all, he was the best sword cultivator in the history of Dao Martial Saint Land.
The Seven Absolutes sect has reappeared again. The members of the sect are all talented and brilliant, especially the female members who are like pearls, attracting the attention of everyone in the upper province. A hint of embarrassment could be seen on Gan Ruyan's face. As one of the strongest female disciples among the younger generation in the fire worship sect, she had always been very proud of herself. However, when she learned about the female members of the Seven Absolute sect, she realized how true the saying, "No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger," was. Compared to the female members of the Seven Absolute sect, she was not worth mentioning at all. However, with my improved innate spiritual root, I'll be able to raise my cultivation base quickly in the upper province. I'll definitely catch up to them in no time at all, Gan Ruyen thought to herself resolutely. She felt extremely confident due to her dark violet innate spiritual root. When she was in the lower province, her cultivation speed had surpassed the speed when she was in the upper province.
Now that she had returned to the upper province with her improved innate spiritual root, her cultivation speed was going to become even faster. After all, the cultivation environment in the lower province was inferior compared to the upper province.
Meanwhile, Kua finally regained her senses after overhearing the discussion of the group of diners in the main hall. The Seven Absolute sect. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, she quickly turned to Duanling Tian and transmitted her voice to him.
Brother Tian, that senior Feng Qingyang, isn't he the one who left the Sovereign Heart Sword behind?
As Duanling Tian's woman, Kua was, naturally, privy to a lot of matters. She knew that he had inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and that he acknowledged Feng Qingyang as his master.
Duanling Tian transmitted his voice to Kuer when he heard her question. You're right. The former successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is the same person who left me the Sovereign Heart Sword. When I received Feng Qingyang's legacy, I became the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny. However, at that time, I was unaware that the Fog Rain progeny is part of the Seven Absolute sect. I didn't even know the sect exists. Kuer asked through voice transmission. I see. That means you just found out that you're the sect leader of an ancient sect. Duanling Tian responded to Kuer.
After that, he laughed wryly as he thought to himself, I didn't expect such a huge trap would be waiting for me when I accepted the legacy of Senior Feng Qingyang.
The sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect was not just an honorable position, it came with a huge responsibility as well. When Feng Qingyang was around, the Seven Absolute sect had suppressed the three great sects. When Feng Qingyang ascended, almost all the successors of the Absolutes had ascended as well. For this reason, the Seven Absolute sect was left with no new successors. This opened up an opportunity for the three great sects to make a comeback. They had joined forces to suppress the Seven Absolutes sect to the point where it was almost destroyed. The reason the Seven Absolutes sect had disappeared from the public eye was due to the three great sects. Whenever they had leads about the Seven Absolute sect, they would undoubtedly send men out to kill the members of the Seven Absolute sect. They wanted to destroy the Seven Absolute sect for revenge. Apart from that, they were also worried another talented genius like Feng Qingyang would appear again and lead the Seven Absolute sect to a glorious new era and suppress them again. For this reason, many people from the Seven Absolute sect had been killed by the three great sects.
I accepted the Sovereign Heart Sword from Senior Feng Qingyang and became the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Since that's the case,
it means I've agreed to shoulder the responsibility of a successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Since Duanling Tian had inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword from Feng Qingyang, He had no plans to neglect the responsibility that he was saddled with.
Since I'm the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, I must avenge the sect and deal with the 3 great sects. His eyes were cold when he thought about this.
Although the 3 ladies knew Duanling Tian would not hurt them, they could not help feeling chills run their spines when they saw Duanling Tian's cold gaze.
At this moment, the room was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a needle dropping on the floor.
Duanling Tian's gaze was ice-cold and white-hot anger could be seen in them as he continued thinking to himself. As it happens, I returned to the upper province to seek revenge for Elder Hua from Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect.
I'll start with Tang Xian to settle blood debt between the 7 Absolute Sect and the 3 great sections. He planned to avenge the 7 Absolute Sect before he ascended to the Devata realm. He planned to completely annihilate the 3 great sects.
After all, this was part of the responsibility of the successor of Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. After a moment, Duanling Tian stood up and said to the 3 ladies, "Let's return to the Fire Worship Sect." The 3 ladies could hear the impatience in Duanling Tian's voice, so they did not say anything and stood up as well. They left the room and walked to the main hall. As they walked past the bustling main hall, many people's gazes were trained on the 2 sisters, Kur and Ganru Yen, due to how beautiful they were. With their peerless beauty and graceful figures, the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. Moreover, the 2 women looked identical. 2 strikingly beautiful women who looked identical but possessed different bearings would definitely attract attention no matter where they went. Duanling Tian scoffed when he saw people blatantly staring at Kur. He stopped moving immediately. The sound he made when he scoffed was not loud, but it sounded thunderous and terrifying when the diners heard it. At the same time, a cold energy swept through the main hall, causing everyone to feel as though winter had arrived.
A cold wave of energy swept through the main hall, causing everyone to feel as though their hearts and souls were frozen. This was particularly true for the male customers who were blatantly staring at Kur and Ganru Yen. They felt the cold more deeply compared to the others. They panicked and quickly shifted their eyes away from the girls to the purple-clad young man who was walking in the lead. The purple-clad young man was tall and had an elegant bearing. However, the coldness he emitted felt as though it could even freeze the air. Everyone in the main hall of the restaurant fell silent immediately. They only regained their senses, looking as though they had just survived a terrifying disaster, when the purple-clad young man and his companions left the restaurant. How terrifying! The purple-clad young man is really scary. You're right. He didn't even look at us. But the coldness he emitted was enough to make my heart freeze. It felt as though my heart had stopped beating at that moment. Me too. It was not only my heart that felt as though it had frozen, but even my soul felt frozen. Moreover, I was in a daze. It was weird. It felt as though everything had become a blur. It felt like a near-death experience. I wonder what's the purple-clad young man's cultivation base? Just the aura he emitted was so terrifying. How much more terrifying would it be if he had attacked? The customers in the main hall of the restaurant discussed among themselves after Duanling Tian left with Kur, Duanxiling, and Ganru Yen. Most of them looked as though they had just survived a disaster. Meanwhile, in the street outside of the restaurant, a thunderous voice cried out, "Lad, it's your daughter's luck that my lord took a liking to her and her innate talent. If you know what's good for you, quickly ask your daughter to kneel and kowtow to my lord and acknowledge him as her master." The voice was thunderously loud and caught the attention of the people on the street and the diners inside the restaurant. A few diners even rushed out from the restaurant to see what was going on. It's the purple-clad young man. Someone took a liking to his daughter.
The 12 or 13-year-old girl is his daughter? That young girl resembles the pair of beautiful women. It seems like those beautiful women are his wives. He's really a winner in life. Whether he's a winner in life or not, currently, he's stuck in a predicament.
More and more diners rushed out of the restaurant after paying their bills when they heard the growing commotion from outside. When they exited the restaurant, they saw the purple-clad young man and his 3 companions. At this moment, Duanxiling, who was in her father's arms, whispered to him, "Father, they're disgusting." She was obviously talking about the group of 3 men who stood across them. A skinny old man with white eyebrows and dressed in a silk robe stood in the lead. It was obvious he was not a commoner. Two middle-aged men dressed in simple robes stood behind him. One of them was as skinny as a bamboo pole, while the other one was huge and burly. The burly middle-aged man had stepped forward and stared at Duanling Tian with his huge eyes in an imposing manner. It was obvious he was trying to intimidate Duanling Tian. He was also the one who had spoken earlier. The diners who had left the restaurant whispered among themselves as they watched the spectacle. All of them knew something was about to happen. What happened? I'm not sure. I just came out. It seems like the finely dressed old man had taken a liking to the purple-clad young man's daughter. It seems like he intends to take the young girl as his disciple, but the purple-clad young man rejected his request. I heard the purple-clad young man's daughter saying earlier she doesn't need a master or teacher since she has her father. Duanling Tian's expression was extremely dark when he heard the burly middle-aged man's words. He looked at the burly middle-aged man coldly and said, "Get lost." He had intended to rush to the fire worship sect. Who knew someone would block his way as soon as he had left the restaurant? He would have let the matter go if the group of men had just blocked his way and expressed their interest in taking his daughter as a disciple. His daughter had a high innate talent. It was only natural that people admired those who were talented. However, he could not forgive these people since they had threatened him when he expressed he was not interested in letting his daughter become the old man's disciple. The finely dressed old man's expression changed dramatically when he heard Duanling Tian asking them to get lost. Meanwhile, the burly middle-aged man had a shocked expression on his face. He said angrily, "Lad, how dare you ask me to get lost? If I want to kill you, it'd be as easy as killing a chicken or a duck." Duanling Tian sneered. A mere cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint's celestial stage has the audacity to claim he's able to kill me as easily as killing a chicken? He vanished before everyone's sight as soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian appeared in front of the burly middle-aged man like a ghost. He lifted his hand and gripped the burly middle-aged man's neck tightly before the burly middle-aged man had time to react. He lifted the burly middle-aged man by his neck easily, even though the burly middle-aged man was bigger than him. The sight of a smaller man lifting a bigger man by his neck was very strange. 8th form of the Saint Celestial? The purple-clad young man said the burly middle-aged man is a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? I think we heard wrongly. Cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage are extremely strong, and all of them are ranked in the Supreme Saint ranking. However, the burly middle-aged man is just the old man's servant. You're right. I think it's likely that the purple-clad young man wants to show how powerful he is by saying his opponent is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's possible. Apart from Duanling Tian's companions and the group of men, almost everyone did not believe Duanling Tian when he said the burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, they were currently in a small albeit bustling city. Usually, it would be difficult for them to encounter a cultivator at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone someone at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, there was a small group of people who knew the burly middle-aged man was truly at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The finely dressed old man and the other middle-aged man was dumbfounded when they saw Duanling Tian appearing out of thin air in front of their companion, and just as quickly he had gripped their companion's neck, lifting him. The finely dressed old man shifted his eyes to Duanling Tian and asked in a cold and raspy voice, "You? Who or what are you?" Boom! A loud sound reverberated in the air when Duanling Tian threw the burly middle-aged man and he landed on the ground. Soon after, he disappeared and appeared next to Duanling. Then he met the finely dressed old man's eyes and said indifferently, "Duanling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the 7 Absolutes sect." 7 Absolute sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The finely dressed old man's eyes widened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. The people in the surroundings were shocked and terrified when they heard Duanling Tian's words as well. This, naturally, included the skinny and burly middle-aged men. This purple-clad young man was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the 7 Absolute sect. During the past few years, the 7 Absolute sect had been the talk of the town in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Up until now, apart from the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, all the successors of the Absolutes had revealed themselves. For this reason, many people were curious about the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the Seven Absolutes sect.
All of them were curious about what kind of person he was, his strength, and his cultivation base.
It was completely out of the crowd's expectation that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the Seven Absolutes sect would suddenly appear before them. Everyone was still in shock when the finely dressed old man finally said in a calm tone, "I was just wondering, when did the Upper Province get another eminent celestial? As it turns out, you're the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect." Based on the finely dressed old man's words, it was obvious he had discovered Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base when Duan Ling Tian had attacked earlier. Eminent celestial. However, it was also obvious that he was not frightened by his discovery at all. He remained calm even after finding out Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial. On the contrary, the people in the surroundings were in an uproar.
When the skinny middle-aged man standing behind the finely dressed old man heard this, his eyes widened in shock. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect and the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, is an eminent celestial? The burly middle-aged man who was thrown away by Duan Ling Tian and landed on the ground struggled to stand up. When he was back on his feet, he heard the finely dressed old man's words as well. He was shocked and felt a chill run up his spine.
No wonder I couldn't mobilize my Saint Origin no matter how hard I tried when his energy swept over me earlier. As it turns out, he's an eminent celestial. He, naturally, felt frightened when he learned the purple-clad young man he had provoked was an eminent celestial. He felt embarrassed when he recalled what he had said to the purple-clad young man. He was merely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken if an eminent celestial wanted to kill him. To think he had said to the purple-clad young man that it would be easy for him to kill that young man. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill me. Otherwise, I would have been dead. When the crowd regained their senses, one of them asked, "Eminent celestial, did I hear it correctly? Did he really say eminent celestial?" "You didn't hear wrongly. The old man really said the purple-clad young man is an eminent celestial." Many people confirmed that he did not mishear the finely dressed old man's words.
Moreover, the young man said he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect and the sect leader of the sect, right?
That's right. No wonder his speed is so fast. I couldn't even see him when he moved earlier. It's too fast.
It's only natural since he's an eminent celestial.
This means the young man wasn't boasting earlier when he said the middle-aged man is merely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Is there a need for him to lie?
Let alone being an eminent celestial. He's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect. Why would he lie? People finally realized Duan Ling Tian was not trying to show off earlier when he said the burly middle-aged man was merely a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Faced with an eminent celestial, what could a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage do? I've only heard about eminent celestials. This is my first time seeing one.
Me too.
Who knew the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is an eminent celestial. Moreover, he looks so young.
I don't think it's that surprising.
After all, the few female members of the Seven Absolute sect are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As the current successor to the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, it would be strange if he isn't an eminent celestial. Indeed, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian as they spoke among themselves. It seemed as though they were trying to imprint him in their minds.
Suddenly, an old lady cried out,
Isn't he Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Fire Worship sect? Guardian Duan Ling Tian from the Fire Worship sect? After the old lady finished speaking, people began to scrutinize Duan Ling Tian's face. The more they looked at him, the more they found him familiar. Memories from the past began to slowly surface in their minds.
There's no doubt he's Guardian Duan Ling Tian from the Fire Worship sect. I've seen his portrait before. I saw the portrait as well. However, since it's been so long, I didn't realize it immediately.
No wonder I found him familiar. As it turns out, he's Guardian Duan Ling Tian from the Fire Worship sect. Who knew he's also the successor of the Fog Rain progeny? Now that I think about it, he did say his name is Duan Ling Tian earlier. Indeed, he did say his name is Duan Ling Tian. A few years ago, he's the Guardian of Fire Worship sect. However, he has become the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. What a huge turn. Incredible. Incredible. More and more people began to realize Guardian Duan Ling Tian from the Fire Worship sect was now the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Aren't Seven Absolutes sect and Fire Worship sect mortal enemies? Yes. Not only that, but the Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect are also enemies of the Seven Absolutes sect. How did a guardian of the Fire Worship sect become the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect? Many people were baffled by this. Are all of you stupid? He probably acted as a spy and infiltrated the Fire Worship sect to gather information. That would make sense. But isn't Duan Ling Tian's improvement too outrageous? Someone asked. A few years ago, he managed to defeat the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and became the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he's currently an eminent celestial. Isn't his progress too outrageous? Indeed. And maybe the old man is wrong. Everyone turned to look at the finely dressed old man who said Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial earlier. If the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, was someone they did not know, they would not have found it difficult to believe that person was an eminent celestial. However, since they knew Duan Ling Tian, who was renowned in the Upper Province a few years ago, they found it confusing and hard to believe. After all, they knew what his strength was like at that time. At that time, his strength was second to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect. How did he go from being someone who had not broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage to an eminent celestial in just a few years? How was it possible? Although the strongest person in the crowd was only at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, everyone knew how difficult it was to break through from the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and become an eminent celestial. The finely dressed old man ignored the skeptical looks that people were shooting at him. His gaze turned fierce as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. So you're the famous Guardian Duan Ling Tian from the Fire Worship sect who was widely acknowledged as one of the top prodigies in the Dao Martial Saint land along with Pei Si Hai. All these people think you hadn't broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage at that time. It seems like you hid your strength really well. However, you can't hide anything from me. I can clearly tell you're an eminent celestial. The finely dressed old man felt insulted when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him indifferently and had no intention of replying to him. Do you really think you can stop me from taking your daughter as my disciple just because you're an eminent celestial? Do you really think eminent celestials are the strongest in the mundane realm? The finely dressed old man was clearly very confident about his own strength. Everyone was confused by the finely dressed old man's words. Eminent celestials should be the strongest in the mundane realm, are they not? However, based on his words, it doesn't seem to be the case. Many people were shocked and confused, but they did not put much stock in the old man's words. Duan Ling Tian merely cocked an eyebrow and said indifferently, "Do you really think I can't tell that you're a bodiless celestial?" Previously, when Duan Ling Tian had first entered the restaurant, the finely dressed old man had already piqued his interest. This was because the finely dressed old man's aura felt familiar. It was somewhat similar to the aura of Lao Naijiang, the three-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, with just that alone, he was not able to completely confirm the finely dressed old man was a bodiless celestial. He became 100% certain when he discovered the cultivation base of the finely dressed old man's followers. The burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while the skinny middle-aged man was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since these two were the followers of the finely dressed old man, the old man had to have come from an extraordinary family, or he had to be stronger than an eminent celestial. Apart from that, the finely dressed old man was able to guess his cultivation as soon as he attacked the burly middle-aged man.
Only an eminent celestial or those who were stronger would be able to do that. The finely dressed old man also maintained his composure when he discovered his cultivation base. He was not nervous or frightened at all. This had to mean the finely dressed old man was at least a tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how could he have been so confident?
Finally, the old man was able to bypass his divine consciousness and probe Ling's cultivation base. Based on all this, he was certain the finely dressed old man was a tribulation bodiless celestial or even stronger. Do you really think I wouldn't be able to tell that you're a bodiless celestial? Ling Tian said to the finely dressed old man.
When the finely dressed old man heard Ling's question, he was taken aback by the fact that Ling Tian knew about bodiless celestials.
You've heard of bodiless celestials? He did not wait for Ling Tian to reply as he nodded and muttered to himself. I almost forgot that you're not only a guardian of the fire worship sect, but you're also the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute,
and the sect leader of the 7 absolutes sect. As the leader of such an ancient sect, it's no surprise that you know about bodiless celestials.
Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he asked nonchalantly. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least, right? The finely dressed old man was not surprised by Ling Tian's words. After all, only those who were tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger were more powerful than eminent celestials. At this moment, the skinny middle-aged man who was standing behind the old man chimed in smugly, "Humph! My lord is a tribulation bodiless celestial." Ling Tian's heart jolted in surprise and his expression turned solemn. Tribulation bodiless celestial? If a tribulation bodiless celestial unleashes all his strength, he would be able to tear open a hole in the void. They're much stronger compared to a tribulation bodiless celestial.
The finely dressed old man was the second bodiless celestial Ling Tian had encountered. If the old man was a tribulation bodiless celestial, this meant he was much stronger than Lao Nai Jiang, the tribulation bodiless celestial. When the skinny middle-aged man saw the change in Ling Tian's expression, he began to smirk. In his opinion, this eminent celestial, the successor of the fog rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 absolutes sect,
would definitely rush to let his daughter become the direct disciple of the finely dressed old man now that he discovered his master was a tribulation bodiless celestial. However, his smile disappeared when he heard Ling Tian's words. He thought he had misheard Ling Tian.
I'll allow what has transpired to slide, but if you insist on pushing the matter, I'll kill you. Ling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at the old man. In fact, he was not afraid at all when he learned that the finely dressed old man was a tribulation bodiless celestial. He only wanted to return to the fire worship sect as soon as he could without any delay. This was just a trivial matter and he could easily deal with a tribulation bodiless celestial, but he would prefer not to kill the other party if it was not necessary. After all, the finely dressed old man was human. The finely dressed old man would prove useful when the devil clans invaded the upper province in the future. It would be a great loss to humankind if he killed the finely dressed old man now. For this reason, he decided to let the finely dressed old man go if the old man stopped pushing the matter.
Impudent! Impudent! The 2 middle-aged men cried out in unison, and their expressions changed drastically as soon as Ling Tian finished speaking. It had never occurred to them that someone would dare to utter such impudent words after learning that their master was a tribulation bodiless celestial. He was just a mere eminent celestial, and yet he thought he was the king of the world?
Meanwhile, the finely dressed old man was trembling in anger and his face was red. He said coldly, Ling Tian, it seems like you don't know the difference between different stages of a bodiless celestial even though you're the successor of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny,
and the leader of the 7 absolute sect. Let me show you the strength of a tribulation bodiless celestial before you die. At this moment, the finely dressed old man's killing intent skyrocketed. He continued to say, a tribulation bodiless celestial strength is equivalent to an eminent celestial like you. A tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than you. How strong do you think I am as a tribulation bodiless celestial?
I can even tear open the void when I attack. Moreover, I can travel freely between the upper and lower province.
Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard the finely dressed old man's words. You're going to show me your strength before I die? Based on the old man's words, it was clear the old man was determined to kill him. Meanwhile, the spectators were, naturally, baffled when they heard the exchange between Duanling Tian and the finely dressed old man. 2 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. What is this bodiless celestial? Why are there different stages?
He said a 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial?
I heard that as well. Moreover, he said that he's a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who's even stronger than a 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. He also said he's able to tear open the void and travel freely between the upper and lower province. If it's true, is he even human? That sounds more like a true celestial from the Devata realm, right? Since Duanling Tian had determined the finely dressed old man intended to kill him, he instantly cast his assist-type divine ability. Elementary Devouring Tactic. Whoosh! Whirlpools began to appear and churn rapidly around Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, he had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. The lower province really can't compare to the upper province when it comes to heaven and earth spirit energy. In just a blink of an eye, I've raised my celestial origin energy to its limit. In about a breath's time, Duanling Tian had raised his celestial origin energy to its limit.
If he unleashed all his strength now, he would be able to tear a hole in the void that would take 30 minutes to close. As a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, the finely dressed old man was, naturally, the first to discover the abnormality. He looked at Duanling Tian and sneered. HM? Well, your assist-type divine ability is definitely extraordinary. However, do you really think your assist-type divine ability will be able to raise your strength to where it's comparable to a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? The finely dressed continued to say in a cold voice, Today, I, Chan Yi Ru, a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, will kill the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. My name will be known for killing you. After all, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny seems to appear only once in every 10,000 years. The crowd that was still reeling from shock from the loss of the heaven and earth spirit energy in their surroundings, when they heard Chan Yi Ru's words, all their attention shifted to him since they knew he was about to make his move. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was so rare that only one would come by once every 10,000 years. Only when the successor of the Fog Rain progeny had appeared would the 7 absolutes sect appear as well. After all the successors of the Fog Rain progeny were also the sect leaders of the 7 absolute sect. What was a sect without a sect leader? For this reason, when the other members from the 7 absolute sect appeared one after another, the people from the Dao Martial Saint Land knew the successor of the Fog Rain progeny must have appeared as well, even though they had not seen or heard about him. Everyone was curious about the identity of the new successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Who knew today was the day the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would appear. Moreover, they even found out that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was Duanling Tian, the guardian of the fire worship sect. The entire place was as silent as a mausoleum at this moment. Since it was quiet, when a bystander spoke up, everyone heard his words. He says he's a 4th Tribulation Bodiless Celestial who's much stronger than a 3rd Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, and a 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial is apparently much stronger than an eminent celestial. I wonder if he's lying. As soon as the bystander finished speaking, Chan Yi Ru, who was about to attack Duanling Tian, suddenly paused in his tracks and scoffed. Soon after, the sound of something being pierced could be heard. Thud. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bystander who had just spoken fell to the ground heavily. His eyes were still open as though he was unaware he had died at the moment of his death. A hideous wound could be seen on his glabella. Fresh blood continued to spurt out his wound. The crowd felt a shiver running up their spines when they saw this. Fear filled their eyes when they looked at Chan Yi Ru again. The man had only spoken casually without any harm, but he was instantly killed. Moreover, all of them did not see when or how Chan Yi Ru had killed that man. Duanling Tian was, naturally, the only one who clearly saw how Chan Yi Ru killed that man. Indeed, that's the strength of a 4th Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Just the attack that he had shot out from his eyes is comparable to the strength of an eminent celestial.
With the dead man serving as an example, even if there were people who were skeptical of Chun Yi-Ru's strength, no one dared to speak up. After all, when Chun Yi-Ru killed that man, they did not sense any power from him. For this reason, they remained largely skeptical of his strength.
Most of them communicated through voice transmissions when they discussed this among themselves.
Well, we'll find out soon enough if he's as strong as he says he is.
The battle between Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, and him will start soon.
Fight!
Just fight.
Let us witness how strong Duan Lingtian is now that he has become an eminent celestial. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian and Chun Yi-Ru. One was the former guardian of Fire Worship Sect, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, and the leader of the Seven Absolute Sect.
The other one claimed he was a fourth tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength supposedly surpassed that of an eminent celestial. Was the latter only boasting? The answer would be clear once they began to battle.
Chun Yi-Ru turned back to look at Duan Lingtian as his robes fluttered in the air. He said coldly, "From today onward, Duan Lingtian will cease to exist in this mundane realm." A terrifying energy rolled out from his body, causing the void to distort and ripple.
Shameless bragging. Duan Lingtian smirked. Meanwhile, the celestial origin energy in his body that had been raised by the elementary devouring tactic circulated through his 99 saint veins before surging out of his body like a ferocious dragon.
It caused the ground to quake and the void to distort and ripple as well. If he did not hold back, his celestial origin energy that fused with his saint origin would have torn holes in the void. "You'll find out for yourself if I'm boasting or not," Chun Yi-Ru sneered. The moment he lifted his hands, the energy that rolled out of his body began to roil like the surging waves of the sea. He looked invincible at this moment, like a divine being. He cried out, "Today I, Chun Yi-Ru, will kill Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect." He moved his hand and the energy that was roiling around him converged and formed a giant saber that radiated a terrifying aura. It seemed like a sleeping beast who was about to wake up. When one's cultivation base was at Chun Yi-Ru's level, all weapons, including the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, would be rendered useless. Moreover, these weapons might be a burden instead. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he sneered. "How dare you, a mere fourth tribulation bodiless celestial, boast before me?
Today, I'll show you how I defeat you in 10 strikes even though I'm just an eminent celestial." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy that surged out of his body transformed into millions of white sword rays that hovered around him.
At this moment, he looked like he was standing in a shower of swords. These swords were all under his control, moving deftly like a dragon. Whoosh! A gust of wind rustled the purple robes that Duan Lingtian wore. He stood with his hands on his back. He looked contemptuously at Chun Yi-Ru, who was wielding a giant saber. It was clear that he did not take Chun Yi-Ru seriously at all. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had learned about bodiless celestials and their strength. He discovered that his current strength was comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial when he unleashed all his strength. Since that was the case, why would he be afraid of a mere 4th tribulation bodiless celestial? Chun Yi-Ru was naturally unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have dared to boast in front of Duan Lingtian. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's confidence. "Defeat me in 10 strikes? When he regained his senses, his anger spiked again. "Duan Lingtian, I really want to see how you're going to defeat me in 10 strikes. I'll need less than 3 strikes to kill you." He lifted the giant saber in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Buzz! 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 A buzzing noise rang in the air as the chunky saber shot out a saber ray. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. The saber ray began to elongate and grew to about 100 meters before it finally stopped.
However, the crowd's attention was not on the long saber ray. All of them gasped in shock when they saw Chun Yi-Ru tear a hole in the void.
Is that a hole in the void? It's true. He can really tear open a hole in the void. Oh my goodness!
Even an eminent celestial can only tear open the void in or to a pseudo-realm. A cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage could also tear open a hole in the void that leads to the pseudo-realm if he can find the original spot where the eminent celestial had previously torn open a hole. However, this tear in the void doesn't look like it leads to a pseudo-realm. When Qin-Yi-Ru pointed the giant saber at the sky, it shot out a saber ray that was more than 100 meters long, creating a noise that was similar to a firecracker. Rip, rip, rip. At the same time, the sound of something being torn resonated in the air. Many black tears that looked like tiny snakes appeared in the void one after another. It appeared as fast as it disappeared. However, since many would appear at once, it looked extremely shocking and frightening. After all, only when one's strength had reached a certain level would one be able to tear holes in the void. Eminent celestials might be able to open one hole in the void too or in a pseudo-realm, but they were definitely not capable of a feat like this. This was not something eminent celestials were capable of. Even if he's an eminent celestial, he can only open one entrance to the pseudo-realm. It's not possible for him to tear so many holes in the void. When the crowd saw the multiple tears in the void that was caused by the saber ray from Qin-Yi-Ru's giant saber, they felt a chill run up their spines. This was completely beyond their understanding. Not even an eminent celestial was capable of accomplishing this feat. Is it possible that he didn't lie? Could he really be a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial who's far stronger than an eminent celestial? I don't know what's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, but eminent celestials can ascend to a higher realm and become a true celestial, right? So, for someone to be stronger than eminent celestial, they have to be like those beings in the Devata realm. Then, this old man is a true celestial? Apart from a true celestial, who's able to tear the void open so easily? The crowd was shocked when they saw Qin-Yi-Ru tear open the void with the giant saber in his hands. Although they had no idea why someone so powerful would be in the mundane realm, they no longer looked skeptical. Instead, they looked at the old man reverently. Duan Ling Tian, prepare yourself. Qin-Yi-Ru roared as his figure began to grow under everyone's watchful eyes. In just a blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant that was over 100 meters tall. His giant saber had also fused with the 100-meter-long saber ray and turned into a saber that was more than 100 meters long. The gigantic Qin-Yi-Ru who was wielding the giant saber looked like a saber god that had descended to the mortal world. He appeared fearsome and majestic as though he was capable of blocking out the sun and heaven. All of a sudden he bellowed, "Peerless saber." His thunderous voice pierced the ears of everyone present, hurting them. Those who had a weaker cultivation base hurt their eardrums. Some were even bleeding from all 7 orifices and were dying. No! What's happening? However, this was only the beginning, as horrible as it might seem. Boom! 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 2 web-like cracks appeared under Qin-Yi-Ru's feet. The cracks continued to spread and grow, turning into a bottomless abyss. After a moment, he pointed the giant saber at the horizon before slashing it down. There were some people who rose into the air as the cracks on the ground began to spread. Boom! The sound of explosions rang in the wake of the giant saber, and tears in the void would appear before they disappeared just as quickly. Qin-Yi-Ru had unleashed the power that was originally contained in the giant saber. The energy from the giant saber crashed down like a raging wave when it flew out of his hand. At this moment, those who had risen into the air instantly exploded into a blood mist when they were hit by the energy from Qin-Yi-Ru's giant saber. It was too fast. They had no time to react at all. In just a blink of an eye, the sky was tinted red. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, the restaurant on the street was also hit by the energy from Qin-Yi-Ru's giant saber. It instantly collapsed into a ruin. Many people could be seen bleeding as they tried to crawl out of the restaurant. Their lives were hanging on a thread. The restaurant was not the only place to be reduced into rubble. The surroundings turned into rubble as well when they were hit by the energy from Qin-Yi-Ru's giant saber. All this happened in just a blink of an eye. No one was able to react in time at all. The giant saber whistled loudly in the air as it flew toward Duan Ling Tian domineeringly, as though it could cut Mountain Huashan apart. At this moment, Qin-Yi-Ru looked like a divine warrior when he attacked. His giant saber was called the Peerless Saber.
Duan Ling Tian smiled contemptuously as he effortlessly protected the three ladies by his side from the effects of the peerless saber. He looked at the giant saber nonchalantly as it flew toward him. With only this little power, it's called the peerless saber? It's not deserving of its name. When the peerless saber was fast approaching, Duan Ling Tian finally spat out a word. Out! Swoosh! 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 As soon as he had spoken, the millions of sword rays that were hovering around Duan Ling Tian suddenly began to converge before it formed a huge web like a protective shield. When the sword rays moved, they left tiny cracks in the void as well. As soon as they appeared, they would disappear again. However, the sword rays were too dazzling that everyone, including Chen Yiru, did not notice the cracks that disappeared as soon as they had appeared. If Chen Yiru had seen this, he would realize that Duan Ling Tian's sword rays were not any weaker than his peerless saber. The giant saber continued to whiz through the air. Before it landed on Duan Ling Tian's web of sword rays, Chen Yiru cried out in a thunderous voice, "Break!" Boom! When the saber fell on the sword ray web, it seemed as though it was slashing at the ocean. The web roiled and undulated like the waves. After a moment, boom, 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 boom. When the giant saber landed on the sword ray web, they clashed for a moment before both of them exploded. A mushroom cloud appeared as a result of the explosion. The explosion caused many cracks to appear in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave from the explosion that came from the center of the cloud mushroom swept out in all directions, seemingly capable of destroying heaven and earth. It flattened the land within a 1,000-meter radius. Apart from that, many people, except for those at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, were killed. Chen Yiru's two followers, who were at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had also retreated 1,000 meters away. They were too afraid to get close. After everything had finally settled down, it was deadly silent. The sound of wind blowing in the air was the only noise that could be heard at this moment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yiru were standing in the air. The place where they had been standing earlier had turned into a giant pit that seemed like it was a few hundred meters deep. Everything in 1,000 meters radius was razed to the ground. Even the ground had a giant pit that was a few hundred meters deep from the explosion. Apart from that, more than 90% of the people present on the scene were killed as well. This is too terrifying. Is someone with this kind of power still human? Although I haven't seen an eminent celestial before, I've read about them in books. None of the books had indicated they possessed such strength. Don't tell me you still think they're eminent celestials? Not only did the old man who claimed to be a four-tribulation bodiless celestial tear the void open, but even Duan Ling Tian managed to tear the void open. I saw it as well. When the sword rays around Duan Ling Tian moved to form the web, there were many cracks in the void. It seems like their first clash is a tie. Duan Ling Tian seems stronger than an eminent celestial. The few people who were fortunate enough to survive looked at Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yi in fear. It seemed as though they had seen a ghost when they looked at Duan Ling Tian in particular. In the beginning, they were skeptical if Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial. However, currently, they were absolutely certain he was much stronger than an eminent celestial. The strength he had demonstrated earlier exceeded those eminent celestials and was comparable to those in the Devata realm. So this is the power of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolutes, and the sect leader of 7 absolutes sect? Many people's hearts jolted in fear. Even Chen Yiru's 2 followers were shocked and frightened. Both of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. How could it be? He actually survived the peerless saber and ended the battle in a tie? How's this possible? Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial. How could he possibly survive the peerless saber? Although the peerless saber attack was not the strongest attack in their master's arsenal, it could still easily kill a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone an eminent celestial. Is it possible that he's also a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial? The 2 middle-aged men came to this conclusion when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yiru were evenly matched. This place was a prosperous city after all. With all the commotion, it was only natural that people from further away were alerted by it. Many people from all over the city came to have a look. What happened?
It seems like something awful happened here. Goodness. Look, the land in 1,000 meters radius is in ruins. Moreover, the ground in that area has turned into a giant pit. It looks as though it's at least a few hundred meters deep. Is it even possible for two eminent celestials to cause such destruction when they fight? After all, the materials used to construct the buildings in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are very advanced. It's much better than those in the lower province. That may be the case, but it doesn't change that everything in 1,000 meters radius is destroyed. After a few moments, the newcomers finally noticed the people near the giant pit. Huh? There are people there. These people were the people who managed to survive, including Chun Yiru's two followers. There are people in the sky as well. It did not take long before they saw Duan Ling Tian, Kur, Duan Xiling, Gan Ru Yen, and Chen Yiru hovering in the air above the giant pit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's face was expressionless as he protected the three ladies. Chen Yiru stood across them, looking at Duan Ling Tian in shock. Took him a while to regain his senses. Is there anyone who can tell me what's going on? Come on. Let's go and ask around. The newcomers approached the survivors and asked them about what had happened. Usually, these people at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were extremely arrogant and would not deign to speak to the newcomers. However, after they witnessed Duan Ling Tian and Chun Yiru's strength, they realized how powerless they were. They were like ants compared to those two people. If they were not lucky earlier, they would have died as well. For this reason, they began to patiently recount what had happened earlier. That purple-clad young man is Duan Ling Tian, who used to be the guardian of fire worship sect. Apparently, he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes, and the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. He's far stronger than an eminent celestial. Just now, the newcomers were dumbfounded when they heard this. Duan Ling Tian, the former guardian of fire worship sect, is the successor of Fog Rain progeny. He's also the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. He became stronger than an eminent celestial in just a few years. He even tore the void open when he attacked. To be able to tear the void open, this is indeed something that eminent celestials aren't capable of. I thought eminent celestials are the strongest in mundane realms. Once they ascend to the Devata realm and become a true celestial, it would be extremely difficult for them to return to the mundane realm, right? However, they're clearly stronger than eminent celestials. How do we explain this? I wonder how they improved their strength to this extent. They said the finely dressed referred to himself as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? The newcomers were in an uproar when they heard about what happened between Duan Ling Tian and Chen Yiru. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar turned to look at the survivors and asked with a horrified expression on his face, Chen Yiru? Did you say that old man is Chen Yiru? Moreover, he wielded a giant saber and released an attack called Peerless Saber. Yes, the survivors had no idea why the middle-aged scholar asked this, but they still answered him anyway. Although they did not see Chen Yiru's attack clearly, they heard him cry out, Peerless Sable. The middle-aged scholar fell deep into thoughts when his eyes suddenly widened in shock and amazement. See, could he be that person? What are you saying? Do you recognize him? Who is he? Hey, if you recognize him, quickly tell us who he is. Do you find it fun to keep us in the dark? The people in the surroundings began to urge the middle-aged scholar to speak up when they realized he seemed to know something. The middle-aged scholar finally regained his senses at this moment. He gulped before he said, I have a habit of studying all the Supreme Saint ranking throughout the years, and I'm really familiar with the old Supreme Saint rankings. Before the middle-aged scholar could continue, someone cut him off. Get to the point. I'm getting to it. The middle-aged scholar was, naturally, unhappy that he was interrupted. He continued to say with a frown on his face, I remember the person who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago is called Chen Yiru. He was also known as Chun Sandao. The middle-aged scholar paused for a moment as he carefully studied the finely dressed old man. Chun Sandao was a well-known prodigious saber cultivator at that time. He combined his martial arts and divine abilities, creating 3 formidable saber techniques. They were called the Peerless Saber, World Cleansing Saber, and World Annihilation Saber. Someone chimed in at this moment, are you saying Qin Ru-yi or Qin San Dao, who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago, is that finely dressed old man?
When the middle-aged scholar heard the crowd's question, he shook his head. I think it's just a coincidence.
A coincidence?
How can there be such a coincidence? The finely dressed old man is called Chun Yi-Ru, and he uses a saber as well. Moreover, when he attacked earlier, he cried out, Peerless Saber. Yes. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? I think it's very likely that the old man is Chan Ru-yi or Chan Sandao, who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago.
Many people spoke up and disagreed when the middle-aged scholar when he shook his head and said it was most likely a coincidence. It was acceptable if his name was similar and he used a saber as well. However, for the attack to be the same as well? How could there be so many coincidences? The middle-aged scholar smiled wryly when he heard people disagreeing with him. To be honest, I also think that it's unlikely to be a coincidence.
However, according to the records, Chun Yi-Ru or Chan Sandao, who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago, had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation 4,000 years ago. He failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? The crowd was baffled when they heard this. After all of them thought failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation meant death.
If Qin San Dao or Qin Yi-Ru failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation 4,000 years ago, then the finely dressed old man could not be him. Many people looked at the middle-aged scholar skeptically and asked, are you sure that Qin San Dao or Qin Yi-Ru from 5,000 years ago failed his Celestial Ascension Tribulation?
You can have a look at this. The middle-aged scholar took out an ancient-looking book that contained the Supreme Saint rankings from ages ago.
The book clearly recorded that Qin San Dao or Qin Yi-Ru had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation 4,000 years ago. Upon seeing this, everyone fell silent.
At some point, somebody asked, is it possible that this Chen Yi-Ru is a descendant of Chan San Dao?
Maybe he's named after his ancestor. That's possible.
That's probably why the old man can cast the Peerless Saber. Many people nodded in agreement. At this moment, Chun Yi-Ru's 2 followers could no longer keep quiet and scoffed in unison. The atmosphere turned tense immediately.
After a moment, the burly middle-aged man said with a hint of anger, our lord is indeed Qin San Dao or Qin Yi-Ru, who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago.
Don't simply make guesses if you're ignorant.
The skinny middle-aged man looked at the crowd disdainfully as he chimed in, who says that failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation means death?
You're all ignorant like a frog living in a well. The newcomers knew these 2 middle-aged men were the old man's followers were thanks to the survivors. Both of them were at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage respectively. For this reason, they did not dare to approach the 2 middle-aged men. When they heard the middle-aged men's words, they were shocked. All of their hearts, the newcomers and the survivors, thumped wildly in chests. He's truly Chan San Dao or Chan Yi-Ru, who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago? Failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation doesn't necessarily mean death? What shocked them the most was the skinny middle-aged man's words. He had said failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation did not necessarily mean death. They felt as though the door to a whole new world had been opened to them. They truly felt like frogs that had been living in a well.
Everyone shifted their attention to the skinny middle-aged man.
The middle-aged scholar steeled himself and asked, Sir, did you say that failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation doesn't mean death? Although he did not hear it when the survivors said the skinny man's cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
He knew as the old man's follower, the skinny middle-aged man's cultivation base should be quite high. Therefore, he was very polite and humble when he spoke to the skinny middle-aged man. When the crowd heard the middle-aged scholar's question, a hint of excitement could be seen in their eyes when they looked at the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged seemed to enjoy the attention from the crowd as he replied, Of course! When a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage realizes he's about to fail the tribulation, he can cast the soul-detaching technique to escape. After escaping, he continued to explain what a bodiless celestial was to the crowd.
He told them how bodiless celestials could not enter another person's body, how they had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation every 1,000 years, how there were 10 tribulations, and how they could only ascend if they successfully passed all 9 tribulations.
They also learned about the strength of each bodiless celestial at each stage. The crowd, regardless if they were the survivors or the newcomers, was in shock. The skinny middle-aged man's explanation had opened a door to a whole new world for them.
Bodiless celestial? They had to face the bodiless celestial tribulations every 1,000 years for 10,000 years?
Moreover, during this period of time, they could be killed as well. If they passed all 10 tribulations, they would gain a chance to ascend to the Devata realm?
As it turns out, there are bodiless celestials in this world. When bodiless celestials have reached a certain stage, they're comparable to a true celestial from the Devata realm. A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial whom we thought is the strongest in the mundane realm. I am really a frog that has been living in a well. Many people sighed when they regained their senses.
The middle-aged scholar nodded as he muttered to himself, I see. So this is how it is. Based on the time, it's been 4,000 years since Chen San Dao or Chen Yi-Ru had failed his celestial ascension tribulation. This means he has passed 4 tribulations and is a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial.
4th tribulation bodiless celestial.
The survivors finally understood what Chen Yi-Ru meant when he said he was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Indeed, it was just as he had said. A 4-tribulation bodiless celestial was much stronger than an eminent celestial.
Duanling Tian, the former guardian of the fire worship sect, the successor of the fog rain progeny, and the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, is evenly matched with Lord Chen Yi-Ru. Does this mean he's as strong as a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial? Someone cried out at this moment. Someone said skeptically, impossible. Didn't Lord Chen Yi-Ru say that Duanling Tian's only an eminent celestial? As a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he couldn't have been mistaken. One of Chen Yi-Ru's followers, the burly middle-aged man, said, only those who are 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger are able to tear the void open. It's impossible for 3-tribulation bodiless celestials to accomplish such a feat, unless he has celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realm that will help him raise his strength to the level of a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. He paused for a moment to look at Duanling Tian before he continued saying, I'm not certain if Duanling Tian's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, but there's no doubt the strength he had demonstrated earlier is comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Everyone's eyes automatically shifted to the purple figure hovering about the giant pit in the distance.
Duanling Tian's strength is comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial?
At this moment, Chen Yi-Ru, who was lost in his thoughts for quite a long time, finally regained his senses. Greed filled his eyes as though there was something he coveted when he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian.
If I'm not mistaken, your assist-type divine ability should have come from a Devata realm, right? Chen Yi-Ru, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, stared at Duanling Tian with greed in his eyes when he spoke.
It might seem as though he was asking for confirmation, but the truth was he was extremely certain of it.
He had extended his divine consciousness earlier to probe the surroundings, and he had discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the radius of roughly 10,000 meters had almost completely disappeared.
It was not difficult for him to figure out Duanling Tian had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy and raised his strength to this abnormal level. Since Duanling Tian had absorbed so much heaven and earth spirit energy, it was easy to figure out that it could raise his strength that was at the stage of an eminent celestial to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial.
Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability was definitely not a common divine ability. It could not have come from a mundane realm.
Greed surged in Chen Yi-Ru's heart when he thought about Duanling Tian absorbing all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the radius of roughly 10,000 meters. Even in the Devata realms, it would still be considered a high-level divine ability. He really wanted to obtain this divine ability. Oh, you noticed, Duanling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at Chen Yi-Ru.
Chen Yi-Ru scoffed and said confidently, as a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, my divine consciousness is naturally strong. It's not difficult for me to discover these things. I could clearly sense you're only an eminent celestial earlier. However, after you cast your assist-type divine ability, your strength is comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial.
Nobody would believe it if you say your assist-type divine ability isn't from a Devata realm. Chen Yiru did not bother to lower his voice. Therefore, many people in the surroundings who stood 1,000 meters away heard his words clearly. They widened their eyes in shock when they heard his words. Divine ability from a Devata realm?
Even Chen Yiru's 2 followers were stunned. Although their master said Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial in the beginning, they thought their master was mistaken or Duan Ling Tian had used some technique to conceal his cultivation base.
After seeing Duan Ling Tian's strength, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian was truly an eminent celestial, and he had used a divine ability from a Devata realm to raise his strength. What an amazing divine ability! It was able to raise the strength of an eminent celestial to the level of a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Both the skinny and burly middle-aged men gasped in amazement. At the same time, people standing in the surroundings began to discuss this among themselves.
Based on Lord Chen Yiru's words, Duan Ling Tian mastered an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. I thought Duan Ling Tian is a bodiless celestial as well. As it turns out, he's only an eminent celestial. He's only so strong because of his assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. An assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm?
Rumor has it that the movement divine ability of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, is also from a Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian used to be in the Fire Worship Sect. Could it be that the Fire Worship Sect has found a way to obtain divine abilities from Devata realms?
I think it's possible. Many of them came to the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian mastered this divine ability from the Fire Worship Sect. After all, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, was famous for mastering the number 1 movement divine ability in the Upper Province. They thought the Fire Worship Sect had divine abilities from Devata realms. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian smiled and confirmed Chen Yiru's words. You're truly smart. Everyone gasped when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. So it was true.
Duan Ling Tian really did master an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. Many people looked at Duan Ling Tian covetously at this moment. They looked at him as though he was prey. However, they seemed to have forgotten about an important fact. Duan Ling Tian was a prey that they were not capable of hunting. It seemed like the saying, "Greed causes the loss of intelligence," was true. Chen Yiru's eyes shone as bright as the stars when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. So I'm right. His gaze turned condescending as he said, Duan Ling Tian, there's no doubt you're as strong as I am after you cast your divine ability. However, I haven't unleashed all my strength. The attack earlier, Peerless Saber, is the weakest one among my 3 saber martial techniques. I still have the World Cleansing Saber and World Annihilation Saber attacks. If I attack using the World Cleansing Saber, you'll be severely injured even though you might not die. However, if I cast the World Annihilation Saber, you'll definitely die. He was very confident. He had assumed this was the limit of Duan Ling Tian's strength. When Duan Ling Tian heard Chen Yiru's words, he asked lazily, So, if you're willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that after you've completely mastered this assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm, you'll share all your knowledge with me, I, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, will swear on the lightning penalty oath to spare your life. Chen Yiru said bluntly, revealing his intention. His motive was simple. He wanted to master Duan Ling Tian's divine ability from a Devata realm. Chen Yiru thought to himself excitedly, even if I didn't master this divine ability completely and master it to Duan Ling Tian's level, I won't have to be afraid even if I have to face a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. He was, naturally, very confident that Duan Ling Tian would cave under his threat and swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, everyone within 1,000 meters was staring at Duan Ling Tian intently. Similar to Chen Yiru, they thought this was the extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Since Chen Yiru had revealed this was not the limit of his strength, they were curious if he would acquiesce to Chen Yiru's demand. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian laughed uproariously as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Chen Yiru's expression darkened and he was about to attack when Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing. He smirked as he said, What World Cleansing Saber or World Annihilation Saber? Aren't they similar to that crop harvesting technique you cast earlier? Don't tell me you think I've unleashed all my strength earlier. He looked at Chen Yiru with ridicule.
What do you mean? Chen Yiru felt an ominous feeling rose in his heart when he saw how confident Duanling Tian was.
What do I mean? Duanling Tian scoffed. He lifted his hand as white light shot out his palm before transforming into a 3-foot-long sword that emitted an intimidating aura.
His eyes turned cold as he cried out, sword-wielding art. The 3-foot-long sword shot out instantly toward Chen Yiru.
Swoosh! Rip! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air, accompanied by the sound of the void tearing. Many terrifying cracks that were longer than the ones earlier began to appear. Moreover, it seemed like these cracks did not close as fast as the previous ones did.
Previously, Duanling Tian did not even use any martial techniques or divine abilities when Chen Yiru cast his peerless saber. For this reason, he found it extremely funny when he heard Chen Yiru's threat. Chen Yiru's threat was nothing but a joke to him.
Was Chen Yiru so naive as to think that this was the limit of his strength? If only Chen Yiru knew Duanling Tian's strength was 10,000 times, if not 100,000 times, stronger than his. Duanling Tian no longer wanted to waste time with Chen Yiru. Sword-wielding art. He cast the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method's Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword-warding Heart. Swoosh! A 3-foot-long sword formed from celestial saint energy and saint origin flew through the sky like a shooting star. It was extremely eye-catching.
Rip! 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 As it flew across the sky, the void distorted and rippled in its wake before cracks similar to huge black pythons began to appear in the void. Since the cracks were significantly bigger and longer compared to the earlier ones, it took 15 minutes for them to close.
Chen Yiru was shocked when he saw Duanling Tian easily tore holes in the void. Impossible! His voice betrayed his panic. It seemed as though he was aware he was about to meet with a disaster. This was because he had seen the cracks that Duanling Tian's attack had torn in the void.
Based on the cracks, he knew he was no match for Duanling Tian. He thought to himself in fear, I'm afraid this strike is comparable to the full strength of a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial.
At this moment, Chen Yiru was keenly aware of the sword that was flying toward him. He quickly recovered from his shock and calmed down. He quickly attacked as well. World-cleansing saber. As soon as he attacked, he became as bright and dazzling as the sun. A brute and destructive energy rolled off his body in all directions. It was as though the wrath of a saber god had fallen on the world, destroying everything. From above, one could see a shockwave that swept out from Chen Yiru's body in a circle. Terrifying saber rays shot out of the shockwave. The shockwave seemed as though it was cleansing the world as it swept out. It left saber rays in its wake that tore holes in the void. Oh no! When Chen Yiru's 2 followers saw this, they were frightened out of their wits. They quickly moved and flew as far out as they could. They knew they would meet with a disaster if they continued to stay on. Chen Yiru did not stop and continued to cast the strongest attack in his arsenal. World Annihilation Saber. The World Annihilation Saber sounded intimidating. Buzz! 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 Chen Yiru's strength rose. A wave of energy shot out of his body before they transformed into millions of saber rays that converged and formed a giant saber that seemed attuned to heaven and earth. Moreover, it seemed as though the top of the saber could touch heaven and the bottom of the saber could touch earth. Rip! 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 The giant saber continued to leave cracks in its wake. Although the cracks in the void were bigger compared to earlier, it was still nothing compared to the cracks Duanling Tian created with his sword technique. When the shockwave from the world-cleansing saber met with Duanling Tian's 3-foot-long sword, Chen Yiru's giant saber slashed downward. The giant saber seemed capable of piercing the heaven as it slashed down at Duanling Tian. Rip! 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 Faced with the world-cleansing saber, Duanling Tian quickly cast his defensive divine ability. Black Turtle's Barrier. The silhouette of a giant turtle appeared and shrouded Duanling Tian, protecting him and the 3 ladies. He had managed to block Chen Yiru's peerless saber earlier without using any techniques. Naturally, it would be easy for him to block this world-cleansing saber with his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The shockwave from the world-cleansing saber was not that much stronger than the peerless saber anyway. Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the world annihilation saber that was slashing down at him. He sneered as an idea formed in his mind. This is the world annihilation saber?
It's nothing to brag about. He controlled the 3-foot-long sword with the sword-wielding art and changed its direction. The 3-foot-long sword immediately flew toward the giant saber that was formed from the world annihilation saber. Swoosh! The 3-foot-long sword continued to leave cracks in its wake. It made tearing a hole in the void look as easy as tearing a piece of paper. A terrifying and destructive aura rolled out from the 3-foot-long sword as it continued on its trajectory toward the world annihilation saber. When the 3-foot-long sword Duan Ling Tian controlled with the sword-wielding art almost clashed with Chen Yiru's world annihilation saber, the weak shockwave from the world-cleansing saber finally hit the Black Turtle's barrier that protected Duan Ling Tian and the three ladies. Boom! 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 The Black Turtle's barrier shook violently as the sound of explosions rang in the air. However, in the end, the world-cleansing saber still failed to break through to the protection of the Black Turtle's barrier. When the world-cleansing saber faded away, it did not even manage to leave a dent on the barrier. Naturally, just because Duan Ling Tian managed to dispel the world-cleansing saber, it did not mean the shockwaves of the world-cleansing saber that had spread in the other areas were dispelled as well. It continued to sweep out and annihilate all the people standing 1,000 meters away. All of them were killed before they could even react. Even after killing those people, the shockwave continued to spread as though it was going to annihilate all living things in its way. Swoosh! At the same time, the 3-foot-long sword that Duan Ling Tian controlled with the sword-wielding art seemed to be imbued with divine power as it clashed with the world annihilation saber that seemed strong enough to destroy heaven and earth. When the two clashed, there was a brief and fleeting moment of deadlock before the 3-foot-long sword completely destroyed the world annihilation saber. That destructive gigantic saber seemed so vulnerable before Duan Ling Tian's 3-foot-long sword. It was destroyed in just a blink of an eye. Although Chun Ru-yi was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel disappointed when he saw his two strongest saber martial techniques did not do much damage. It's not on the same level at all. He felt extremely unwilling. He became even more aware of how extraordinary that assist-type divine ability was. Who is Duan Ling Tian to deserve such an amazing assist-type divine ability? Chen Yiru also realized that when Duan Ling Tian dealt with his peerless saber earlier, Duan Ling Tian only used his internal force. When Duan Ling Tian used his martial technique or divine ability, his strength was comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. His heart sank when he looked at the cracks in the void that took 15 minutes to close. He would not be able to imagine that this was not the extent of Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, Duan Ling Tian did not use the bodysword fusion that he created after mastering the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Heart Illumination. Swoosh! After the 3-foot-long sword destroyed the world annihilation saber, it continued on its trajectory toward Chun Yiru. When he saw this, he closed his eyes in despair as though he was prepared to meet death. The skinny and burly middle-aged men who managed to survive the world-cleansing saber were worried. It seemed as though their master had resigned himself to death. My lord! Swoosh! Like a shooting star falling from the sky, the 3-foot-long sword continued to close the distance between it and Chan Yiru. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. When the 3-foot-long sword was only a short distance away from Chan Yiru, it stopped abruptly in a manner that defied inertia. It hovered in the air as it emitted a chilling and intimidating qi. When Chan Yiru felt the cold qi blowing against his face, he opened his eyes in confusion. He saw the 3-foot-long sword hovering close to him, unmoving. It would have killed him if it was any closer. He's not going to kill me? A surge of joy rose in his heart after his close brush with death. He instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. Naturally, amidst the joy, fear still lingered in his heart. He was so terrified of Duan Ling Tian's strength that he dismissed his intention of opposing Duan Ling Tian. To him, Duan Ling Tian was not an eminent celestial but a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, even an ordinary 5-tribulation bodiless celestial might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked solemnly, "Why did you stop?" "Because I'm going to give you a choice.
Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. If you swear on the lightning penalty oath now and acknowledge me as your master, I'll spare your life. However, I won't force you. If you refuse, I'll grant you a quick death. Then he rose higher into the sky. When Chen Yiru heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he narrowed his eyes as anger coursed through his body. He said without any hesitation, "Impossible! A gentleman would rather die than suffer humiliation. How can I, Chen Yiru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, submit to you, an eminent celestial?" He had his pride as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial after all. Although he did not want to die, he would not submit himself to humiliation. Duan Ling Tian laughed coldly as his eyes flashed with killing intent. "You're truly stubborn. Fine, I'll make it quick. Considering your principles, I'll use my strongest attack to grant you a quick death." To a certain extent, he respected Chen Yiru for standing by his principle. Strongest attack? Chen Yiru's heart skipped a beat. Does this mean he didn't even use his strongest attack to dispel my world annihilation saber? How's that possible? That attack is comparable to the strength of a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, not every five-tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to cast such a deadly attack. Chen Yiru was still in a state of shock when Duan Ling Tian rose up into the sky. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's body began to radiate a light that was as bright as the sun. It did not take long before millions of sword rays shot out of his body and his body began to disappear and fused with the sword rays. Millions of sword rays converged before they formed a simple white 3-foot-long sword. Swish! The 3-foot-long white sword shot out at a moderate speed at this moment. This, let alone Chen Yiru. Even his two followers could see the 3-foot-long blade as it shot out. Rip! The 3-foot-long blade tore the void open when it shot out. Chen Yiru and his two followers' eyes widened instantly when they saw the crack in the void. Compared to the cracks earlier, it was 2 times longer. Chen Yiru thought to himself in shock, "I'm afraid it'll take at least 30 minutes for this crack to close. It seems like only 6 tribulation bodiless celestials or those who are stronger are able to open a crack like this. Is this his strongest strike? A strike that's comparable to the strength of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial." Chen Yiru could not help but feel amazed. Duan Ling Tian was only an eminent celestial. However, when he cast his assist-type divine ability and used his sword techniques, his attack was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is his sword technique from a Devata realm as well? After a while, he dismissed that thought. No, it can't be. He's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The previous successor of the Fog Rain progeny is Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Don't tell me he inherited Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's sword technique as well? This explains it. After all, Feng Qingyang was invincible during his time. It was said that when he was an eminent celestial, he killed an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial before he ascended to a Devata realm. Many thoughts flashed through his mind at this moment. His eyes were filled with reverence when he thought about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Chen Yiru, I'll end your life today with my strongest attack. Duan Ling Tian's voice caused Chen Yiru to regain his senses. He felt chills running up his spine. He looked at the sword that seemed to have spoken. When Duan Ling Tian was about to attack, Chen Yiru cried out in a hurry, "Hold on!" The 3-foot-long sword stopped moving again. Duan Ling Tian, you're the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Does this mean you inherited your sword technique from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Are you his successor? Chen Yiru asked after he took a deep breath. So what if I am? Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated indifferently from the 3-foot-long white sword. Your sword technique, is it Senior Feng Qingyang's lost technique? Chen Yiru asked again. Since you'll die anyway, there's no harm telling you, I supposed. I'm indeed Senior Feng Qingyang's successor. I inherited this sword technique from him. Since Duan Ling Tian had a slight respect for Chen Yiru's determination to adhere to his principles, he decided to divulge this information to him. Usually, he would not waste so many words with someone he was going to kill. However, he was stunned when Chen Yiru instantly swore on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge him as his master as soon as he finished speaking. Took him a while to regain his senses. Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. Wasn't he really stubborn?
Didn't he rather die than give in?
Was he putting up an act earlier? Could he be afraid of death after all? Duan Tian was not the only one who felt bewildered, but even Kuer, Duan Xiling, Gan Ruyen, and Chen Yiru's 2 followers were bewildered.
My lord. He actually swore on the lightning penalty oath and acknowledged Duan Tian as his master. The skinny and burly middle-aged men saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes when they exchanged a look. Since they followed Chen Yiru, they knew his temperament very well.
He was the kind of person who valued his dignity more than his pride. For this reason, they were not surprised that their master would choose death over acknowledging Duan Tian as his master. However, after conversing with Duan Tian, he suddenly changed his mind and swore on the lightning penalty oath without any hesitation. They were even more surprised than Duan Tian and the 3 ladies when they saw this.
It seems like I was wrong about you. As it turns out, you're a coward after all. The 3-foot-long white sword disappeared and Duan Tian appeared in its wake. He looked at Chen Yiru disdainfully. There's nothing shameful about recognizing Senior Feng Qingyang's successor as my master. Chen Yiru did not seem to mind the disdain in Duan Tian's eyes. He shook his head and straightened his back before he bowed and said, Chen Yiru greets master.
From then on, Duan Tian gained a follower who was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Senior Feng Qingyang? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow as he studied Chen Yiru. He saw a hint of reverence in Chen Yiru's eyes. However, he could tell the reverence he felt was not directed toward him. For this reason, he finally realized Chen Yiru had changed his mind and sworn on the lightning penalty oath without any hesitation due to Feng Qingyang. When Chen Yiru's 2 followers saw their master acknowledging Duan Tian as his master, they quickly came over and bowed at Duan Tian. Greetings, master. Their lord's master was, naturally, their master as well. Unfortunately, Duan Tian did not even look at them. He turned to Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen before he said with a slight smile on his face, let's go to the fire worship sect. He did not wait for their replies before he lifted his hand and used an invisible force to bring them along with him. They traveled to the western region of the upper province like an explosive shell fired from a mortar. Swoosh! Although Duan Tian did not use any movement divine ability, his speed was comparable to 4 tribulation bodiless celestials just by using his internal force that had been raised by his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian had turned into a black in the distance. When Chen Yiru saw this, he said, let's go. He brought the skinny and burly middle-aged men with him as he rushed to catch up to Duan Tian. As he moved, he cast various kinds of movement techniques, but his speed was only on par with Duan Tian's speed. Duan Xiling had an excited expression on her face as she gesticulated wildly. Daddy, you were so amazing earlier. That old man is so strong, and yet you defeated him so easily. Moreover, he even willingly acknowledged you as his master. She was so excited that it seemed as though she was the one who had accomplished this feat. Although Kuer did not say anything, her eyes were filled with awe as well. Xiling, if you cultivate diligently, you'll be as strong as me in the future. Duan Tian smiled as he patted Duan Xiling's head. Although he was used to the adoration from his daughter and his wife, he still enjoyed it very much. Meanwhile, Gan Ruyen stared at the happy family with a hint of disappointment. She felt like she did not belong here. In just a few years, his strength has improved so much. She suddenly remembered the time when the purple-clad young man was helpless and insignificant when faced with her. At that time, he could only look at her helplessly and unwillingly as she took her sister, his wife, away from him. Currently, his strength had far surpassed hers. Perhaps, in his eyes now, she was also an insignificant person. After a while, her thoughts drifted again. Is he planning to return to the fire worship sect to look for sect leader Tang and avenge Elder Hua? Gan Ruyen would never expect that Duan Tian was not only going to seek revenge for Elder Hua from Tang Xian, but he also planned to annihilate the fire worship sect now that he found out he was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolutes, and the sect leader of 7 absolutes sect. The position of sect leader of the 7 absolutes sect came with a huge responsibility.
He had decided that before he ascended, he was going to annihilate the 3 great sects in the upper province to avenge the disciples from 7 absolute sects. He was going to make sure no traces were left of the 3 great sects in the mundane realm.
Gan Ruyen continued thinking to herself, I really didn't expect him to be the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. She was in shock when Duanling Tian told them about this. In fact, initially, she had thought he was joking with them. She only completely believed him when she heard him responding to Chen Yiru earlier when Chen Yiru asked if his sword technique was from Sword Saint Feng Qinyang. She was even more convinced when she saw the previously hesitant Chen Yiru acknowledging him as his master. Previously, rumors were going around saying that he had joined the fire worship sect as a spy. Could it be true? After a while, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. No. He joined the sect for Kur. There's no reason for him to join the fire worship sect even if he's the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect.
Many thoughts flashed through Gan Ruyan's mind at this moment. If my master and those in the sect find out that he's the successor to the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, they would definitely be shocked.
All of them will be out of his blood when they find out about this. However, with his current strength, I don't think there's any need for him to fear anyone. I wonder if our sect has any bodiless celestial. Gan Ruyen had learned about bodiless celestials when she was in the fire worship sect. However, she was not certain if there were any bodiless celestials in the sect. If the sect has bodiless celestials, I wonder how strong they are? If they're stronger, I'm afraid. She did not dare to continue her line of thought. After Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru had left, a few figures could be seen crawling out from underneath the rubbles. All of them had a look of terror on their faces. Earlier, they did not even have time to react when the shockwave from the saber ray had crashed over them. Due to their strength and luck, they did not die in this place like many others did. These people were not in the vicinity of the battle earlier, so they did not know about Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru. They were shocked when they took in the sight before them. The city was in ruins. No buildings were left standing. Everything had turned into rubble. Everywhere they looked, miles and miles of desolate land and rubble were the only things to be seen. What happened? I've no idea.
That saber ray destroyed the entire city. Who did this?
Was it a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or an eminent celestial? No way. Even an eminent celestial isn't capable of this feat. I've read an ancient book that described the strength of an eminent celestial. They're definitely not capable of this level of destruction unless a dozen of them joined forces and unleashed the attack. More than a dozen of eminent celestials?
Impossible. It's rare to even see one eminent celestial. How can there be a dozen? To many survivors in the city, what had happened would remain a mystery forever. However, they were certain the cause of the destruction of the city was not nature. It was done by humans. However, who was so powerful?
None of them had the answer to this. They were unaware that the person who destroyed the city was Chen Yiru, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Chen Yiru's cleansing world saber was an attack that did not distinguish between friends and foes. It had swept out and killed those within 1,000 meters radius before it continued to sweep out and destroy the city. In fact, there were almost no survivors within a few thousand meters radius.
Those who were further away and were stronger had better luck. Therefore, other than Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru's groups, no one knew about the battle between Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru. If they kept this between them, this would remain a mystery forever. Currently, Duanling Tian, Chen Yiru, and the others were making their way to the western region of the upper province.
Swoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian felt the effect from the assist-type divine ability weakening, he would cast it again to replenish and increase the strength of his celestial origin energy, so his strength would be at its peak at all times. For this reason, he was traveling at an incredibly fast speed. After repeatedly casting the elementary devouring tactic, he discovered that by continuously casting it, it was draining his spiritual energy. If he had only cast it a few times, it did not consume too much spiritual energy. For this reason, Duanling Tian stopped casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and slowed down. He murmured to himself, "It's fine this way. It just so happens that I have some questions for him.
Since Duan Lingtian had slowed down, Chen Yiru, the four tribulation bodiless celestial, finally managed to catch up. However, he did not dare to move in front of Duan Lingtian. Instead, he just followed closely behind. This was only natural since Duan Lingtian was his master.
While they were traveling, Duan Lingtian asked Chen Yiru, "Earlier, I heard those people say you're also called Chan Sandao?" From the beginning until the end, he did not look at Chen Yiru at all when he spoke. It was as though he was talking to the air.
Chen Yiru would have been furious if someone else spoke to him in this manner. However, when faced with Duan Lingtian, he was as meek as a cat. He nodded and responded obediently, "Yes, master." Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "From now on, I'll just call you Sandao. Is that okay?"
Of course. Since Chen Yiru had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath and acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his master, he naturally would not go against Duan Lingtian's wish. Let alone calling him Sandao. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to call him an idiot, he could only say yes. Duan Lingtian said, "I have some questions for you." "Yes, master. What do you want to know?" Chen Yiru replied, "And I will tell you all I know." Expression appeared on his face.
"How many bodiless celestials are there in the Dao Martial Saint Land?" Duan Lingtian asked. If he did not encounter Liao Naijiang, the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, he would not have known that powerful beings such as the bodiless celestials existed. In the past, similar to many others, he thought eminent celestials were the most powerful beings in the mundane realms. He felt like a frog in the well when he learned about the existence of bodiless celestials.
"Master, this is a difficult question." Chen Yiru was surprised Duan Lingtian would ask such a question. He smiled bitterly as he said, "I'm not certain about the exact number of bodiless celestials in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. All I know is there are more than 100 bodiless celestials here." "You don't know?
Aren't you a bodiless celestial?" Duan Lingtian frowned. Since Chen Yiru was a bodiless celestial, he thought Chen Yiru would know things like that.
"Master, although I'm a bodiless celestial, I don't interact much with the other bodiless celestials. In fact, most bodiless celestials don't interact much with one another."
"What I know is the youngest bodiless celestial is less than 1,000 years old, while the oldest is probably about 7,000 to 8,000 years old," Chen Yiru patiently explained. "Ever since I failed the celestial ascension tribulation and became a bodiless celestial, I've only met about 10 bodiless celestials.
Most of the time, I'm either traveling alone or in closed-door cultivation, waiting for the bodiless celestial tribulation once every 1,000 years. Then, he added inwardly, "However, this time I was unlucky and met you." Naturally, he did not dare voice it out. "I see." Duan Lingtian seemed interested in this as he continued to ask, "Does this mean most bodiless celestials travel around the Dao Martial Saint Land a lot?" "Yes." Chen Yiru nodded. "Apart from cultivating, we usually roam the Dao Martial Saint Land. If that's the case, why do so few people know about bodiless celestials?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He was really puzzled by this. After all, prior to meeting Liao Naijiang, the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, he had no idea that bodiless celestials existed. Moreover, when he was in the bustling city earlier, he discovered that many people did not know about bodiless celestials as well. He still remembered the baffled expression on their faces when they heard about bodiless celestials. "Master, it's not that we want to hide our identities. However, the Dragon and Phoenix clans have forbidden us from revealing ourselves." Chen Yiru smiled bitterly. "The Dragon and Phoenix clans?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "They forbade the bodiless celestials from revealing themselves? How are they capable of issuing orders to bodiless celestials?"
"Based on what I know, although the Dragon and Phoenix clan are relatively strong, they still can't compare to the three great sections." Duan Lingtian found this baffling. He had, naturally, heard about the Dragon and Phoenix clan before. Although they were only slightly weaker than the three great sects, they were on different levels.
However, Chen Yiru had just said that the Dragon and Phoenix clan had issued a gag order to bodiless celestials. Bodiless celestials were the strongest in the mundane realms. A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial was already stronger than an eminent celestial who was about to ascend. As for a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, Even two eminent celestials would not be able to kill him. After all, for tribulation bodiless celestial could even tear open the void. This was something only those from the Devata realm were capable of. There was no need to mention those who were even stronger, like the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, 6 tribulation bodiless celestials, 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials.
9 tribulation bodiless celestial especially was exceptionally rare. How strong were the dragon and phoenix clans to be able to order the bodiless celestials around?
Master, those people who say the dragon and phoenix clans are weaker than the 3 great sects don't know any better.
However, that's what the dragon and phoenix clans want people to believe. The truth is, the dragon and phoenix clans are the strongest force in the Dao Martial Saint land. Xianxia smiled bitterly before he continued to say, to a certain extent, the 3 great sects are the puppets. And the dragon and phoenix clans are the puppet masters.
Xianxia's words thoroughly shocked Duan Ling Tian. He felt as though the door to the new world had just been opened to him. The dragon and phoenix clans were pulling the strings behind the 3 great sects. How was that possible? In the history of the Upper Province, there were many recorded conflicts between the dragon and phoenix clans and the 3 great sects. Xianxia continued to say, moreover, even the current sect leaders of the 3 great sects are unaware that the dragon and phoenix clans are pulling the strings from behind the scene. They're unaware that their sects only managed to grow to this stage due to the dragon and phoenix clans. This is no secret among bodiless celestials. Xianxia answered. When he saw the frown on Duan Ling Tian's face, he continued to say, in the beginning, the 3 great sects had good relationships with the dragon and phoenix clan. However, after 10 generations of sect leaders had come and gone, their relationships with the dragon and phoenix clans were non-existent. At that time, they had become strong enough to stand on their own. Coupled with the discreet help from the dragon and phoenix clans, they became the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint land.
Xianxia paused and looked at Duan Ling Tian at this moment. After a while, he began to speak again. Master, as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, you should know the history of the sect very well, right? When the Sword Saint Senior Feng Qingyang was still around, the 3 great sects were completely suppressed by him. Even if the 3 great sects joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to stop him should he wish to annihilate them.
However, do you know why the 7 Absolute sect couldn't completely annihilate the 3 great sects? His eyes were filled with reverence when he spoke about this. Isn't it because Senior Feng Qingyang didn't want to annihilate them? It said that he wanted the 3 great sects around so they could serve as a challenge to the disciples from the 7 Absolute sect. Duan Ling Tian parroted the conversation he had heard in the restaurant. To be honest, he did not know how to respond when Xianxia said, as the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, he must be well-versed with the history of the sect. There was no way he could disclose to Xianxia that he only learned about the connection between him and the 7 Absolute sect just a few hours ago, right? Master, those are just rumors. Xianxia revealed with gleaming eyes. The truth is Senior Feng Qingyang did not destroy the 3 great sects back then because the dragon and phoenix clans had interfered. The dragon and phoenix clan sent many bodiless celestials to stop him. Many of those bodiless celestials were 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials.
Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Xianxia's words. 8 tribulation bodiless celestials?
The dragon and phoenix clans have 8 tribulation bodiless celestials? Duan Ling Tian looked at Xianxia in shock. 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were closest in power to 9 tribulation bodiless celestials.
Although Duan Ling Tian was quite certain he would be a match for 7 tribulation bodiless celestials after he successfully comprehended the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation's Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation, and completely mastered all his divine abilities. He did not even think about fighting with an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not think he would be a match for an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial before he ascended the Devata realm and became a true celestial. In the past, both the dragon and phoenix clans certainly had 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Xianxia replied respectfully, and I'm certain, presently, they have 8 tribulation bodiless celestials as well. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he inhaled audibly. Even now, the dragon and phoenix clans had 8 tribulation bodiless celestials?
This was extremely shocking. While he was in the lower province, he learned that in the Human Devil clan, there was little to no 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. In other words, the strongest powerhouses in the history of the Human Devil clan were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. This should be the case for humans as well. The strongest human should be an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This was true for humans and those in the Devil clans. How could he not feel shocked when Chen Yiru said the Dragon and Phoenix clans had 8 tribulation bodiless celestials? Duanling Tian thought to himself, it makes sense why they're able to control the bodiless celestials in the Dao Martial Saint Land if they have 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. At this time, Chen Yiru unknowingly verbalized the thought in Duanling Tian's mind. Since the Dragon and Phoenix clans have 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, the rest of the bodiless celestials, including myself, naturally don't dare to disobey. After all, there are many examples where bodiless celestials who refused to obey the order were killed. It was just as Duanling Tian had thought. Since the Dragon and Phoenix clans had such formidable powerhouses, it was no surprise they could make the bodiless celestials in the Dao Martial Saint Land listen to them. The Fire Worship Sect is a puppet of the Dragon and Phoenix clans? Gan Ruyen gasped after she heard the conversation between Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru. As a disciple of Fire Worship Sect, she found this difficult to accept. Moreover, it was not only the Fire Worship Sect, but the other 2 sects were also puppets of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. As much as she could not accept this, she knew Chen Yiru, who had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duanling Tian as his master, had no reason to lie. Even if he wanted to lie, it would be impossible for him to do so. Although Duanling Tian was still shocked by the revelation about the Dragon and Phoenix clans, he tried to calm down and asked, how many bodiless celestials are there in each of the 3 great sects? Chen Yiru shook his head. The 3 great sects have no bodiless celestials. No bodiless celestials? Duanling Tian widened his eyes and said skeptically, how's this possible? Based on what I know, there were many who failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in the Fire Worship Sect. Don't tell me none of them became a bodiless celestial. No bodiless celestials? Gan Ruyen found this difficult to believe, or maybe she was unwilling to believe it. How could there be no bodiless celestials in the 3 great sects? Based on their long histories, it was almost impossible for them not to have bodiless celestials. The 3 great sects have been around for a very long time. Naturally, there are many who had become bodiless celestials after failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Chen Yiru explained patiently. However, whenever bodiless celestials appear in the 3 great sects, they would be brought to the Dragon and Phoenix clans to swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve the clans. Those who refused would be killed. The Dragon and Phoenix clans do this because they don't want the 3 great sects to grow too powerful, since it will lead to loss of control of the sections. They disdain those who are not bodiless celestial, and they don't want to have anything to do with them. So they can only control the bodiless celestials. This is why the 3 great sects have no bodiless celestials in the sect. Duanling Tian felt as though he had learned a lot from his conversation with Chen Yiru. So that's how it is. Gan Ruyen also felt that she had learned a lot. As it turns out, all the bodiless celestials in the Fire Worship Sect have been brought away by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. After a while, she subconsciously turned to look at Duanling Tian as she thought to herself, since there are no bodiless celestials in the sect, I don't have to worry about the danger upon our return to the sect. Gan Ruyen was not the only one who was worried about the possibility of the Fire Worship Sect having bodiless celestials. Kura was extremely worried about Duanling Tian's safety when they returned to the Fire Worship Sect. The Fire Worship Sect has no bodiless celestial? She sighed in relief when she heard Chen Yiru said there were no bodiless celestials in the Fire Worship Sect. Almost all bodiless celestials know of the relationships between the Dragon and Phoenix clans and the 3 great sections. For this reason, they dare not simply make a move against the 3 great sects. Chen Yiru added. Duanling Tian nodded. He had thought about this as well. Currently, he was feeling pressured. Based on Chen Yiru's words, the 3 great sects were protected by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The Dragon and Phoenix clans had 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Since he planned to eradicate the 3 great sects, conflict with both the Dragon and Phoenix clan was inevitable. He realized how naive he was to think it would be easy to eradicate the three great sections. This was too sudden and shocking. Dragon Clan? Phoenix Clan? Duanling Tian took a deep breath to calm down. A determined expression could be seen on his face.
Brother Tian, even Senior Feng Qingyang was unable to completely eradicate the three great sects. Please don't feel pressured. Kura instantly comforted Duanling Tian. She was naturally very attuned to Duanling Tian's thoughts and emotions.
Duanling Tian slightly nodded when he heard Kur's words of comfort. Although the expression on his face had disappeared, in his heart, he still felt extremely unwilling to give up. Kur's words thoroughly shocked Gan Ruyen. She whirled around to look at Duanling Tian before she asked, You plan on eradicating the three great sects, even the fire worship sect? Duanling Tian glanced at Gan Ruyen indifferently as he replied, The three great sects have killed so many disciples from the Seven Absolute Sect. As the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, it's only natural that I want to eradicate them. You? Gan Ruyen was speechless. She could not find any words to refute Duanling Tian.
Chen Yiru was also shocked when he learned about this. Master, you want to eradicate the three great sects?
Duanling Tian nodded.
Master, I'm afraid it's not wise for you to attempt such a thing, Chen Yiru smiled bitterly. During that time, even after Senior Feng Qingyang killed an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, he was still unable to eradicate the three great sects.
The strength and foundation of both Dragon and Phoenix clans are beyond our imagination.
Senior Feng Qingyang killed an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard this.
How's that possible? Gan Ruyen asked in disbelief. Based on what I know, Senior Feng Qingyang from the Seven Absolute Sect wasn't a bodiless celestial. He was an eminent celestial. How could an eminent celestial kill an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial?
Madam, Chen Yiru lowered his head and said respectfully, most people in the Dao Martial Saint Land might not know this, but this is no secret to bodiless celestials.
Usually, Duanling Tian would definitely correct Chen Yiru when he mistook Gan Ruyen as his woman and addressed her as Madam. However, he did not bother this time due to the bomb that Chen Yiru dropped regarding Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He had come to a halt, staring at Chen Yiru. Kur, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen naturally stopped moving as well since Duanling Tian was the one who was carrying them with his force.
When Chen Yiru and his 2 followers saw Duanling Tian had stopped moving, they followed suit.
Everyone was staring at Chen Yiru at this time. They were clearly very intrigued by the events of the past.
He did not want to keep them waiting, so he quickly said, at that time when Senior Feng Qingyang intended to eradicate the three great sects, the Dragon and Phoenix clans sent 5 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials and 2 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials to stop him.
He fought all 7 bodiless celestials on his own. He managed to kill 2 of the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan, and 1 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial, and 1 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon clan. He was naturally severely injured, but he managed to retreat in time. Most of the bodiless celestials thought Senior Feng Qingyang could ignore the threats from the Dragon and Phoenix clan and eradicate the three great sects once he recovered from his injuries. However, before he could fully recover, one of the 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan managed to overcome the bodiless celestial tribulation and became a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. His voice became lower when he reached the end of his sentence. 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Shock and disbelief appeared in Duanling Tian's eyes when he heard Chen Yiru mentioned a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial was truly someone who stood at the peak in the mundane realms. Even in the devil clans with their tremendously long history, there was only a handful of 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials. Based on that, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess there were not many 9 Tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans as well. For this reason, he was surprised to hear there was a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial in the Phoenix clan during Senior Feng Qingyang's time. So the reason why Senior Feng Qingyang failed to eradicate 3 great sects is due to the Phoenix clan's 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial? Duanling Tian asked. Senior Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial after becoming an eminent celestial. How terrifyingly strong. He thought to himself, even if I cast the elementary devouring tactic and comprehended all 5 stages of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, my strength would at most be on par with a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial.
At that time, I'll be close to my ascension. Let alone an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would be difficult for me to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial.
Duanling Tian was surprised that Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was only an eminent celestial. He could not figure out how Feng Qingyang had accomplished such a feat. Well, that's part of the reason. Chen Yiru nodded. If Senior Feng Qingyang intended to escape, even the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial couldn't stop him. For this reason, Senior Feng Qingyang eventually reached an agreement with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Senior Feng Qingyang would no longer attack the 3 great sects,
and the Dragon and Phoenix clans promised to not interfere in the matter between the 7 Absolutes sect and the 3 great sects as long as the 7 Absolutes sect doesn't destroy the 3 great sections.
Duanling Tian nodded.
This perfectly explained why Senior Feng Qingyang did not eradicate the 3 great sects.
Master.
Chen Yiru seemed to have remembered something at this moment.
He looked at Duanling Tian and reminded him solemnly, due to the pact between the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and Feng Qingyang, the Dragon and Phoenix clans have left the 7 Absolutes sect alone. However, if someone as powerful as Senior Feng Qingyang appears again in the 7 Absolutes sect, they would definitely interfere even if they don't eradicate the sect. With your current strength, it's easy for you to eradicate the 3 great sects. However, the Dragon and Phoenix clans definitely would not sit around and watch as you do so. He did not want Duanling Tian to get on the Dragon and Phoenix clan's bad side. After all, Duanling Tian might not be able to survive even if his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded solemnly as a wave of helplessness washed over him. He was on a high previously when he left the city. He thought he could rush back to the Fire Worship sect and kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect, before eradicating the sect. After that, he would move to the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. He wanted to avenge the disciples from the 7 Absolute sect who were killed by the 3 great sections. This was his duty as the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect.
Who knew the 3 great sects would have such strong supporters?
The Dragon and Phoenix clans can easily rebuild the 3 great sects even if I manage to eradicate the sect before anyone discovers it.
Moreover, it's extremely risky since the Dragon and Phoenix clans would definitely target the 7 Absolutes sect once they discover the truth. Many thoughts flashed in Duanling Tian's mind at this moment.
It might be easy for him to eradicate the 3 great sects, but it was difficult to deal with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Unless I can overpower all the bodiless celestials in the Dragon and Phoenix clans, it's not wise for me to eradicate the 3 great sections. No matter how unwilling he felt, he had to accept the reality.
When Duanling Tian regained his senses, his eyes were filled with rage. Even if I can't eradicate the 3 great sects, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, must die. Duanling Tian vented all his anger and frustration on Tang Xian at this moment. Since he feared the Dragon and Phoenix clan, he could not eradicate the Fire Worship sect. However, killing the sect leader of Fire Worship sect was not off the table. According to the pact, the Dragon and Phoenix clans would not intervene as long as the 3 great sects remained. As the fire of fury raged in Duanling Tian, he said to the 3 ladies, "Let's go." Chen Yiru and his 2 followers quickly followed along. Ganru Yen was still lost in her thoughts when Duanling Tian continued bringing them along to the Fire Worship sect. That sword Saint Feng Qingyang was only an eminent celestial, and yet he managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial?
Moreover, he was even able to escape from a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian and his companions traveled at an incredibly fast speed. It did not take long before they arrived in the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After that, it took even less time for them to arrive at the Fire Worship sect's estate. Fire Worship sect. Duanling Tian, am back. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed brightly like the stars as he looked at the Fire Worship sect's estate in front of him. Swoosh! Duanling Tian brought Kur and the others and entered the Fire Worship sect's estate. He quickly flew past the 4 symbol sanctums to the fire worship sect's saint land. Swoosh! Chen Yiru and his 2 followers naturally followed closely behind. Gan Ruyen was looking at the fire worship sect's saint land, reminiscing about the past. When, Tangxian, come out! A thunderous voice rang in the air. It spread through the 4 symbol sanctums and the saint land. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian flew past the clouds above the fire worship sect's saint land before he arrived at a floating island that was located at the top. This floating island was the cultivation place of the sect leader of fire worship sect, Tangxian. It had been quite a few years since Duanling Tian was here. He did not feel nostalgic, he only felt sorrow now that he was back here. This was where Elder Hua had sacrificed himself so he and the girls could escape from Tangxian to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Tangxian, come out! These words reverberated thunderously through the fire worship sect's estate. Tangxian, get out! These words echoed thunderously through the fire worship sect, causing an uproar. Who dared to speak so audaciously? Did they not know who Tangxian was? Tangxian was the high and mighty sect leader of the fire worship sect. He was a powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, he was also ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How arrogant was this person who had broken into the fire worship sect and summoned the sect leader in such a way? Does this guy have a death wish? He dares to provoke Lord Sect Leader in this way. Many people in the fire worship sect made the same remark. They thought this person who had broken into the fire worship sect had a death wish. With the Lord Sect Leader's current strength, apart from Nia Wutian who ranks number 1 on the Supreme Saint ranking, even the Heaven Divination sect's Great Oracle or Black Kshetra sect's Supreme Elder wouldn't dare to act in this manner when they come to our sect. Many people were curious. Is he seeking death? In the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum and Saint Land, many people found the voice familiar. Don't you think the voice sounds somewhat familiar? I know who it sounds like. Someone cried out, this voice sounds like Guardian Ling Tian. Guardian Ling Tian? Why, you're right. It does sound like him. More and more people began to figure out the owner of the voice. However, it's unlikely to be him, right? I don't think he would be so daring even though he had a conflict with Lord Sect Leader previously. I don't think it's Guardian Ling Tian as well. It might be someone who sounds like him. Let alone people who sound the same. There are many people who are carbon copies of each other in this world. Although many people in the fire worship sect's estate thought that the voice sounded like their guardian Duan Ling Tian, most of them thought it was only someone who sounded like him. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, several figures flew out from the floating islands beneath him. When Gan Ruyen saw one of the figures, she cried out excitedly, Master! One of them was obviously Gan Ruyen's master, Guardian Qinghua of the fire worship sect. When the green-clad old man heard his direct disciple's voice, a wave of joy rose in his heart like a tsunami, threatening to overwhelm him. However, he forcibly suppressed his joy and maintained an indifferent expression. He sent a voice transmission to Gan Ruyen. It's fine that you left with him, but why would you come back? Don't you know it's dangerous? His voice was filled with concern when he spoke. After all, he had been Gan Ruyen's master for so long. He had long treated her like his daughter. Although he was happy that she had returned, he could not help but worry. Previously, their sect leader had left Guardian Ling Tian with no choice but to leave the sect due to the issue with the Saint Girl. He and the other 3 guardians disapproved of their sect leader's action since they thought Duan Ling Tian's presence in the sect was beneficial to the sect. However, there was nothing they could have done since they knew how obstinate their sect leader could be. Their sect leader had viewed the Saint Girl as the reincarnation of a goddess. Naturally, he would not let the matter go. Now that his direct disciple had returned with Duan Ling Tian, how could he not feel nervous? Master, don't worry. I'll be safe with him here. Gan Ruyen shook her head and replied through voice transmission when she heard her master's words. Her voice was calm and she did not seem worried at all. Guardian Ling Tian? Meanwhile, the other 3 guardians of fire worship sect, Zifeng, Hong Yun, and Lang Ying, who had come with Qinghua, looked at Duan Ling Tian disapprovingly. Even if Duan Ling Tian was extremely powerful, he was still second to their sect leader. How could he behave in such a rude manner toward their sect leader? Not only did he address the sect leader by his name, but he even dared to speak in such a commanding tone. How could he recklessly disregard the rules in the fire worship sect? Qinghua was the one who broke the silence first. Guardian Ling Tian, you finally returned. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. He had a good impression of Qinghua. Moreover, he was the master of his wife's sister. He, naturally, would not ignore Qinghua since Qinghua had taken the initiative to greet him, even though he was capable of killing Qinghua with just a flick of his fingers. At this moment, Guardian Lang Ying stepped forward and glared at Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Ling Tian, even if you don't have to adhere to most of the rules as a guardian, you still shouldn't disrespect Lord Sect Leader. You must be punished for this. He was the former hall master of the enforcement hall after all. He was a stickler for rules. He could not bear watching Duan Ling Tian act so arrogantly before their sect leader. Although Zifeng and Hong Yun did not say a word, the disapproval on their faces revealed their thoughts.
Guardian of the fire worship sect? Duan Ling Tian chuckled when he heard Lang Yin's words. After a while, his gaze turned steely as he said, I, Duan Ling Tian, hereby announce that I'm officially leaving the fire worship sect. I'm no longer a guardian of the fire worship sect. His words rang through the fire worship sect's estate again. Everyone in the sect heard his words clearly. I, Duan Ling Tian, hereby announce that I'm officially leaving the fire worship sect. I'm no longer a guardian of the fire worship sect. I, Duan Ling Tian, hereby announce that I'm officially leaving the fire worship sect. I'm no longer a guardian of the fire worship sect. These words echoed continuously in the fire worship sect. The elders and disciples were dumbfounded when they heard this. So it's really Guardian Ling Tian? It seemed like the owner of that voice was indeed Guardian Ling Tian. Can anyone tell me what's going on? What is this about? What the hell happened?
Why did Guardian Ling Tian ask Lord Sect Leader to come out in such a rude manner and announce his departure?
We've not heard about him in a few years, and now that he has returned, he shocked the entire fire worship sect again. He's either quiet or causing a sensation. There's no in-between. The people in the fire worship sect were in an uproar. They were confused. They did not understand why Duan Ling Tian would behave in such a way. However, they were certain there had to be a reason for all this. Moreover, it must be something the sect leader did that displeased him.
Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant and rude, ordering the sect leader to come out to see him before announcing he was leaving the fire worship sect. In the fire worship sect's estate,
Lu Yun, Lu Mu, and the others who had a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian were dumbfounded and confused. Apart from that, they were worried about him as well. However, there were also people who were thrilled when they thought Duan Ling Tian was going to get in trouble. These people were those who hated Duan Ling Tian and had conflicts with him in the past.
What's going on?
What happened?
He would definitely offend Lord Sect Leader by acting this way.
Duan Ling Tian is leaving the sect and will no longer be a guardian? Someone laughed. If he's still a guardian, Lord Sect Leader might show mercy, but now.
Duan Ling Tian is about to meet with a disaster.
I, Duan Ling Tian, hereby announce that I'm officially leaving the fire worship sect and I'm no longer a guardian of the fire worship sect. Duan Ling Tian's statement rang in the ears of the 4 guardians of fire worship sect. They were dumbfounded and it took them a while before they recovered their senses. Long in particular did not expect his words would lead to this outcome. He felt a wave of helplessness and didn't know what to do. Really? Did Duan Ling Tian really have to put on such a big show and announce his departure from the sect just because he had said he had to be punished for his rude behavior?
The audacity. Insolent. Impudent. Lung Ying almost threw up blood in anger when he thought about it. He was under the impression that Duan Ling Tian had decided to leave the fire worship sect because of his words. He was unaware that Duan Ling Tian would still make the same decision regardless if he had spoken up or not. It was destined that Duan Ling Tian could not stay in the fire worship sect after he learned about his identity. After all, he was the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolutes, and the sect leader of 7 absolutes sect. The 7 absolutes sect was the mortal enemy of the 3 great sections. As the sect leader, he, naturally, could not stay in the fire worship sect.
Otherwise, the people from the Seven Absolutes sect who had died would have risen from their graves if they found out the current sect leader of their sect was also a guardian of the fire worship sect. As soon as Zifeng regained his senses, he said solemnly, "Guardian Ling Tian, please don't make such jokes." Hong Yun and Qinghua, who had regained their senses, as well nodded in agreement when they heard Zifeng's words. On the other hand, Lang Yin forced himself to remain silent. He was feeling frustrated since he thought he was the one who had caused this. In truth, he did not wish for Duan Ling Tian to leave the fire worship sect. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, it would undoubtedly be a great loss to the fire worship sect if he left. Moreover, if Duan Ling Tian left, he would be known as the person who drove Duan Ling Tian out of the sect. This was not something he was willing to bear. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Zifeng's words. He said indifferently, "Joke? No, I'm not joking, Guardian Zifeng. I, Duan Ling Tian, came back today for two matters. First, it's to leave the fire worship sect. Second, it's to kill." Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, a voice rang in the air, cutting him off. "In this case, does this mean Guardian Ling Tian insists on leaving our fire worship sect?" A figure appeared out of thin air like a ghost in front of the guardians of the fire worship sect. It was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. He was dressed in a long white robe that was embroidered with red flames. It looked slightly similar to the exclusive uniforms of the elders and disciples from the fire worship sect. However, upon closer inspection, one would see the flames that were embroidered resembled a divine dragon that was protecting his body. Although the sect leader of fire worship sect was tall with a muscular build and had chiseled features, he did not look like a brute. He emitted a majestic aura that made people feel as though they had to submit to him. Tang Xian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed and glinted with a vicious light. Anger began to course through his veins immediately. "Lord Sect Leader." As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, the guardians of fire worship sect, Zifeng, Qinghua, Hong Yun, and Lang Ying, hurriedly bowed at him respectfully. "Saint Girl," Tang Xian exclaimed. As soon as he appeared, his eyes were trained on Kuer, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were bright as he stared at her. It seemed as though nothing else mattered as long as the girl before him had returned. Soon after, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said coldly, "Guardian Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to summon me out by name as soon as you returned after your departure a few years ago." In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was just a mere guardian in the fire worship sect. He was not qualified to speak to him in such a manner regardless of how powerful he was. By behaving in such a way, Duan Ling Tian was trampling on his pride and authority as the sect leader of the fire worship sect. However, regardless of how angry he was, he could not kill Duan Ling Tian yet. This man had tainted the purity of their fire worship sect's saint girl. He would imprison Duan Ling Tian and wait for the godlike man to return and pass judgment on Duan Ling Tian. This was the only way for him to assuage his anger. If he killed Duan Ling Tian, who knew what that godlike man would do to him? So what? Duan Ling Tian responded indifferently to Tang Xian. Based on his words, it could be seen that he did not fear Tang Xian at all. A few years ago, he was almost defenseless before Tang Xian. However, currently, Tang Xian was like an ant before him. So what if Tang Xian was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Ling Tian had managed to kill a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength surpassed an eminent celestial. Tang Xian was merely a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had not even become an eminent celestial stage. To say Tang Xian was no match for him was an understatement. Duan Ling Tian's casual remark stunned Tang Xian and the Guardians. Previously, the Guardians had thought Duan Ling Tian had only dared to act arrogantly because Tang Xian was not present. Who knew he would be just as arrogant after Tang Xian had arrived? His words completely disregarded Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. Is he serious? Does he really plan to leave the fire worship sect? This was the thought that appeared in the Guardians' minds. Very well. Unsurprisingly, Duan Ling Tian's words angered Tang Xian, causing his expression to darken. "After not seeing you for a few years, it seems like you've gotten bolder."
Nevertheless, I'll ask you again. Do you really insist on leaving the fire worship sect and stop being a guardian of the sect? He looked at Duanling Tian pointedly as though he would kill Duanling Tian if he said yes.
The four guardians looked at Duanling Tian in rapt silence. All of them were curious about Duanling Tian's answer.
I don't like repeating myself, Duanling Tian said bluntly in response to Tang Xian's question.
The four guardians felt chills run their spines when they heard Duanling Tian's response.
Has Duanling Tian gone crazy?
Why is he so bold? Isn't he afraid Lord Sect Leader will kill him out of anger? He might still be able to save himself if he remains as a guardian of the sect. It'll be hard for him to survive now that he decided to leave. Not only did he disrespect Lord Sect Leader, but he had also tainted the Saint Girl's purity.
It's a death sentence for those who taint the Saint Girl's purity. At this moment, the guardians thought that Duanling Tian had gone mad. Otherwise, why would he act so arrogantly to the sect leader? Naturally, it occurred to them that he might have become stronger than their sect leader, but they quickly dismissed that thought. After all, only a few years had passed since they last saw Duanling Tian.
They did not think it was possible for him to surpass their sect leader's strength in just a few short years.
Very well,
Tang Xian said repeatedly as his voice became lower and lower. It was obvious he was about to explode in anger. He looked pointedly at Duanling Tian as he said, I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, hereby announce that Duanling Tian is expelled from Fire Worship Sect from today onward for tainting the Saint Girl's purity.
Tang Xian's words were like a bomb that resounded through the Fire Worship Sect's estate.
As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, the expressions of the guardians of the Fire Worship SEC changed drastically. They knew they had passed the point of no return. After their sect leader had spoken, the sect and Duanling Tian would be on opposing sides from now on. It was impossible for him to stay as guardian in the sect from this moment on. I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, hereby announce that Duanling Tian is expelled from Fire Worship Sect from today onwards for tarnishing the Saint Girl's purity.
Tang Xian's voice that contained Saint origin echoed through the entire Fire Worship Sect.
Naturally, it caused another uproar again.
Is that Lord Sect Leader's voice?
Lord Sect Leader said that Guardian Ling Tian tarnished the Saint Girl's purity?
What's that about?
Many people in the Fire Worship Sect were stunned. When they regained their sense, they continued to discuss it among themselves.
The Saint Girl our Lord Sect Leader mentioned is the Saint Girl that disappeared a few years ago, right? Of course. Apart from her, is there another Saint Girl? She's the one that gave birth to a daughter.
Didn't they say the man who tarnished the Saint Girl's purity is from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land?
Have you forgotten that Guardian Ling Tian is also from the lower province? He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, one of the strongest forces in the lower province. Yes, it's no secret that Guardian Ling Tian came from the lower province. Many elders and disciples from the Fire Worship Sect were shocked by this. Although they knew the Saint Girl's purity had been tarnished before she returned to the sect, they did not expect the culprit to be Duanling Tian. That means the Saint Girl's daughter is also Guardian Ling Tian's daughter, right?
Who knew Guardian Ling Tian would turn out to be that man?
Guardian Ling Tian's departure from the sect is likely due to this. He knew Lord Sect Leader would expel him from the sect, so he announced his departure first. That's possible. After all, there's a difference between voluntarily leaving and being expelled. Yes, if it was known that he was expelled, his reputation would definitely take a hit. Most of them concluded the reason for Duanling Tian's departure was due to the Saint Girl. Lord Sect Leader truly expelled Guardian Ling Tian because of that? It seems a bit excessive, right?
As far as I know, Guardians usually enjoy preferential treatment and have some immunity to the rules in the Fire Worship Sect. Why is it different this time? Our Fire Worship Sect Saint Girl went missing at a really young age. It's no one's fault that they fell in love. Since they have fate, why not give them our blessing?
Who knows? Their love story might be a story we can tell the future generation. In comparison to losing a powerhouse like Guardian Ling Tian, that mistake is truly negligible. Almost 90% of the people in the Fire Worship Sect disagreed with their sect leader's decision to expel Guardian Ling Tian for such a trivial reason. In fact, most of them gave their blessing to the relationship. I think we should plead on Guardian Ling Tian's behalf. I agree. He's too important for the fire worship sect to lose. Losing Guardian Ling Tian would be like cutting off one of the fire worship sect's arms. Why don't we give our blessing to Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Ger's marriage so he can stay in the sect? Let's go.
Let's go plead for his case.
In the fire worship sect's Saint Land, a group of elders and disciples from the fire worship sect began to fly up into the air to the Saint Islands. Apart from the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the other 3 sanctum leaders and the elders had also entered the Saint Land. There were many ordinary disciples from the 4 symbol sanctums who wished they could go along to plead on Duan Ling Tian's behalf.
Above the fire worship sect's Saint Land,
a group of golden, silver, and bronze flame elders and Saint Land disciples who was led by the 2 vice sect leaders of fire worship sect finally arrived at where the confrontation was taking place. It did not take long before the entire place was crowded. Lung Yin could not help but frown when he saw the crowd that had formed around them. He asked in an interrogative tone, "What are all of you doing here?"
However, no one answered Ling Yin. All their attention was focused on Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. Eventually, the 2 vice sect leaders of fire worship sect spoke up first to convince their sect leader to rescind his words.
As soon as the 2 vice sect leaders spoke up, the group they led followed suit as well. Please reconsider your decision, Lord Sect Leader.
Please reconsider your decision, Lord Sect Leader.
Please reconsider your decision, Lord Sect Leader. Those who had just arrived began to plead for Duan Ling Tian as well as soon as they arrived. None of them wanted Tang Xian to expel Duan Ling Tian from the fire worship sect. Do you know what you're doing? Tang Xian looked at the elders and disciples around him with a grim expression on his face. He did not expect so many elders and disciples would come to plead on Duan Ling Tian's behalf after he had expelled him. Lord Sect Leader. At this point, one of the vice sect leaders spoke up. Although Guardian Ling Tian has made a mistake and broke the rules of fire worship sect, I think he should be forgiven. After all, he had fought for our sect and defeated those people from the Black Kshetra sect.
This merit is enough to make up for his transgression.
I agree, Lord Sect Leader. The other vice sect leader of the fire worship sect nodded and said, "With Guardian Ling Tian's strength, having him in the fire worship sect is like giving a pair of wings to a tiger. It's not worth it for us to let go of such a powerhouse over such a small mistake. Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl's love is a beautiful love story. Lord Sect Leader, please give Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl your blessing," a golden flame elder said loudly.
Many people echoed the Golden Flame Elder's words as soon as he finished speaking. If the 4 guardians had just arrived, they would have followed suit and pleaded on Duan Ling Tian's behalf as well.
However, since they were there from the beginning, they could tell Duan Ling Tian's departure had nothing to do with the Saint Girl.
Please give Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl your blessing, Lord Sect Leader.
Please give Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl your blessing, Lord Sect Leader. These people, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing across Tang Xian, did not expect a group of elders and disciples would come and plead on his behalf. He did not know whether he should laugh or cry. His departure had nothing to do with Kur.
However, he felt moved even though he knew they only came to plead for his case because it would be beneficial to the fire worship sect. After all, they thought his strength was only second to Tang Xian. They were, naturally, unaware that Duan Ling Tian's strength had long surpassed Tang Xian's strength.
Everyone, Duan Ling Tian felt that he could not ignore them since they had all come for him. The reason for my departure from the fire worship sect has nothing to do with my wife, Kuer, the former Saint Girl of the fire worship sect. What? Guardian Ling Tian's departure has nothing to do with the Saint Girl. What's happening?
Then why is he leaving if it's not because of the Saint Girl?
Those who came to plead for Duan Ling Tian were confused when they heard his word. All of them turned to look at him instantly. One of the vice sect leaders asked, "Guardian Ling Tian, why are you leaving if it's not because of the Saint Girl?
Are you unhappy being in the sect?" "That's right. There must be a reason for your departure, right?" The other vice sect leader chimed in. "Of course I have my reason," Duan Ling Tian nodded. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he continued to say, "The reason is my identity makes it impossible for me to stay in the fire worship sect." Identity? What identity? The crowd was naturally confused when they heard Duan Tian's words. All of them looked at Duan Tian for an explanation. Even Tang Xian and the four guardians were curious. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Tian said loudly, I, Duan Tian, am the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the Seven Absolute Sect. I, Duan Tian, am the current successor of Fog Rain progeny of Seven Absolute Sect. Duan Tian's voice and words struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Everyone, including Tang Xian, had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. After all, Duan Tian's words were much too outrageous. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny? The Fog Rain progeny was the first absolute, right? The guardian of the Fire Worship sect was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny of Seven Absolute sect? Is this a joke? How's this possible? How can Guardian Ling Tian be a member of the Seven Absolute sect? From what I know, the successors of the Fog Rain progeny are usually also the sect leaders of the Seven Absolute sect. If Guardian Ling Tian is truly the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, this means he's also the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect. Everyone, from the vice sect leaders to the elders and disciples, shook their heads in disbelief when they heard Duan Tian's words. It was too outrageous. The Seven Absolute sect was the mortal enemy of the three great sections. All three sects had tried their best to eradicate the Seven Absolute sect. If Guardian Ling Tian is truly the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, isn't it akin to committing suicide for him to reveal his identity here? You're right. There's no way he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny or the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect. Most of the elders and disciples from the Fire Worship sect did not really believe that Duan Tian was a member of the Seven Absolute sect. After all, it would mean death for himself if he revealed such a thing in the Fire Worship sect. In their opinion, he had probably said it out of anger due to his dissatisfaction with the sect leader's disapproval of his relationship with the saint girl. Guardian Ling Tian. At this moment, Gan Ruyan's master, Qing Hua, looked at Duan Tian and said solemnly, there are some things that shouldn't be joked about. If people take it as the truth, it would be bad. The other three guardians, including Lang Ying, nodded in agreement when Qing Hua spoke. A joke. When Duan Tian heard Qing Hua's words and the discussion in his surroundings, he was rendered speechless. What are these people thinking? Did they really think he was joking? Why would he joke about something like this? Duan Tian shook his head slightly and no longer explained himself. After all, he did not think it was necessary nor was it worth his time to explain himself. Most importantly, he was too lazy to explain himself. He turned to look at Tang Xian as his eyes turned piercing. Murderous intent rolled off of his body as he cried out, Tang Xian. There are two reasons why I came to the Fire Worship sect today. First, it's to announce my departure from the sect. Second, I came to kill you. Duan Tian's robes fluttered as a wave of terrifying energy rolled off his body. The crowd was shocked by his words. Guardian Ling Tian not only does he plan to leave the Fire Worship sect, but he even intends to kill Lord Sect Leader. Is he really Guardian Ling Tian? He sounds very confident. I wonder where he got his confidence from. It has only been a few years since he left. Is he even capable of accomplishing such a feat with his current strength? The people in the surroundings looked at Duan Tian as though they were looking at a dead man. Although they knew Duan Tian was extremely powerful based on his strength a few years ago, and they knew he would have gotten stronger now, they still found it difficult to believe that he would be able to kill Tang Xian. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Furthermore, he was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could regular cultivators compare to him? Kill me. Tang Xian, who was stunned by Duan Tian's declaration of being the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, burst out laughing when he heard Duan Tian said he had come to kill him. A hint of ridicule and disdain could be seen on his face as he laughed. He was very confident about his strength. Although he had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago, he had a good comprehension of heaven and earth thanks to the powerhouse whom he suspected was from the Devata realm. He did not think it would take long before he would undergo the celestial ascension tribulation.
With his current cultivation base, he was almost certain he could defeat Lang Chenjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, and Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination sect. These people were currently ranked second and third, respectively, on the Supreme Saint ranking. With his movement divine ability, he did not think anyone, apart from those 4 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger, would be able to kill him. What? You don't believe me? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as it flashed coldly when he saw the hint of disdain and ridicule on Tang Xian's face. Before Duanling Tian could continue, the old man who was standing behind him obediently, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, cried out in anger, "How dare you disrespect my master? You're seeking death." He seemed to have disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh! Chun Yi-Ru appeared out of thin air in front of Tang Xian, causing Tang Xian to be taken aback. He thought to himself, even an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to move so quickly without me noticing. Could he be a bodiless celestial? After all, he was confident that only 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or those who were stronger would be able to move without him noticing it. He was confused. However, why would a bodiless celestial address Duanling Tian as master? Naturally, while all these thoughts were flitting through Tang Xian's mind, he did not forget to mobilize his saint origin and cast his movement divine ability that was taught to him by that godlike powerhouse. His movement divine ability was much superior compared to all the movement divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was widely acknowledged as the best movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Chun Yi-Ru saw Tang Xian was trying to escape, a contemptuous expression appeared on his face as he said, "Trying to escape?" An overwhelming force slammed against Tang Xian and shrouded him with a flick of Chun Yi-Ru's fingers. Chun Yi-Ru's tornado-like force dispelled and suppressed all the saint origin that Tang Xian had mobilized, causing Tang Xian's movement divine ability to stop working. To have one's saint origin forcefully dispelled and suppressed would take a toll on one's body. Tang Xian instantly threw up blood and his body swayed as though he was going to pass out. How's this possible? Tang Xian felt waves upon waves of terror crashed onto him. Even a 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial would not be capable of dispelling and suppressing his saint origin and stopping his movement divine ability. An expression of fear appeared on Tang Xian's face when he looked at the person in front of him. Could he be a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Before he could study that person's appearance in detail, that person had flicked his fingers again. The force that slammed into Tang Xian bound him immediately. Tang Xian was still reeling from all this when he felt a force hitting the back of his knees. It caused him to fall on his knees immediately. When his mind stopped reeling, he finally realized what the force had made him do. He was currently kneeling in front of Duanling Tian. No matter how hard he struggled to break free, it was all in vain. Tang Xian, who had been forced to kneel in front of Duanling Tian, could only see the hems of Duanling Tian's robes and his boots. He could not even lift his head. He began to panic. How did Duanling Tian gain a follower who's stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the people from the fire worship sect finally regained their senses. When they saw the scene before their eyes, they were thoroughly shocked again. Tang Xian was the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect and a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a person was currently made to kneel before Duanling Tian like a devout worshipper who was worshipping God. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see Tang Xian was slightly trembling as he tried to break free from the force that bound him. Naturally, all his struggling was in vain. The force was like the ocean and he was like a single lonely boat in the middle of the sea. If it capsized, it would not be able to turn over. The people from the Fire Worship Sect, including the high-ranking officials who just regained their senses, were thoroughly shocked and baffled when they saw their sect leader kneeling before Duanling Tian. What's Lord Sect Leader doing? Why's he kneeling before Duanling Tian? What's happening? Tang Xian was their sect leader. They never doubted his power and his authority. However, it did not change the fact that he was currently kneeling before that purple-clad young man obediently like a dog. How could they not be shocked? The lofty image of the sect leader in their hearts shattered at this moment. The 4 guardians cried out in shock when they saw this sect leader.
This person who was kneeling was their sect leader after all. Not only that, but he was also at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking. 4 of them turned to look at Duanling Tian before shifting their eyes to the old man who had just returned to his position behind Duanling Tian. Naturally, they were aware that this old man who had appeared out of thin air before their sect leader earlier was a lot stronger than them. They remembered the old man had addressed Duanling Tian as his master earlier and turned to look at Duanling Tian again with widened eyes. It's obvious Lord Sect Leader is not willingly kneeling before Duanling Tian. Look at his body. He's trembling. He's obviously struggling to break free. In other words, Lord Sect Leader is being forced to kneel before Guardian Ling Tian. Even an eminent celestial isn't capable of such a feat, right? Why would someone who's at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial address Guardian Ling Tian as master? What happened to Guardian Ling Tian during these few years when he was away? The 4 guardians spoke to each other through voice transmission. All of them suspected the old man was a bodiless celestial. Since the old man was clearly stronger than an eminent celestial, he had to be a 3rd tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. They were bewildered. After Tang Xian, who was forced to kneel, realized his effort of trying to break free was in vain, he stopped struggling immediately. He took a deep breath with great difficulty before he asked with his head lowered, "Sir, who are you?" Tang Xian's question was obviously directed at Chen Yiru. But Chen Yiru did not deign to reply to him. After all, Tang Xian was only a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was as weak as an ant. He was too lazy to pay attention to someone so insignificant. An indifferent voice suddenly rang in the air. "Since he wants to know who you are, you should tell him." Chen Yiru was slightly startled when he heard this, but he hurriedly replied, "Yes, master." The person who had spoken was, naturally, none other than Duanling Tian. He looked at Tang Xian, who was kneeling before him emotionlessly. He would have been shocked by the sight of the sect leader of fire worship sect who was a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage kneeling before him if this was a few years ago. However, currently it caused nary a ripple in his emotions. This was naturally due to his increase in strength. It would be as easy as killing an ant if he wanted to kill Tang Xian now. "Master?" The elders and disciples of fire worship sect were stunned by the way Chen Yiru addressed Duanling Tian. At this moment, all of them knew their sect leader was made to kneel before Duanling Tian by the old man in just a blink of an eye. It was clear that the old man was much stronger than their sect leader. How did Guardian Ling Tian gain such a strong servant? The old man must be an eminent celestial to be able to force Lord Sect Leader to kneel, right? An eminent celestial? Are there any eminent celestials in the Dao Martial Saint land? Perhaps. Only Nye Wu Tian, who's ranked 1st on the Supreme Saint ranking, is an eminent celestial. Are you saying this old man is Nye Wu Tian? Impossible. I've seen Nye Wu Tian's portrait before. Unless this old man is wearing a disguise, he's definitely not Nye Wu Tian. To most members of the fire worship sect, eminent celestials stood at the peak of the food chain in the Dao Martial Saint land. Only the sect leader and guardians of fire worship sect knew the old man was much stronger than an eminent celestial. Since Duanling Tian had spoken, Chen Yiru, naturally, did not dare to disobey him. He looked coldly at Tang Xian, who was kneeling, as he said indifferently, "I'm Chen Yiru. Most people call me Chen Sandao." The people from the fire worship sect were confused when they heard this. Chen Yiru? Chen Sandao? They had not heard of these names before, so they assumed he was a recluse. Chen Yiru? Chen Sandao? I haven't heard of him. It seems like he's really not Nye Wu Tian. He must be a reclusive powerhouse. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, why didn't we hear about him before this? On the other hand, Tang Xian's eyes widened immediately when he heard this. He asked in a trembling voice, "Si Chen Yiru? Chen Sandao? Are you the same Chen Yiru who was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago?" As the sect leader of fire worship sect, he was naturally very knowledgeable. He had briefly read through the previous issues of Supreme Saint ranking from the last 10,000 years. "Yes," Chen Yiru replied nonchalantly. Chen Yiru, who was ranked 2nd in the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago? Chen Sandao? It's him. But didn't he fail the celestial ascension tribulation about 5,000 years ago? Why is he here? He should have died after failing the celestial ascension tribulation, right?
Is he a ghost? Is it possible that he's a fake? With Tang Xian's words, a few people from the fire worship sect began to remember Chen Yiru. However, they were baffled since they thought he had long died. Was this person trying to impersonate Chen Yiru? How could someone who had failed the celestial ascension tribulation be here?
The four guardians exchanged a knowing look. They saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes.
Since he failed his celestial ascension tribulation about 4 to 5,000 years ago, this means he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial.
A 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. The old man was actually a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. The high-ranking officials who knew about bodiless celestials took it upon themselves to inform those who were unaware of bodiless celestials. Many of them felt as though the door to a new world had been opened when they learned about this.
As it turned out, eminent celestials were not the strongest in the Tao Martial Saint Land. There were bodiless celestials who were much stronger.
He's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. This means he's even stronger than those 3-tribulation bodiless celestials who are stronger than eminent celestials. Why would he address Guardian Ling Tian as master?
This was a common question among the people who were present. A 4-tribulation bodiless celestial was a lofty being, and yet this person addressed Duan Ling Tian as master.
Meanwhile, Tang Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, deflated immediately as though all his strength had drained out of him. If Chen Yiru's force did not prop him up, he would have fallen to the ground. He said, Duan Ling Tian, I surrender.
Duan Ling Tian, I surrender. The people from the fire worship sect felt sympathy for Tang Xian when they heard his words. Regardless, he was still their sect leader. As he kneeled before Duan Ling Tian and admitted defeat, they could hear the shame, resentment, and helplessness in his voice when he spoke. They could only imagine how he was feeling at this moment. You surrender? Duan Ling Tian smirked when he heard Tang Xian's voice. Then he said indifferently, Since you've surrendered, you should go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged out of his body.
As an eminent celestial, he did not even need to cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to effortlessly kill Tang Xian, who was only at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage.
Boom! 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 Boom!
As soon as Duan Ling Tian lifted his hands, his force shot out like a fierce roaring dragon, setting off a series of explosions. He was finally going to avenge Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow.
Tang Xian, who realized he was on the brink of death, hurriedly shouted, Hold on! Duan Ling Tian, you can't kill me. If you do, you'll never find out about the saint girl's origin and the danger that looms ahead of her. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brow as he halted the energy that had shot out. He said emotionlessly to Chen Yiru, Release him. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's command, Chen Yiru released Tang Xian from the force that had bound him. At the same time, he also warned Tang Xian, You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, even if Master spares your life, I'll make you feel as though you're living in hell on earth.
Since Tang Xian knew Chen Yiru was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he felt chills run up his spine when he heard his warning. He did not feel delighted even though he was freed. He knew whether he was bound or not, he was still in a precarious situation.
However, when he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, he was shocked. The eminent celestial? He had sensed the celestial origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect that the purple-clad young man from a few years ago, who was as weak as ant, had already passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial. He found it incredibly hard to believe. How could Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base improve so tremendously in just a few years? How's this possible? Eminent celestial? Did Lord Sect Leader say Guardian Ling Tian is an eminent celestial? What? Guardian Ling Tian became an eminent celestial in such a short time? Is this a joke? Look at Lord Sect Leader. Does it look like he's joking?
Everyone from the fire worship sect was already shocked that Duan Ling Tian had a follower who was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, they were even more shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian had become an eminent celestial.
Not only was his follower incredibly strong, but he was also strong. An eminent celestial.
Prior to today, most of them thought eminent celestials were the strongest in the Tao martial saint land.
Chan Yiru might be impressive since he was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, but Duanling Tian, who was less than 100 years old, had only come to the upper province about 10 years ago, and he had already passed his celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial.
This was even more shocking to them.
Chan Yiru sneered when he heard the people from the fire worship sect talking. Eminent celestial? Was his master somebody whom eminent celestials could compare to?
His master's current strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even he was no match for his master.
Tell me what you know, Duanling Tian demanded coldly. Tang Xian, who had regained his senses, looked at Duanling Tian fearfully. Initially, he had thought Duanling Tian had dared to act so boldly because he had Chan Yiru's support. He did not expect Duanling Tian's strength would greatly surpass his after a few years.
Although he was able to escape from eminent celestials easily with his movement divine ability, he was not a match for them if they fought. He knew his limitations very well. He asked pleadingly, "Would you spare my life if I tell you what I know?"
Do you think you have the right to talk to me about conditions? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately as his body emitted killing intent.
Tang Xian's heart was seized by coldness and he chose to give in. The saint girl is the reincarnation of a goddess. This isn't a secret in the sect, he said as Duanling Tian watched him coldly. I'm aware that not many people believe this.
In fact, even the guardians think it's nothing but nonsense. Zifeng, Qinghua, Hongyun, and Leng Yin did not speak up when they heard this. Indeed, they thought their sect leader had made this up for some reason. After all, there were no records of saint girls in the history of fire worship sect. It was difficult for them to believe him. All these while, I didn't bother to convince them. It's enough that I know the saint girl is the reincarnation of a goddess. At this moment, Tang Xian turned to look at Kuer, who was standing next to Duanling Tian as he continued to speak. That year, a godlike powerhouse who's not from the mundane realm appeared before me. His strength is nothing like I've ever seen. He managed to tear open a crack in the void that was over 1,000 meters long with just a lift of his hand. His expression turned grave as he spoke about this, as though he was reliving his past experience again. What did you say? Chan Yiru asked in astonishment when he heard Tang Xian's words. You said he tore open a crack in the void that was over 1,000 meters long by simply lifting his hand?
How could Chan Yiru not lose his composure? Based on what he knew, even 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realm were only capable of tearing a crack in the void that was over 100 meters long.
A crack over 1,000 meters long? Duanling Tian's expression turned grim as well when he heard Tang Xian's words.
Although, unlike Chan Yiru, he did not know how long the crack would be if a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial tore a hole in the void. He knew someone who was able to tear open a crack in the void that was over 1,000 meters long must be very formidable. That person had to be even stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. A crack in the void that's over 1,000 meters long? How strong is that person?
From what I know, for tribulation bodiless celestials or those who are stronger are able to tear a hole in the void. However, even a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial can only tear a crack that's 1 inch long. Over 1,000 meters? Even 9-tribulation bodiless celestials aren't so strong, right?
The 4 guardians of fire worship sect felt a jolt of fear when they heard Tang Xian's words.
Is Lord Sect Leader telling the truth? I feel like I'm listening to some fantasy story.
He wouldn't lie to Duanling Tian, would he?
That's possible.
Many disciples from the fire worship sect could not help but whisper among themselves. They found this hard to believe.
As a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Tang Xian's hearing was, naturally, very good. He was so furious he almost threw up blood again when he heard the discussion in his surroundings. For a moment, he wished he could give the disciples a beating. He was afraid Duanling Tian would doubt his words as well, so he quickly swore on the lightning penalty oath to prove the veracity of his words. I, Tang Xian, swear on the lightning penalty oath